Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Love Left. Alright 01 Game loading. Mottled walls, rusty fences, and otherwise translucent windows are also stained. Even the faint sunshine in the morning was sprinkled on the old apartment, and it fell like a torrent of rain on the dirty robes, making it more dirty. Even after leaving this long time, once again seeing this old apartment, Xie Xi still felt the fear of deep bone marrow. She is afraid of this dark day. She lowered her head, tightened the collar of the coat, and walked in with the spotless soles on the fallen leaves. The walls of the corridor were filled with various small advertisements. The stairs made of cement were full of pits and sputum, and there were even vomits. Who did not know who? Xie Xi snorted and smugly came to the 201 room and hesitated for a while and then knocked on the door. She used to live here for 7 years. She thought she would never come back, but the door opened, and in the faint light, Xie Xi looked at this teenager who was already half the height of her. He was very beautiful, and the darkness of the ink was like a dark night, lining the face of the white enamel into the winter snow. He has an amazing facial features, narrow eyebrows, high nose and beautiful lips, but the lips are thin, and the corners of the mouth are all indifferent and alienated. Xie Xi smiled very reluctantly. Little Xie, where he is dark and cold, and his voice is like a clear spring. Is there something, Xie? Xi's smile is stiffer. Can I go in? Xie Wei let the lower body silently. Xie Xi walked into the house and felt that it was completely different from the dilapidated outside. The house was small, it was a cramped single room, and the decoration was old. The floor was cement, and the composite board and chair in front was faded. The clocks on the walls shook out the old ticks, but it was very clean, and it was neatly packed, and it was cleaner than the 3-story building where she lived. Xie Xi took back the line of sight and looked at the teenager. How have you not answered the phone? Xie rubbed his eyebrows. Xie Xi softly said, you have been here. My mother is very worried. Xie Tao still does not say anything. Xie Xi said again, you are not away like this. I have talked with you, Uncle Liu. You can go to his company. No. Xie Zhen calmly said, I don't have to worry about my business. Xie Xi said with no discomfort, you are only 19 years old. The university dropped out of school, or because of that, where can you find a job? Xie Yang no expression. Xie Xi continued, good boy, obedient. Mom is not letting you move back. Just go to work. You stay in the house like this day. She glanced at the computer screen. To play the game it won't work. Xie Tao looked at her and asked, what else? Xie Suden lived. Xie Tao said, nothing. Please come back. Everyone should wake up for a while. He said that the tone was calm. There is no irony, but the face of Xie Xi has changed. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. The corridor is empty, and the neighbors are sleeping. In another half hour, the people living in the apartment will wake up in succession, and Xie Xi does not want to see them at all, and does not want to have any involvement with them. The reason why she came so early was to deliberately avoid them. At this moment, she was shouted by Xie Zhen. Xie Xi finally said something. I'm pregnant. Xie Zhen's dark scorpion shrunk slightly, and the corner of his mouth moved. Oh, congratulations. Xie Xi took his wrist and some worried. Oh, come back. My mother has already married him. With his children. This time you can protect you. Xie Tao opened her finger and said, take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Xie Xi also wants to say that Xie Tao has pushed her outside the door and closed the old but incomparable iron gate. Xie Xi looked at the iron gate and said with reluctance, Mom is not the same as before. You should consider it. I will wait for you. Xie Tao did not say anything until she heard the footsteps of leaving and sat down at the computer, staring at the screen. What is different? Xie Wei picked up the mouse and manipulated the characters in the game. It will not a marionette, let alone slaughter. When Xie Tao was 2 years old, his father was missing. His mother, Xie Xi, became a mistress of Mr. Liu when he was 9 years old. She had for 11 years and finally married Liu. Pregnant. He is really blessing her. After all, She finally got what she wants. Xie sighed and put the equipment he had hit into the auction house. He has not used the money of Zisu. He has been maintaining his own use, and he still has to find a way to make up the tuition fees. Now it is much easier. It's not easy to make money by games, but Z's luck in this area is better than others. He can always get the good things that others have dreamed of. Don't use them, sell them and change them into cash points a day. As usual, there is nothing like that. After he finishes this, he is going to go to sleep for a while, and suddenly he has a flower. Conditions are met. Verification is successful. The game is loading. Xie. What happened? All nights equally? Not at all. He blinked. The first half of the line gradually faded, and the next 5 words became clearer. They float in the air, like projection. Xie quickly turned his head, and the line of words actually followed, falling on the wall where he could see point illusion. Zen reached out and touched the clearly identifiable handwriting. Suddenly a dazzling white light exploded. Zitao had no time to react and had lost consciousness. Everything happened so suddenly. Zen was confused and seemed to hear someone talking to him. Small cockroach. I'm sorry. The game is loaded and the quasi world is open. Zihao suddenly opened his eyes and his mind was in chaos. The young master should eat well. Your waist is too thin. A delicate girl dressed in a black and white maid costume said warmly. Zitao did not respond to the response. He stared straight into the mirror in front of him, and his eyes were all wrong. The person in the mirror is that he is not him. The facial features are very similar, and the clothes and dresses are completely different. In the mirror, he wore a dark blue rose hat and a one-shoulder cloak of the same color. The inside was a double-breasted shirt with a tight waist. The cumbersome hem was covered with gorgeous jewels. Straight legs were tied. Black leather boots. The maid pulled out the complicated cuffs of his shirt and carefully made it into a petal-like shape. He sincerely praised, "You are really good looking. This yin and yang strange appearance is good to see." Zihao pressed the temple. Can't figure out what is going on at the moment. When the maid saw that he was not happy, he asked, "Is the young master not sleeping?" Fortunately, Ziwei opened his mouth and was shocked by his own voice. A very strange voice, not a male's hard, not a woman's gentleness, but with some hoarseness in between. Feminine. What he didn't pay attention to was that the admiration of the maids around him had become an explicit obsession. "Young master," the maid whispered to him. Zitao couldn't take care of her because he had some words in front of him. "Welcome to the quasi world. Please read the information board carefully. Game name. Love to the left or right. Game summary. Sweet love game mainline task. Survive for 7 days sideline task. None number of readings. No limit. Carrying items. There are currently no available items pending privilege. The bonus is 10 times. The fatal injury is painless, and the game is free of death. This amount of information is too large, so that Zitao has flashed countless thoughts in his head. Is he dreaming? Or really enter a game? The game is loading. The information panel. I also arranged the task for him. Survival for 7 days. What will happen when the task is completed, and what will happen if it is not completed? Numerous doubts were turned around in my head, leaving Zitao a bit stunned. At this point, the word in front of the picture has changed, and a line of highlighting appears under the privilege of the bottom line. Please select the privilege as soon as possible, and the privilege will be waived by default after the countdown ends. Zitao retracts his thoughts. Whether it is dreaming or not, it should not be careless. He is looking at the privilege of choosing. The last of the 3 options is the most attractive, and the game is free of death. Isn't this 100% complete? After all, the task requirement is only to survive for 7 days. Since there is no death, why is there an unlimited number of readings? And why are there options for fatal injuries? If living for 7 days is a simple matter, why bother set it as a mission goal? There are many contradictions in it. Zitao also looked at the privilege of 10 times the bonus, which is very tempting. Although he does not know what the reward is, he is a huge temptation. Temptation is a kind of blindness, so Zitao made a choice. In the underground labyrinth of dozens of miles, the silver-haired man flexibly escaped a huge black mist that exuded the sinister ghost. "Fuck, what are you doing?" Opposite him stood a tall man in black, his appearance in the dark, only a scornful voice flowing carelessly. "Someone chose me." The Silver-haired man looks strange and said, "This person's luck is really good, yeah." The black man smiled. "I'm very lucky." Silver-haired man vomits in his heart. Lucky fart. Jiang Leox's game is notoriously **** mode. I hope that it is not a newcomer. He remembers that Jiang Cheo has designed a novice trial. The difficulty is S, and no one has passed the customs yet. No. Old Evil just said that someone selected him. It must be a novice trial. Well, ask for more happiness. Lucky. Chapter 2 Love Left. Alright 02. My baby wants me. After Zitao made the choice, the panel disappeared, and there was only a small number of unseen characters in the lower right corner of the line of sight. The progress of the mission. The first day. This may seem strange, but it is okay to adapt. After Zitao regained his thoughts, he was shocked again. I don't know when. The maid is very close to him. The two face to face. The distance between each other is at most 1 palm point. So close to this, Zizen discovered that this delicate girl is a little taller than him, and the 5 senses are deeper than the impression, especially a pair of bee-colored scorpions, as if the waves are deep in the deep sea. Ziwei said, "You, there is nothing to say yet." The maid has already bowed back, and the low-browed appearance is not offensive. "Gal, you go down first." The young master handed it over to me. An elegant man whispered. Ziyan turned to look. In front of the dark brown double door, wearing a dark black tuxedo, a bow tie at the neckline, and a man with pure white gloves in his hands walked straight. He is tall and handsome, and his facial features are beautiful. The hair that is combed back is meticulous, complementing his temperament and perfectly embodying dignity and solemnity. At the moment he touched Zitao's line of sight, he bent over and bowed and performed a standard and respectful ceremony. "Young master, good morning." Tao nodded. He was very uncomfortable. This is the restraint of any modern person in this scene. The maid who was called Gare did not say anything, but instead looked up and thanked Zitao smiled politely at her, and Gar's eyes suddenly lit up, and the joy was slightly exaggerated, as if he had obtained any promise. The pretty girl smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, Gare goes down first." Zitao felt a little bit wrong, but because she knew too little about the current situation, she couldn't understand it. The man in a tuxedo should be the housekeeper of this house. He led Zitao on the shoe bench and bent down to untie his shoelaces. "Young master, there is an equestrian class this morning." In the afternoon, the young master Greenland was invited to visit. Whether to arrange dinner? But Ziwei had a stunned look, and the other side naturally bent over to take off his shoes, which made him even more distorted. It seems that I noticed something. The housekeeper looked up, and the handsome eyebrows were gentle. "Young master, equestrian class needs to wear riding boots." After that, he took Zi's cuff and carefully changed his boots for him. His attitude is too serious and too careful, as if to wipe a precious porcelain with care, as a treasure. Ziwei always feels weird. However, it is strange that he appears in this game, and other strange things are not so strange. Besides, the ancient European ranks are strict, and the nobility's clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are indeed taken care of from beginning to end. Although I still don't know my specific identity, it is unmistakable to look at the elegant bedroom and the complicated clothing. Still don't scream the snake. If you reveal the stuffing, you may be burned to death as a demon. Zitao only wants to live smoothly for 7 days. After changing the shoes, the butler got up. The young master should move to the restaurant, and the breakfast is ready. Zitao nodded. The housekeeper coveted him and suddenly asked, "I didn't sleep well last night." His voice is very low. After being depressed, he has the magnetism that trembles from the chest. He emits the respect, but the words are still respectful. But there are more relatives in respect. Ziwei, the butler, is still watching him gently. Zitao had to open his scalp and open his mouth. It's a little lacking. He tried to make his voice normal, but the body is so strange. The harder it works, the more abnormal it is. The simple 4 words are like being sewn. "Jiao?" Zitao was thundered by herself. The housekeeper's twilight was slightly deeper and immediately said, "I'm going to cancel the morning equestrian class." Z rubbed his eyes, and the housekeeper looked at his nephew like a clear blue sky. He said, "Master, please don't force yourself. Your body is the most important." In Fact, Zitao does not really want to go to any equestrian class. Once he does not ride horses, he is afraid of revealing stuffing. Secondly, riding is also a dangerous activity. What if he falls and dies? In order to live for 7 days, it is not wrong to be careful. Xie Xi should have come down. The butler asked again. The appointment with Master Greenton that afternoon, Zitao didn't want to see too many people. He looked up at the butler and asked, "I was an invitation from me. Would it be rude to cancel it?" The housekeeper paused, and when he spoke again, the voice brought some undetectable heat. "You are not feeling well. I believe that Master Greenton can understand, Z." When he smiled at him, "There is work." He didn't know the name of the housekeeper, and then there was a prompt in the lower right corner of the line of sight. He finished the words. There was a law-and-order arrangement. The butler actually bent down and gave a ceremony. The voice was revered from the heart. "It is my luck to be able to solve problems for the young master." Zitao is very uncomfortable and always feels that nothing is right. He played thousands of games, very experienced. The more calm, the more pits their point at the moment. This situation is too stable. The palatial castle, the golden masters, and the loyal and trustworthy steward. If these are true, let alone survive for 7 days, there is no problem in living for 70 days. Can the game task be as simple as that? Impossible. So simple. What is the meaning of the game? What's more, it's such a game that weird to cross into another world. So much trouble is just to let him experience the noble life of ancient Europe. Impossible. Zitao will not be taken lightly. Because instead of going to the equestrian class, Randy waited for Zitao to change his body. Zitao looked at the mirror surrounded by lace, very speechless. Randy praised the heartfeltly. "Young master, your beauty, the empire is unparalleled." Well, what is the use of good looks? Can you live for 7 days? There is a rumor. Randy thought that Z was angry with him, and could not help himself. Z then shook his head and said, "Nothing, Randy's twilight is very gentle, and the movement for finishing his sleeves is more and more gentle." After eating breakfast, Zitao read a book in the study and learned some general backgrounds. If this is really just a game, then the designer can be said to be painstaking. The castle is designed with ingenuity. Countless details are just right. Even the portraits on the promenade are not ordinary, not to mention those antique grade appliances. Each is ingenious and tastes extraordinary. What makes Zen even more amazed is that this is like a library-like study. All the books are genuine and authentic. They are all full of dense texts, and they are not written. They all have heads and tails. It seems that there is such a world. There is such a study. An ancient book that gathers the wisdom of countless people. Zitao generally understands his situation. His name is Sane Hall, the son of the Duke, the nobility among the nobility. It is a pity that he does not live in the Duke's house, but lives alone in the castle on the outskirts of the city. The reason seems to be related to the Duchess. This will not be recorded in the book. Zitao can only continue to view other. It's true that the background is ancient Europe. It seems to be Victorian, but many details are different. Zitao was distracted by a stack of old newspapers. There was a news on it, which was shocking. The vampires were infested, and the teenagers died on the streets. Vampire. Zitao took the newspaper and looked at it in detail. The above is well founded and comes with photos of the young man's death. He was wearing a dark dress, but his body was completely bloodless, like the snow in winter. He squinted, and the scorpion was blue in the sky. He had already lost his focus. The empty ground was like a deep sea, spreading dead and despair. Zitao stared at him for a while, very sure that his memory was not wrong. The deceased was very similar to his own maid named Ga. Of course, the man who died was a man, and his maid, Ga, was a woman. Is there a blood relationship between them? Brother and sister are still brothers and sisters. Zitao temporarily put the doubts down and continued to read the newspaper. He cares very much about this vampire. He is not sure if he is a vampire, but he is definitely a murderer. The deceased's close relative is here. Will it be a hidden crisis? The so-called 7 days of survival has already hinted that there must be danger in these 7 days. Being able to avoid this danger ahead of time is the key to getting the job done. I have to say that Zitao's thoughts are correct. Unfortunately, the design of the game's brain is very abnormal. There have been many vampires murders in the newspapers. Xie Tao can't tell whether the deceased has a relationship with himself, but he can be sure that this vampire is definitely a dangerous person. After a whole day, the day was very calm. At noon, guard took the fruit to the table. Ziyu looked at her more. He was quite sure that she and the dead boy were very similar. It seemed that he was aware of his sight, and Gare glanced at him quietly, his mouth twitching very lightly, and his footsteps were light as he did not move, wondering how to find opportunities to talk to her. It is a pity that the housekeeper Andy is inseparable from him, and does not give him the opportunity to act alone. Urgently. Zizen can only wait for opportunities such as temper. The dinner was surprisingly rich, and it took a full hour and a half from the start of the meal. Ziwei was tired of eating. Fortunately, after dinner, it was time to sleep. Ziwei put on silky pajamas under Andy's service, and slept on the wide and soft four-corner bed. Randy greeted him, "Young master, good night." Ziwei slept on the pillow. "Good night, Randy's eyebrows behind the candlestick are very gentle. Please call me if you have something. I'm next door." Tao nodded and watched him turn and leave. The house was dark and quiet, and Z was used to playing alone. He was not afraid of black, and was not afraid of silence. He stayed quietly for a while, trying to go out and see how he just moved. The heavy curtains on the window floated, and a slender man in a dark cloak appeared out of thin air. Ziwei. What makes people even more incredible, the candlestick that had been extinguished is lit, and the dim light is swaying in the darkness, like the secluded fire on the cemetery. Ziyan was tightly angled and watched carefully. The man did not know when he was standing by the bed. He had a long silver hair like a frost, and the skin was brighter than the snow. The facial features were deep and beautiful, but the black pupil was bright red, revealing the color of the demon. Zizen felt that his body was light, and he was actually hugged by a quilt. The silver-haired man's voice is stunned, and his tone is scornful. "Small sane, does my baby think about me?" The author has something to say. A long time later. Jiang Slant, I knew that my wife and children would play this game. I must not design such a sand sculpture. Chapter 3 Love to the left or right 03 The steward smiled nervously. You really love him. Ziwei. What? Is messy? If you are not used to expressions all the year round, the contempt on the face of little Sane will pierce the heart of the vampire like a cross. Shy? The silver-haired man was born with a talent, and the brain circuit was not immortal. Small Sane is so cute. Heyo couldn't help it. Let me down. Don't be so indifferent. The silver-haired man licked the crimson scorpion and said, I haven't seen it for half a month. Does baby really want me? These goosebumps may have missed him. They're so happy. Is this angry? The silver-haired man yelled at him. Is it because I have disappeared for half a month? Ziwei is very good. He does not have to talk. The other party has helped him make up the settings. Okay, baby is not angry. He said that he actually leaned down, and the deep red scorpion locked Zitao. The deep feelings filled him, and turned into love. I will be by your side every day, only to guard you. Just look at you, only love you, Zin's heart is tight, and it's not good. Sure enough, the silver hair fell. The man wanted to kiss him. Don't. Ziyan reached out, and pushed him. Because of his refusal, there was a chill in the surrounding area. The heavy curtains were windless and the candlelight on the bed began to shake. The warm house was like a hail, and the man in front was like an ice sculpture. It was cold. Popularity point broken. Zita knows that he has done something wrong, but where can he accept a man's kiss? When he spit on the spot, he was afraid that the consequences would be even worse. Ziwei shook his voice because of the tension. His eyes were twitching and biting his lower lip. He couldn't decide what to say. This look fell into the eyes of the silver-haired man, but it became another cute look. In an instant, the snow and ice melted, and the winter went to spring. The silver-haired man condensed the condensation between the eyebrows, and glowed like a smoke-like enthusiasm. I missed you too much. His fingers twitched on Z's chin. Oh, forgot the rules. The rules between them? Zitao has never eaten pork, and has always seen pigs running. There are countless associations in the moment. This man is 80% of the legendary vampire. When he causes red cockroaches, he can see non-human beings. Then his appearance is out of thin air and his body is cold. Very abnormal point. Then is he the vampire in the newspaper who killed Gargo, brother? If so, this is a complicated matter. Of course, whether it is right or wrong, this vampire and Saint Hall have inextricably linked relationships. Lovers, prey. Or is it because Saint can't resist? It's hard to say. Zitao does not want to anger him at this moment. In the task of living for 7 days, the silver-haired vampire is definitely the main variable and needs to be guarded. Zitao nodded in his words and looked awkward. Silver-haired vampire Yan Yan said, "Small Saint, don't be afraid. I have been waiting for so long. Not bad for this time, Z." You sighed and knew that she was barely fooled. At this time, there was a gentle footstep outside the door, and the silver-haired vampire reluctantly said, "I will go back first, Z." Heyo can't help him to get out of the corner immediately. Well, the silver-haired vampire took his hand and kissed him on the back of his hand. "Baby, don't forget our agreement." Convention? Zitao knows the agreement of a ghost. Yeah. Zitao nodded and wanted to take the person away first. The silver-haired vampire has some childish joy on the face, and the voice is more and more embarrassing. "Small Saint, I really want to take you now." The word didn't finish, and he seemed to be afraid of scaring Ziyu, and indulgently said, "Okay, I will wait for you, Z." Well, it is estimated that I don't want to be seen. When the footsteps are near the door, the silver-haired vampire disappears and is as awkward as it came. Zitao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after seeing the housekeeper Randy, his tight muscles also relaxed. Randy had a candlestick in his hand and saw that he was still awake and asked, "Can the young master not sleep?" Z rubbed his eyes and said, "I have a dream." Randy put down the candlestick and sat down beside the bed, feeling distressed. "Don't be afraid. Everything in the dream is fake. Dreams are fake, but reality is true." Ziyu was afraid that the vampire would come back again and asked, "Randy, can you accompany me tonight? If there is an outsider, that person should not appear." The housekeeper was awkward, and the blue-colored scorpion shrank, and the voice was much lower. "How can I stay in the master bedroom with my squatting identity, Z?" Yacheng said, "If you are there, I will be much more secure." In one sentence, Randy ignited the flames in his eyes. He always looked confused and confused. The tone of his speech changed. "Young master." His voice was as tight as if he was stunned. "You are a well-deserved angel. Just looking for someone to accompany him in case of a vampire night attack." The next second housekeeper has returned to normal. He sighed. "You are sleeping. I'm here to guard, to block all nightmares and troubles, Z." Tao originally wanted to say, "The bed is so big, how good it is to sleep together." But think about the steward's appearance just now. "I didn't say it. Nothing. This time the class is very strict, and you still don't make mistakes." Zitao retracted into the bed and closed her eyes, but did not fall asleep immediately. He used to lie in bed every day and recalled what happened on this day. In the past, he just remembered the games and incomes he had played. Today he can recall too much. Zisu was pregnant, and he came to such an incomparably real game inexplicably, and he had to achieve the mission goal of living for 7 days. He didn't think about Zisu, and he didn't think why he would come here. He left more thinking to the present. The name of the game is Love to the Left or Right. The game summary is a sweet love game. And the people who have emotional disputes with Saint Hall have already appeared. It is the vampire. From his words, he can tell that they have known each other and even have rules and conventions. The rules can already be guessed. It is nothing more than intimacy before a certain moment. What about the agreement? Do not know. Zitao analyzed it very seriously and came up with a possibility. Do you have to survive with the vampires for 7 days? If he refuses, he will be killed. So this is a multiple choice for survival and survival? Zitao felt deeply malicious. In fact, he is still seriously underestimated. Zitao seriously thought about how to complete the task clearance game, but did not know his bedside. He was given a trustworthy housekeeper and he obsessed with obsessively watching him all night. "Young master, you are so noble and so sacred." The butler leaned over and kissed him on the back of his white hand. "How despicable. I'm fortunate to get your favor. If Zitao didn't fall asleep so early. She would definitely re-examine her loyalty steward comrade point the next day. Ziyu opened his eyes and found that the small line in the lower right corner of his line of vision became the progress of the mission. The next day point fooled the past day point because Randy stayed for one night last night, so in the morning he personally waited for him to wash and dress. Zitao is not used to being exposed to the body, but let him wear these clothes himself. He is afraid that he will not wear it all day point. Fortunately, Randy's movements are light and there are no extra touches, so he will be dressed neatly point. Today's clothes are completely different from yesterday's, but the style is similar. There are gorgeous white shirts and complicated ornaments and lace hats. In addition to the slender tuxedo and tough leather boots, other girls will like it. Pendant point. Zitao has some natural aesthetic deficiencies, not too clear and ugly, only pleasing to the eye, and not pleasing to the eye. In front of his own appearance, the evaluation he gave was 100% disrespectful point. Randy sighed with sincerity. The young master is a born noble, born for Chinese clothing. Wary. Forget it. Only 7 days. Don't care about these details. There was a music class in the morning. When Zitao saw the retro piano, she was afraid of revealing her stuff. Fortunately, there was memory in the body. His fingers were placed on the keys and spontaneously played a beautiful movement point. The music teacher praised him in hourly poetry and finally finished his class. After class, the housekeeper Randy asked him, "The Earl of Aix has sent an invitation to eat at noon. Earl, which is this again?" Zitao didn't want to go and worried that if he didn't go, it would cause any accident point. Randy saw his embarrassment, pressed the heat in his eyes, and whispered, "Do you want to go?" Zitao turned to look at him. "Can I not go?" He was asking about the personal steward's opinion. He didn't think that Randy couldn't hold back his excitement. His thin lips twitched, and his voice was low and dumb. "The young master has the right to refuse anyone." Zitao was aware of the strangeness. He tried to ask, "Really?" Randy solemnly said, "What you don't like, you can't do it. This is the case." Zizen seriously thought about it and finally decided not to go point. He only wanted to stay in this old castle and lived for 7 days and was unwilling to make extra budgets. "That's not going." Ziwei gave the answer and his nephew was bright and unbearable and excited. "I will go and tell." The housekeeper left the room and Zitao stayed alone in the garden. It was a little cold. In the early spring, he wears so much, how can he feel cold? Illusion. Soon Zizen felt a bit of chilly cold wind point. He looked up and found that the sky had changed. The midday sun was covered by thick clouds and a sinister wind blew. The blooming flowers in the garden lost their brilliance. Even the green grass was frosted. "In general, I went down." "Why?" "Refused." With the gloomy base, the silver-haired man appeared out of thin air. He wore a dark black cloak. His long hair could not be automatic, and the frosty face was bloodless. There was only a pair of red dragonflies like red blood. "You don't want to be with me?" The silver-haired vampire raised his mouth and made a sweet smile. "How come? How can my little saint not want to be with me?" The voice fell, and a silver longbow appeared in his hand. Ziziadakong shrank. Bows and arrows broke through the air, stabbing his heart. Silver-haired vampires hold Ziwei, who is covered in blood, gentle and whispered, "Small Sane, you can only be mine." Ziwei, the pain is not painful at all, just too embarrassing. "What's the situation? How can you kill someone without saying a word?" "Reject him." "When did he refuse?" "Is the silver-haired vampire the Earl of Aix?" "But he just doesn't go to eat." As for killing people, the privilege that Zitao chose was fatal and painless, so although the heart was penetrated, he could not feel the pain. However, another hint has appeared in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Please read the file as soon as possible, and you will not be able to read the file after the body is completely dead. Zizen can't afford it. Choose to read the file. Do you read the file to the nearest time? Ziwei, yes. After a while, Zitao had already returned to his eyes 20 minutes ago. The voice of the housekeeper Randy rang in his ear. "The Earl of Aix has sent an invitation to eat at noon." Ziwei, going? Can't you still? Randy stared at him and asked, "Are you going? Can he not go?" Zitao knows that this 80% is an important clue to the game. If he doesn't go, He nods. Help me arrange the carriage. You are going? The butler repeatedly asked him. The voice was a little light. Xie was keenly aware of the tightness of the air. He turned his head and found that the butler of the housekeeper's blue color turned dark, as if stirring the desperate abyss. Xie, you are going to meet him? Butler Andy smiled nervously. You really love him, Xie. What is the situation? Randy approached him. His voice was extremely gentle, and his look was crazy. Why are you like angels? To be tempted by the devil? Xie opened his mouth, and only felt a cold blade on his neck. The next moment, he saw his body. The butler held his head, and kissed his forehead intimately. If it is destined to fall, it is better. The author has something to say. Jiang slant. Well, I'm coming. The game is cool. Chasing the wife and crematorium. Resentful face. Chapter 3 Love Left. Alright 04 Will you be my most beautiful bride? What is better? After the end, Zizen couldn't hear, and his head and body were separated, and I still could understand what the other party said. Xie feels no pain, but the sight in front of him is too shocking. Who has seen his body from this angle? I have seen it all. A prompt to read the file appears in the lower right corner of the line of sight, showing that the remaining time is only 10 seconds. What if I can't read the file for the rest of the time? The separation of the head and body is dead. In reality, Zitao has no risky interest. He quickly reads the file and his head returns to his body. The housekeeper's voice rang in his ear again. The Earl of Axe sent an invitation. After 2 consecutive deaths, this sentence has become a reminder. Zitao looked at his housekeeper. He didn't think too much before. He only thought that this was an NPC that guided him to adapt to the game environment. He never thought that this was a hidden boss. Cutting a human head with a thin shackle is not something that ordinary people can do. What Zitao doesn't understand is, why is it not a word for beheading? Just go to a feast. Is it crazy? In the end, these two people are too neurotic, or is there any special meaning for this feast? Xie found that reading the file was not very useful. How to choose? If you don't go, the vampire gives him an arrow. If he goes, the butler picks his head. Both are dead and right. What should he do? You can only try the third option. Don't say it or not. Zitao's intuition told him that such ambiguity is also very unreliable. At the moment, I can only take a step and look at it. Fortunately, he chose a fatal wound to avoid pain, and he is not afraid of death. Several times he did not say anything, but the butler called him, young master. Xie Tao has a look of embarrassment, and it is true that Randy's nephew has some heat, and there are some feigned expectations in listening to the sound. These days, Zitao did not pay attention to it, but now it is clearly understandable, and he also feels the chill of the sensation from where he did not know. Silver-haired vampires should also be hidden somewhere. Listening to their conversations and accumulating anger, Zizen was tight and quickly recovered the expression on his face. The butler has whispered, do you want to go, Xie? I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. The enthusiasm of the housekeeper in the next second faded, and the corner of his mouth was pressed. Would you like to go, Xie? How do you answer this? The butler's mouth was raised again, and the smile was very gentle, but there was no temperature in the eye. Zitao clearly realized that he would not say not go. His head will be separated from the body, but the heart should also be an arrow. How to do? Zihao suddenly had a thought of God, and he said, let's go together. This is always okay. I have gone there, and I have not left you. Blowing the air, bone breaks. Zitao feels that the chest and neck are cool at the same time. Very good. He not only separated his head and body, but also inserted an arrow in his heart. The housekeeper's voice is full of despair. I have loved so humble. Why do you still humiliate me like this, Xie? Tao can't speak. It is shame to take you with you. The butler gently held his head. I'm sorry, I can't do it. The reading time was only 5 seconds. Xie did not dare to delay, and immediately chose to read the file. A hint appears again in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Whether to select the most recent reading point. For the first time, he didn't think too much. The second time was that the visual impact was too great. He just wanted to get back to his body. This time, after a little adaptation, he noticed the details. What does this mean? By choosing other reading points, Xie gave the answer. No, that Line has changed again. Please choose to read the file. There are 2 current reading points. Zitao ignores the nearest one and chooses another one. After the black eyes, Zizen found himself back to the gorgeous 4-corner bed. This is back to last night. It seems that I want to avoid the outcome of how to choose to die. You need to find the reason from this point in time. The heavy curtains are windless and automatic, and the silver-haired vampire appears out of thin air. Zizen said, "So fast? Not even a preparation time." He hastily recalled what he said before and simply sorted out the clues because there was an experience when the vampire picked him up. He was not too wrong. Little sane. The first sentence of the vampire has not changed. Does my baby think about me? Even with psychological preparation, Zitao was still trembled by Ray's hair, but this time he is no longer passive, and he asks, "Where have you been these days?" Although he was expressionless, but with this, he unexpectedly had a different kind of charm. The silver-haired vampire has a heart, and he yells at him, "Don't be angry. Everything I do is for my little sane." Tao thinks about the 2 arrows inserted in his heart, thinking silently, if you don't agree with one's life, it's really for him. Zitao pushed him. "Let me down." The more he made an angry look, the more honest X was. The more he carefully laid down Zitao, and the handsome eyebrows were all pitiful. "Is it really angry, Z?" Where he sat on the bed and raised his eyebrows to see him. "I shouldn't be angry, should Xiao say is right to do everything." The vampire took his hand and placed it on his face. "Just don't be mad at the body. It's really annoying, and it vents to me, Z." "Wary?" he dares. "It's just a cool appointment to be pierced through the heart." Zitao took back his hand and thought about it. "What the asterisk are you doing? This should be the key to breaking point." The vampire licked his lips and his voice was pleasing. "I found the sacred heart, Z." "Yee. Sacred heart? What is this ghost?" The vampire looked at him, and the crimson scorpion was full of explicit love. "With the sacred heart, your body can withstand the first time." Initially, Zitao heard the word, which is common in vampire-related subjects. The general meaning is that human beings will become vampires when they are first embraced by vampires. As for the sacred heart, it may be the private setting of this game. It is said that human beings become vampires to be sucked up by blood. X is probably afraid of accidents, so he went to find something like a altitude point, so to speak. X wants to turn him into a similar class. "I wanted to surprise you tomorrow." Axe squatted in front of him and looked up at him. "Small sane, would you like to be my most beautiful bride, Z?" "Wary?" He remembered correctly. Sane Hall is a real man. He has no prejudice against homosexuality, but how can a man become a bride? 2 weird points. Seeing him silently, X's mouth was lighter, and the bright eyes were also stained with black fog. "Are you regretting it?" Z Weddy didn't want to die on the spot. He said, "Who is your bride?" "I'm a man." Axe squatted, and then he was full of tenderness and affectionately. "Scene Hall is my life's love, my eternal companion." It is clearly a love story, but it is a bit creepy. Here, Zitao basically guessed the reason. Axe made a vow with him for the rest of his life, but he was cool, so the vampire who was betrayed gave him an arrow. In fact, Zitao did not know that tomorrow is such an important date. He only thought that he was going to have a meal. The problem lies with the butler Randy. Axe's letter to the government must be opened by Randa's hand. After seeing the content, the housekeeper is crazy, but he still does not give up asking Z. Once Zitao gave the answer, it means that X is promised to become his bride. The housekeeper took his head because of his love and hate. So, when he said that he would go together, the housekeeper would say that he could not do it. He could not serve a sane hall belonging to someone else. Things are smooth, but how can we break what makes the a toothache is? How does he feel that sane hall is dead, walking on 2 boats? Death is the best gift for him. The author has something to say. Sane hall, 2 boats. I'm afraid that it is more than just River Oblique. Crowdfunding in advance. Mr. Jiang ordered 2 dozens of washboards. Chapter 4 Love Left. Alright 05 Young Master, are you tired of me? Not to mention that the housekeeper and the vampire are self-satisfied, and if Scene Hall is not loyal, these 2 neuropaths cannot be mad. Looking at the name of the game at this time is very meaningful. Is love to the left or right? Is it to let him choose between the housekeeper and the vampire? The mission goal is simply to let him survive for 7 days. Will there be other pits? Zitao has been unable to trust this sand sculpture game. Zitao's martial arts. The vampire eagerly said, I will go back first. Zio-san, see you tomorrow. Zitao knows that the housekeeper is coming. The vampire wants to avoid it deliberately, and he thinks, I will go straight to you tomorrow. The vampire's eyes lit up, and he slid his thin lips. I will pick you up. No. Z said. Wait for me, I want to surprise you. The vampire said sincerely, you are going to be my bride. It is my greatest joy. Z. Tao said, I should prepare for such an important day. The vampire is very brain-filled, and he softly said, you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen, without any Chinese clothing embellishment. Who? The asterisk is going to wear a Chinese dress for you. Z Wenny is patient with the temper. Tomorrow is a new life. Give me some time. I want to say goodbye to the past. He is a good young man who is forced to talk about this game. Good. The vampire was so excited that I'm waiting for you. Z. Tao pulled the corner of his mouth and tried his best to make a smile. See you tomorrow. The footsteps of the outside are getting closer and closer, and the silver-haired vampire is reluctant. Small Sane, I have been waiting for you for too long. Please be sure to meet me tomorrow. In the end, Zitao's children are not repaired. What is the reason for the latter half of the sentence? How do you satisfy the law? This game is also coded. Zizao smiles a little stiff, but fortunately, the vampire axe is born with a love brain. Don't be nervous. I will definitely give you the sweetest and happy first night. Z. When he can't listen, he is vaguely saying, good. A good vampire was fainted by him, only thinking that he was shy. So, am I leaving? Z. Tao swears hard and swears. Don't sneak up on me tomorrow. X. A glimpse. Z Zen, don't twist. You peeked. Is it a surprise? The situation is stronger than the people. Z Zen feels that his own section is broken. The vampire smiled sweetly. I won't go anywhere tomorrow. Just wait for you at Earl's Court. Z. Tao is still not assured. A word is fixed. The vampire suddenly took his hand. You are like this again. I really can't help it. Z. Wary. What is he? What does he do? As everyone knows, all his words tonight fell into the vampire count's love brain. All spoiled, cute, sad, and in love. The vampire sighed and said, these 5 years are always like me for every moment, but fortunately, you will belong to me completely tomorrow. Z. Tao heard important information again. 5 years. Have they known for 5 years? The vampire gently picked up his hand and dropped a pious kiss on the back of his hand. Scene Hall. I love you, Z. Wary. Although he was killed twice, but when he thought about it, he might give the scum male Sane a penny. The vampire's forefoot just left. The rear foot door opened, and the housekeeper Andy walked slowly with the candlestick. Zitao did not sleep again. The two said the same words as before, but this time Zen did not dare to mention anything else. He only looked at him with anxiety. The butler whispered, the young master has something to worry about. Z. Z blinked and shook his head gently. The housekeeper put down the candlestick and worried. Whatever the young master has told me, regardless of the raging fire, Randy swears allegiance. Z. Wary, if you have not taken off your head twice, you still believe it. Zitao is very cautious. Not much to say. He always feels that the vampire has not gone far. The guy will be crazy to give him an arrow every second, and may have something to do with tonight. On the night before reading the file, he was too cold. After the housekeeper came, he was very attached to the housekeeper. The vampire who likes to voice and loves the brain can decide what he thought. The next day, the vampire wrote in the invitation letter that it was too hot and deliberately let the butler see it. The invitation letter between the nobles is a public document, and most of them are reviewed by the housekeeper before the owner is notified. Axe definitely wrote about the wedding and even the first thing, and stimulated the housekeeper. What is certain is that he and the vampire are taking care of the housekeeper. Otherwise Axe does not have to hear Andy's footsteps to go away. This is obviously Sane has already agreed with him. Axe avoided Randy tonight. Why did he write such an invitation tomorrow? The change is just tonight. Zitao made up his mind and was ready to go through tonight. Randy, I'm a little sleepy. The Housekeeper immediately said, then rest well, Xie. Tao said, good night, Randy. Didn't say anything more. Be careful to give him a horn, and sigh, good night. The light of the candlestick went away with the slender figure of the housekeeper. Xie breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the problem was not big. There is hope for passing tomorrow. Just in case. Xian closed his eyes, and slept for half an hour, and then dreamed of the name of X. He had planned to say a little more, but unfortunately he was not a professional actor. He couldn't pass the hurdle in his heart, but he couldn't say it. The next day, the housekeeper came to serve him to wash. Xie's eyebrows were exhausted. This didn't need to be loaded. He thought about it for a night, and didn't sleep well. Randy distressed. The young master is not sleeping yet, Xie. Wei looked at him, and he stopped talking. Randy didn't seem to sleep well. There was a faint dark circle in his eyes. The voice was anxious. Young master, please tell me your unhappiness, and Randy's life is to solve problems for you, Xie. Tao feels that she is very scum, but in order to live well, he can only say, Randy, how long have you been with me? Randy squatted in front of him on one knee. 10 years, 1 year and 5 years. Xie Tao sighed in his heart and continued, from today, you are free. Randy jerked up, and there was a glimpse of the meticulous hair. His bizarre scorpion was full of fear. Young master, don't you want me, Xie? Wei. The neck is a little bit cold. Randy was pale, and there was no blood on his thin lips. Are you tired of me, Xie? Tao is afraid that he will kill if he doesn't agree, but the plot is more unreasonable than he imagined. You don't need me anymore? I'm not worthy of your love? The housekeeper smiled, and a silver knife appeared in his hand. Xie Yuxin jumped. It turns out that these two people also talk about love and love. That you can talk and talk. What are you doing with your knife, young master? I have never greeted your love, nor dare to overcome it, but why did you give me the light of heaven and strip it? Since you are tired of me. The handsome face of the butler is full of despair. Then I have any meaning of survival, Xie. Tao was stunned. The silver knife did not pick up his head, but stabbed the heart of the housekeeper. Suicide? Butler Randy is dead. What are these asterisk plots? Is this the normal direction of development? So there is no need to make a choice. Impossible. Xie Tao did not believe that this asterisk game would be so simple. The author has something to say. Jiang slanting touches the nose. I know that I have no wife. Xie Wei. Chapter 5 Love Left. Alright 06. This child is not simple. At first glance, it seems to be broken. The housekeeper is dead. Then Xie Zhen does not have to do a multiple choice question. Go directly to the vampire, and walk for 7 days. Will it be that simple? Xie Tao did not forget what day it is today. He went to the vampire. Did he want to accept the first time? How do you get the first time? He didn't forget what the vampire said last night. Satisfy him. How can he satisfy him? Just sucking a blood? No, it's not. Is the shortcut to customs clearance games to sell the body? Xie Wei's scalp is numb, and he dare not think about it. If this is an ordinary computer game, Xie Tao has long since deleted the report to report a dragon. By the way, greeting the author. Unfortunately, this is not a game on the computer, but a real game world that cannot be explained by common sense. Cannot quit. Cannot give up. Xie Tao will not curious about the consequences of death without reading files. Can only go on the scalp. The old slant is really a shameless face. What kind of dog is the game? The silver-haired silver eagle with the elves of the elves. The little prince of the natural high-altitude flower has no open image, revealing its dog's tail. The nature of the grass. The man opposite him was dressed very tightly, and the neckline was tightly tied to the chin. Except for a face that was not exposed to the skin. Even if it was wrapped in such a way, it could not cover his strong body, plus a face that was not ridiculous. A pair of strangers. Do not enter the look. Yan Zhe cocked his legs and stared at the water curtain. I really fuck. If I'm this child, I must kill the old river. Qin Je contends, and the chilly eyebrows are slightly raised. Is that the soul of the river? No, no. Yan Zhe was stunned. He actually put a soul in a novice world. No wonder it would be S-level difficulty. Qin Je argued again. The reason why no one is passing customs is because no one can enter the game. Well, Yan Zhe said, I can get the soul of the river, and the child is not simple. Kin. Jess strives to look at the boy who looks beautiful and beautiful through the water curtain. Adolescent. Yan Zhao, 19 years old, just getting grown, so small. Jiang Liu Niu eats young grass. After Qin Jie argued for a while, he said, the housekeeper is dead. Does he only have to accept the initial support and complete the task? Which is so simple. Yan Zixio smiled, beginning to be sucked up by blood. Becoming a vampire is not alive. Qin Jesheng. Yan Zhe was grateful to the disaster. I can get the soul of the river oblique recognition, indicating that the child and the old oblique fit are very high, but the old one can make such a dog to force the game. The children cannot hate him hating. Qin Jie argued, he does not suffer. The first task is the S-class world. As long as it can be cleared, you can get. Yan Zhe interrupted him. I can definitely pass the customs. Qin Jie contends to see him, wondering why he is so determined. Yan Zhao, it is the old slanting soul that raises a world level. In fact, the task is not difficult. In the novice range, the child is also very smart. The privilege is equal to more than half of the customs clearance. Qin Jie contends to read the detailed data. There is no limit to reading files, and it is not difficult to kill them with fatal injuries. Yan Zhe smiled and said, unfortunately, the content of the game is too fucking, and the children must be broken. Qin Jesheng is really true. It's a pity to go out of the mission. Yan Zhe said with regret, I can't see the old oblique pattern and die. Xie. Tao did not know this. He just left the scene of death. The housekeeper was dead, and the blood flowed to the ground. Unfortunately, Zitao did not have the ability to clean up, and could only leave temporarily. What should I do next? Zitao will not accept the first time, nor can he not go to the appointment. I can only go to Earl's house first, and I will continue to work with X. Only 6 days. Maybe I can drag it to the end of the mission. Although I think so, I can't understand it intuitively. It's strange to say that the big house is empty and Randy doesn't feel like it. When he died, the castle was full of deadness, like a grave. Zen is not afraid. After all, is the person who has died 3 times. He went to find the groom himself, arranged the carriage, and went to the Earl's court to find the vampire axe. Originally his plan was to use words to motivate the steward and let him deal with the vampire. He never thought that he would send the housekeeper on the road in 1 sentence. He could only change the plan and delay the time with axe. The carriage was straight out of the manor, and when he stepped on the path, Zitao appreciated the beautiful pastoral scenery. This is a beautiful view that cannot be seen in the modern society of the bustling city. The sky is clear, the wind blows the grass, and the lotus flower in the head of the pool is swaying. Zitao looked seriously and couldn't see any flaws in it. Real. A game that is more realistic than reality. Suddenly, the carriage swayed, and Ziwei held the handle firmly, barely maintaining his body. How? He was about to ask. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and the groom stared at him fiercely. Zitao's heart jumped, and the dark road was not good. The sharp dagger has already stabbed over. The groom's eyes are full of viciousness and resentment. There is no Randy dog. Sane Hall, I see who else is protecting you. Narrow carriages can't hide, of course. Zitao did not want to hide. He took the time to say, why are you killing me? Why? The resentment in the eyes of the groom climbed to the extreme. You are so vicious, evil, and the Empire who doesn't want to kill you. Zitao did not say the second sentence. The groom had pierced his heart. Ha ha ha, you have it today. Mafu was crazy. I want to see if your heart is black. You are the devil who climbed from hell. His voice gradually drifted away, and Zitao chose to read the file in time. There are no extra options for reading files, only to go back to last night. So, can't you let Randy die? From the last horse's words, you can get some information. His body is not a simple aristocratic son. 80% of his enemies are countless. Butler Randy is never simple. Only when he is alive can he avoid being assassinated by others. Can it be inferred that the housekeeper Randy and the vampire have a battle? It seems that his initial plan is correct, but the words are more euphemistic, and the housekeeper cannot be allowed to commit suicide in advance. just made up his mind. The silver-haired vampire appeared out of thin air. This is the third time. Ziyu is used to it, and the sneak is very familiar. The vampire's lines are almost the same as last time, but the confession is more nerve-stricken. Small sane, I really want to dig a heart for you, let you see how much I love you, Xie. Yashin was afraid that he couldn't really dig his heart, and couldn't help but say, don't say that. The vampire's beautiful crimson scorpion is full of obsession. See you tomorrow, my sweetest baby, Xie. Well, it seems that it is not so disgusting to hear more times. After taking the vampire and dealing with the nighttime housekeeper, and Xie Tao finally waited for the crucial second day point. This time he didn't drag the water and did not pave the way. He said directly, Randy, no matter what happens to me, will you be loyal to me? Sure enough, this is the correct way of talking. The housekeeper is kneeling on one knee and piously said, it is my life's wish to be able to share the worry for the master. Xie Tao looked at him with a high look. Do you know the status of Alex? The steward, who was hanging down, had a stiff shoulder. He sighed. The count is already dead. He is a vampire who only exists in the darkness. Xie Xin said, you really know it. So, do you know what day is today? Xie Wei fixedly looked at him. Randy looked up and there was a black mist in the blue scorpion. Are you sure? I don't want to be something that is not a ghost. Xie Yan raised his hand on his left shoulder and looked at him. Can you help me? A cluster of clear flames burned in the butler's coffin, and his thin lips twitched. Young master, he is strong, and I'm with him, and the snake is just to protect the house, but he is now insatiable. Zio's business is not yet proficient, and half of it can't be said. Fortunately, the root is right. Butler Randy holds his hand and whispers to him, you don't love him, right? Xie Tao finally said the truth of the heart. I don't love him. The butler closed his eyes and looked like a dead and resurrected person. He kissed his back in a pious manner. As long as your mind is clear, please leave it to me. Xie Tao worried. He is not human, but powerful. You don't worry about me. The butler looked at him with all his unreserved loyalty and love. Wait for me to come back. Xie Tao's worries are not fake. Although the direction of concern is different, he sincerely said, take care. I hope that you can play for 6 days and 6 nights to help him complete his mission point before Andy left. Thank you again. Please don't leave the house. Xie Tao thought of the maid who assassinated him. He focused on the head. I don't go anywhere. Wait for you to come back. Randy's eyes are bright and full of eyes. I will not live up to your expectations. After sending away Mr. Guanjia, Xie Wei was upset for a morning until the midday sun, and he was relieved when he was nearing the evening point. It seems that this time it is right. You have to deal with the vampire point. I don't know how the results are, but don't wait for the silver-haired vampire to rush to the crown point, because Randy was not there. The man who served his dress changed to maid Gare when I saw this girl again. Xie Tao didn't think too much. Although he only had 1 day in this world, in fact, many days have passed in reality, because it has finally passed a level, so it is slightly relaxed. Gare carefully helped him to take off his cloak. When he untied the shirt button a little, she suddenly whispered, young master, can't I? Xie Tao did not hear clearly. Well, the girl who is half his head is coveting him. I can do what Randy can do. X can give you. I can. Xie. You understood this, and his pupils shrank slightly. Looking up at Gar, the cool voice of Gare became hoarse, and the deliberately put on the delicate, the young boy's heroic anger. Randy can't come back. You see me more, okay? At this moment, Xie Tao saw the maid that was blocked by lace. Gare raised his hand and pressed it on his chest. There was a flat, no girls ups and downs. Can you feel it? The voice of the boy's low voice is full of affection. This heart belongs to you only. Chapter 7 Love to the left or right. 07 eyes reveal a bright red and beautiful young voice. He is my master. How? Come one more. Is this game left or right? What does it mean to come out again? Do not need to deduct the title. We thank Zio for being a young man who was silent and was forced to become a spit. There are too many slots, and I thought that I had sent away 2 big Buddhas. Who knows that there is still a women's coat in the house. According to this left and right rule, there will be no more. Xie Tao rushed to the brain, afraid that he would become a slang. Before Gare, He was very jealous of the housekeeper. He has always been a low-browed and pleasing appearance. Now he is exposed to the nature. What is cute and cute? A pair of scorpions are long and narrow, and the slightly drooping eyes of some suppression. After a long time, the amount of change is obvious. He said, "Master, my love for you is no less than anyone. Please allow me to serve you." Zitao's mouth was pumping, and he wondered if he refused, would he still have to die again? If you don't refuse, he is afraid that the housekeeper and the vampire will kill him and give him a triple kill. Game term, 3 kills. Once upon a time, Sanheo youth, just a little shy and thankful, had to consider whether it was the death of one person or the death of 3 people. Obviously, the former is more appropriate. Zitao firmly believes that, as long as this game has such a loss of conscience, then he will not make a pair of forward and backward in addition to left to right. Zitao said, "Gal, let's go." The teenager in black and white maid costume is thundered, and the beautiful face is pale. "Even if Randy is gone, you don't need me?" Zitao said, "I'm sorry, very. But, the scum male quotation is self-taught. Why?" The color of Gar's eyes gradually deepened, and the face was whiter and the lips were lighter. "Randy can't stop us, why can't it? Or do you not love me? Because of my weakness and escaping, have you given up on me?" Sure enough, these two also talk about love, and Ziwei is very wise to appoint a male apology. Zitao can't leave too many thoughts for him, but he can't say that there are many mistakes. He can only come to a scum male silence. Gare's attitude is getting more and more abnormal. His grief and despair cover the blue sky like a dark cloud. His voice is empty. "You give up on me, Ziwei." Gare tightened his fist and there was a blue vein in his forehead. Zitao sneaked a sneak look, feeling that he was not far from death. "Come on, always have to try an option. Can not read the file. You gave up on me." Gare repeated it again. His look was too miserable. His voice was too sad, very infectious, and if Zitao had experienced many death baptisms, he was afraid to move. Heart of Gare laughed a bit, full of self-deprecation and self-abandonment. He lost his soul. "You are right. I'm so mean, so weak, and worthy of your love. You rescued me from the mire, and gave me freshman, even promised to give me your divine love, but I'm too weak, too humble, afraid to tarnish your love, so hide, and constantly escape. I just screwed everything up." Gare looked at him. His voice was so sad that he had lost my heart. "I'll let you down." "Hey," Zizen seriously thought, "this development, is it not to kill people to commit suicide?" Poor Zizio's brain circuit can't keep up with an old driver. Gare hangs with his hands weakly, and the whole person seems to have been taken away. He turned and dragged his steps, and left. Ziwei. The double open wooden door opened and closed again, and Ziyan's eyes stood alone in front of the mirror, going, "Just gone. Actually no one died?" Ziwei didn't believe it, but he couldn't lift his foot and chase it out. In case, Gare asked him, "Why are you chasing me? Are you repenting? Do you still need me?" How can he answer? Do you want to tell him? "No, I just want to see if you have committed another place to commit suicide." Hold back. Zitao nailed herself in front of the mirror. Nothing wrong, nothing happened, and Gare really went away. Zitao's intuition tells him that it's not that simple, but he can't help but think naively, maybe this is not crazy. Maybe this is just a small test. After all, the name of the game is only left or right. Probably not. There is a third ship, right? Zitao changed clothes and climbed into the bed. Waiting for half an hour, nothing happened. No one appeared again. He didn't die. Was this little level passed by him? Ziyu slept, and when he woke up, the task progress was finally halfway through. According to this momentum, it seems that the completion is expected. Ziwei sighed and cheered to face a new day. The housekeeper still has no news to pass back, which is the best news for Zitao. Gare did not appear again, although life and death did not know. Zitao didn't have the energy to manage what happened to others. He just thought about how many days he had left. Randy is not there, and Gare is not there. There is no third person to wait for Zitao to wear clothes in a big mansion. Ziwei, look at the cumbersome costumes. One big and too big. Why do you have to wear such troubles? Simply get a set of tea. Can't do it? Forget it. Still don't want to make extra money. And finally come to this step. Zitao can't want to make any moths. He patiently dressed himself and tossed it for a quarter of an hour before he barely put it on. Either because he had noticed the steps that Randy had to dress him, or whether he couldn't get the clothes one after another after dressing neatly, Xie was a little hungry. Before Randy pushed the dining car to serve him breakfast. Today, he is not waiting for it. He can only find food for himself. The castle is large. The walls of the corridor are full of portraits and some animal bones. In this era, these decorations are the symbol of the status of the master family and its great wealth. But in the aesthetics of modern people, it is full of gloom and horror. Zitao is not afraid. Since his father was missing, he has become accustomed to the darkness. If he is afraid of ghosts, he will not live so much. Although there is no fear, I'm also guilty of my heart. Is such a big house a swaying space? It's just that there is one butler and a maid. How can everyone seem to be gone? Zitao looked at it while walking. When I arrived at the restaurant, I felt that I was deserted. The cleaning was clean, but I didn't even have a personal photo. He remembered that, when Randy was there were still many people waiting for it. Although those people never look up, there is no sense of existence. Xie waited for a while and found that there would be no breakfast, and she had to get up and go to the kitchen. His black leather boots fell on the smooth ground, echoing the crisp sound, making the whole space more dead. When entering the kitchen, Xie lived. Full house. The house is full of dead people. Even if Zitao is not afraid of ghosts, seeing this scene is still nausea. What is going on here? He resisted nausea and looked at it for a while. There were about 40 or 50 people. All of them died. Blood flowed to the ground, and the whole kitchen was dyed red. If you look carefully, you will tell who they are. The servants of this house, the maids, the gardeners and the grooms. It's not long before I was killed. I was thrown here by people. Xie. After closing the door, he took back the sentence. Not crazy yet. It was absolutely crazy. Who killed these people? Who else can be killed besides Gar? Why should he kill them? Anger, out of control, a hand slippery. Zitao is a normal person. It is impossible to overcome the brain circuit of neuropathy. Breakfast is not to eat. Look at it all. He walked out of the castle and breathed through the garden. There is a small pavilion for afternoon tea in the garden. When Zitao just arrived, she saw a small snack that exudes heat. What is this? Afraid that he is starving? Xie is really not hungry. He is sitting in the garden and wondering what will happen next. No matter why Gare slaughtered the mansion, he was in danger at the moment. When Randy died last time, someone killed him. This time, Randy told him not to leave the house before he left. It must have been a certain precaution. But now everyone is dead and no one protects him. How to do it? How can I survive the rest of the day alone in this deadly old castle? Zitao is not afraid of ghosts, but is guarding people. This psychological quality is really hard enough. He watched out for a day and found no one attacked him. Well, I lived again in the evening. Thank you for your lower lip, so you can use it to complete the task. Still don't be blindly optimistic. At night, there was a fight from outside, and Z's eyes opened, and he quickly got out of bed. The door was knocked open by heavy objects, and a strong man was fiercely asked, "Why do you want to protect the demon?" In the blue eyes, there is a bright red and beautiful young voice. "He is my master." "Ah, you crazy. It is he who turns you into this person, who is not a ghost." "No, I'm willing." Guard bends his lips, and his shallow smile is full of morbid attachments. "Only by gaining such power will you be qualified to stand by him." Guard. "Delin, you crazy. I love him. I just want to be with him." Gare smiled, but he was dead. "Can you not bother us?" The feminine juvenile sound just fell, and he pierced the masked man's chest between the electric flints. The masked man fell to the ground, and the blood rushed out and penetrated into the thick carpet, which became a very strange pattern. When Gare looked at Zitao, the indifferent bloodthirsty scorpion instantly turned into a sad sky blue. His voice changed. Without the crazy tone, he was like a discarded animal. He begged and asked, "Young master, Xie, you see, I can. Randy can do it. I can." Guard squatted on his knees, shattered and fell, covering his paranoid eyebrows. His voice was humble and pious. "I have aches. The power, with Randy's heartfelt heart. Please leave me, even if it is just your most loyal dog. Chapter 8 Love to the left or right 083 pairs of confrontation. His two legs are not stable. Xie Xi whispered in his heart. He has the right to say no. He also thought that Gare was a purely young and mad teenager. What happened? He is more jealous than the housekeeper Randy and the vampire axe point, killing everyone in the entire house, and knowing them, they will hurt Sane Hall. But actually, how can anyone who wants to assassinate Sane come in without killing those left by Randy? The killers don't come in. How can he have the opportunity to express himself? The guard boy seems to have left in a desperate manner, but in fact he has done this series of things, so that Zitao has to take him point instead of killing him to kill the set. He gave all other choices to death, and Zitao could only choose him point. How can Zitao? He bent down and raised guard Delin. Do you not hate me? The teenager looked up, and the delicate five senses were all obsessive. How come? There is no Gare without the young master. Xie Tao's fingers touched his white face and felt the cold like ice. I'm sorry, I made you look like this. No. Guard took his hand and said anxiously, I'm willing to volunteer. I'm willing to become a vampire. You have no knowledge of the young master. Why bother to apologize? Sane Hall is unaware of it. Xie Xi sent himself a pair of point. Gare looked at him greedily. You are so gentle, so beautiful, and give me the supreme love of the supreme. I just want to be worthy of you. Just want to make yourself strong enough. Just want to let yourself not live up your expectations. So, you become a vampire. According to the information now available, he can basically guess the plot of the Gare side point. The humble servant has received the attention of his master. Because he is inferior and does not dare to respond, he can only suppress it silently. His feelings are getting deeper and deeper, his love is getting heavier and heavier, and the young man who can no longer suppress is dead for a lifetime. The vampire's no return point. Obviously the boy who died in the newspaper was Gare himself, but he did not die, but became a new vampire point. All these make sense. What makes Xie wonder is why he wants to show love to such a teenager. The reason why Sane Hall is entangled with the vampire axe is to survive on the one hand, and the vampire power on the other hand, and the motivation of the housekeeper Randy point. What about Nga? This boy's an ordinary person, before becoming a vampire. What is worthy of use by Sane Hall? Can't figure it out. What makes Zitao unable to understand is the original owner of this body. How many people did Sane Hall provoke? Go, take a step, and take a step. Now I can only accept Gare. If I don't accept him, I will be killed by the assassin in minutes. I can only accept the reading point. Zitao sincerely hopes vampires and housekeepers don't kill them halfway. If the three people are confrontational, his two legs are unstable. After stabilizing Gare, this day has finally passed. Although the big mans died, only the two of them died, but they were so safe. Guard treated him very well. It was like a treasure. He was very cautious, and there was no such thing as a subtle behavior, as if he really was satisfied with a dog of Sane Point as a normal person in a harmonious society. Zitao is very complicated. The mission progress has finally become the fifth day. The housekeeper and the vampire still have no news, but Zitao does not dare to relax. The ghost knows what will happen in the last 2 days. When it was dawn, Zizen found that the mansion was bustling again, and the dead servants were alive. Zitao suspected that she was blind. In exchange for a very pretty tuxedo, Gare whispered, the young masters are relieved. They are obedient. Xie Xi Gare observed his manners at all times. Seeing that he seemed to be somewhat unpleasant, he immediately said, if the young master does not like it, then I will. That's it. Zitao didn't want to be tired again, although the game might be some NPC. Guardian looks like a lowbrow die, but when you say it, you can scare the individual. I hope that you and me are in this house. I want to take care of everything. Just, I can't leave your sight. So some trivial things will inevitably be handed over to others. I can't leave my sight when I say it, but I can't leave your sight. Forget it. Zitao, who only has 2 days left, does not want to care about these details. You can arrange it. Xie said, I believe in you. Gare's eyes were bright and his mouth was full of sweetness. At noon, Master Greenton will come over to visit you and arrange a luncheon. Xie Tao heard a new name on the headache. I wanted to push it, but whoever thought of the bottom right corner gave a hint. Greenton Casa, your cousin. It turns out that this young Green is the cousin of Sane Hall. And then, just a line of words. Is there any special significance? Xie took a moment to think that I still have to see you first. In case it is an important plot character. If you miss it, you may be blind. Yeah. Xie said. At noon, I will prepare some things that my cousin loves. Gal should come down. Okay. Around 10 o'clock, Master Greenton's carriage drove into the manor. Because there is a bunch of resurrection of Gare, the manor looks orderly and is no different from usual. Xie Tao went out to meet the young Master Greenton. The blonde youth took a look at the carriage and smiled like a sun-baked smile. He was dressed in a green double-breasted coat. The open chest was a clean white shirt with a waistband in the Phnom Penh belt and a handsome leather boot under the white breeches. Scene. Greenton stepped forward and took Xie's hand. How many days have you lost? How are you thin? Xie said, if you die 4 or 6 times, can you be thin? Greenton is very different from the previous ones. He is handsome and energetic. He seems to be 3 or 4 years older than Sane. It is the best age of man. Xie Wei didn't feel much about his appearance. He just thought that his smile was very bright and hot. The cousin is also a little thinner. Xie Wei chilled with him properly. Greenton was quite used. Is there? I have a good life exercise recently. It should be thinner. Xie Zhao smiled. He is not very likely to take the initiative to find a topic, but Greenton is a talkative, and the atmosphere is given to him in a few words. After he saw God, he asked, what about Randy? Xie said quietly, some things are going out. Greenton did not ask much, and then the topic was wrapped around some idle things. Xie Wei feels good about him. He always thinks this may be the only normal NPC in the game. After a lengthy lunch, the two went to the garden to have afternoon tea and digestion. Greenton seemed to think of something in general. He said to Gare, I have a good tea set in my carriage. You can help me get it, guard. A meal. Looking at Xie Tao gave him a soothing look. Go, Gare. Looked down on the next 4 weeks and felt that there was no danger and he should bow down. As soon as Gare left, Xie Tao felt that something might happen. He never thought that his cousin, who looked normal and very sunny, grabbed his hand and it was all hot flames. I don't care about those. I don't care. If the family doesn't care about the world, it doesn't care about everything. Sane, let's run away. Chapter 6 Love left. Alright 09 let you go. You don't go. This is good. Xie Wei. If you can use the expression pack, the black question mark face is the most suitable. Not a cousin? Isn't it normal? Why did you fall down on Sane Hall's tuxedo? Or it should be said that Sane Hall is so mad that even his cousin has not let go. Fortunately, Xie Tao did not know the existence of the designer at this time. Otherwise he would search for a word to greet him 18 times. He was so shocked that Greenton was not surprised and even shouted, I was to scruples before and you were wronged. He thought that Xie's shock was that the joy came too suddenly and could not be accepted. Xie's heart is mixed, but I don't know where to start. Greenton said again, it is a brother who is not right and will not make you sad again in the future. Okay, Xie Tao was Rajao. He thought about Gare, who was about to return. He said, I have already let go. A glimpse of Greenton. Xie Tao couldn't understand the situation for a while, but he could only test it. He said, we are not suitable between us. I have thought about it for a long time. I have figured it out. Go back. You. Let me go back. Greenton's sunny sun was covered with dark clouds. He frowned. Some unimaginable. You actually let me go back, Xie Tao has been numb. Yes, please go back. There was no smile on the face of Greenton. He stared at Xie. Are you determined? This is a bit strange, but thank you very much. Well, no. Accident. The next big son, the handsome cousin, took out the silver dagger and stabbed it blankly. Xie for the long-awaited ending. He was too lazy to pretend to be surprised. Whoever thinks the big cousin who just turned a blind face has revealed the wrong color. He looked at Xie Tao's calm look and watched him look at all the eyes and watched him not afraid of life and death. The ground hurts. You are deliberate. Greenton hugged him. His forehead was blue and his mind was mad. You deliberately irritated me. No, saying, you, don't. He is grieved and his voice is intermittent. Almost no sentence. Xie Tao is already on the verge of reading the file, but she is curious, but she can't ask more. This big brother is very unbeatable, and the fight with the vampire axe is a fatal one, and the chance to pant is not given. Even if it doesn't hurt at all, the countdown is swaying in front of him, and he can't waste time. Reading files. Time is right. Back to the time when Greenton took his hand and ran away with him. Xie Tao knows that refusal is not acceptable, and no one wants to refuse it directly. He was curious about what he said after Greentown, and the intuition told him that it might be a clue to unraveling doubts. That's how it works. Xie Tao's acting skills have increased dramatically, and it makes people feel very distressed. Greenton said, I don't care. I don't care. Xin said, you don't care. If I still care, who wants to run away with you? I just want to live and live for 7 days. Of course, I can't say that. He thinks about what to say. Greenton has already sent the story up. A lot of people have died, and the Duke's house and the royal family have already become a grave. Xie only jumped and finally caught the focus after 5 or 6 days of confusion. He looked at Greenton and his eyes locked him. I didn't think much about it before. At this moment, I looked at it carefully and found that he was deep in the sky, hiding some fear and anxiety. Xie when he done. Greenton thought that he had moved him and sincerely said, I know that they owe you, and I hate them. They took away their aunts and abused you. I'm also very sad. Finally, the story about Saint Hall has surfaced. Greenton's eyebrows wrinkled. I'm incompetent. I can't protect you. I'm going to take you on this path. What kind of road? Xie Tao is very curious. Unfortunately, Greenton seemed to be afraid of stimulating him and did not continue to speak. Xie Tao can do nothing and dare not ask more, afraid that the clues of the horses are also afraid of the clues that are not easy to appear. Greenton looked at him cautiously. Princess Zilin is dead and the queen is ill. I will take care of you in the future. I will accompany you every day. Sane, can you stop, Princess Zilin? Oh, thank you. Think of it, his stepmother. Although Greenton did not say much, but Xie Tao also outlined a framework. After the death of Saint Hall's mother, his father married the younger sister of Her Majesty, a magnificent princess. Presumably, the princess was very reluctant to see Sane, and Sane was small at the time. Even if he was the son of the Duke, he was bullied. The latter thing is not very good to guess, but from Greenton's words, Saint Hall has been retaliating against those who bullied him. Is he and the vampire and the housekeeper unclear, just to borrow their strength to avenge? Then, what kind of hurricane he has set off? Will there be so many killers to get rid of him and then quickly? Is it just killing Princess Zilin? When Xie Tao looked at Greenton again, he already understood why he would stab him before. This cousin is not simply killing him because of his love and hate. He thinks that Saint Hall is obsessed with obscurity, is unwilling to close his hand, and wants to create a bigger disaster before he can kill him. Xie Tao said in his words, cousin, you can rest assured that I will not be doing what she is dead. You go back. Greenton looked at him. Would you really not do anything more? Xie Tao can still guarantee this. No. Greenton was obviously relieved. He once again held Xie's hand and said with sincerity, I will accompany you and take care of you forever. Xie Zhen really didn't need him to accompany him. He advised him, no cousin, you don't have to be stubborn. If I promise you, I won't regret it. I didn't force it. Greenton's nephew was all sad. I really regret it, Sane. If I don't care so much, accept your feelings for me early. Are you? Xie Tao can't understand these feelings and love. He said, we are cousins. It is my fault to express love to you. What's wrong with you? Greenton distressed. You have been so alone and have experienced so much. It would be most normal to rely on me. Xie Tao wants to say, it is dependence is not love. In turn, he felt that this sentence was not proper. He did not want to overestimate the game world. Greenton sighed. Let me stay, even as a sacrifice. Xie blinked, did not understand the meaning of this sentence. At this time, Greenton approached him and bowed his face on his cheek, saying, as long as you can go back to the past, let me do anything. With a bang, the crisp sound of the porcelain falling from the ground rang from behind. Xie Xi pushed Greenton away and saw the gloomy Xie Xi. Let you go. You don't go. This is good. Chapter 7 Love to the left or right. 10 Large ship over scene. The door to asterisk is open for you. In the face of such a cruel grabbing scene, Zitao looked cold and calm, as if he was not a scumman who was peddling 2 boats and was about to overturn. .0. It's really not. Zitao's children have never had 2 boats on their feet. It's 4 boats, Xie. More. Indifferent. Coincidentally, he calmed down and calmed the gloomy Gare. It was Greenton who took the initiative to kiss him. Zitao not only did not respond, but also dissatisfied with his face. This greatly calmed down the Gar of a jar of old vine Gar. If Zitao is panicked, then Greenton is afraid that he will not see the moon tonight. Zitao did not intend to save Greenton. Although from the previous inference, this is probably the only one who is not so abnormal in the metamorphosis, but he also killed him once, upholding the basic number of rituals and passing him on the road. Nothing wrong. However, Gare did not do it. He was also happy to save and saved the trouble again. There was no other problem when the housekeeper committed suicide. Who knows what potholes are there in this game. As soon as Gare appeared, Greenton stepped back 2 steps and opened a distance with Sainla. Of course, he does not know the relationship between Gal and Sain. He is only a gentleman, and he is not willing to do these close secrets in front of others. Zitao saw that Gar's line of sight eased at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Sorry. Gar had no intention of being sincere and fearful. The hand was not steady, and the tea set was broken. Greenton didn't even get angry. Instead, he said to Zizen, I will find you better next time, Z. Tao did not dare to dismiss Gare, who was smoky on the top of his head. He said, it is enough for my cousin to have this intention. He said this sentence but said freely, but did not think that the paragraph is very high. Very scum. Male Sain's demeanor. Gare's focus on the cousin's title of clear cutting. Grinton's focus is the latter half. As a result, the eyes of the women's squats became more and more gentle, and the cousin smiled sweetly. Z ? What have I done? On the 5th day, it was so shocking to welcome the night. Greenton had a good night with him, and both of them were in love. Zitao was innocent and looked at Gare. The cousin was moved and embarrassed. Xiaose was so shy, and he was embarrassed to look at him in front of the servant. I can imagine how courage it was when he confessed to him. Greenton is full of sweet eyes. Xie. Big cousin, what are you thinking about? Gare is also used very well. Zitao's apparent dependence on his anger is a sigh of relief. He wants to hold him in his hand, in his mouth, and in the softest place in his heart. Young master, Garvin said, I'm waiting for you to change clothes. Tao quickly nodded and said, okay. Hurry to separate the 2 people. Although he did nothing, he was frank, but he was inexplicably tired. People who are peddling X-boats think about it. If you live well, don't you have to toss yourself after washing pajamas at night? Thank you to go to bed. Garman is gentle. Good dreams, Z. Where he is afraid that he will give him a goodnight kiss. Honestly, well, Gare whispered again. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Thank you for your eyes. What does this mean? Gare will not hurt Greenton. Why? Guard arranged for him to be quilt. Although he is rude and self-satisfied, I know your intentions will not disturb your plan. Do you know what my intentions are? Zitao Cheng thought that one day his own intentions still need to be told to others. The key. This person is still a pair of things I do not say. Is this to be anxious to die? Gare's face was completely unrecognizable to his master. Good night. Then he kissed on the back of Z's hand. Xie. Okay, it seems that he is not going to say it. After Gare left, Zitao lay for half an hour. After almost the same time, he gently walked into the bed and barefooted out of the house. There are thick carpets everywhere in the castle, and there is no need to be afraid of cold when you step on the bare feet. Only the nobles are well dressed, and they will never be like him. Zitao has guard in the daytime, can't act alone, can only sneak out and investigate. This time he is still very curious about his situation. The man who assassinated him said that he was the devil who climbed out of hell. Greenton persuaded him to close his hand and said that he was willing to be a sacrifice. There was also a lot of information in the words of Gare. I always feel that Sane Hall is doing a big thing, not figuring out the matter. The game will not end so easily. Survival for 7 days. This task can be buried in a lot of pits. Be perfunctory to the last day. Will it usher in a dead end? Thanks to a lot of games, I know a lot of routines. The fog of the story is not completely solved, and it is impossible to clear the customs. The biggest mystery at the moment is in the original owner of this body. What is Sane Hall planning? Xie Xi wanted to go to the study, but heard the conversation while passing through the room. Although the castle is beautifully decorated, it can be old and soundproof. Xie Xi quietly retired and stopped at the door. The wooden door was closed, but there was still a glimmer of candlelight coming out of the gap. The sound is also hidden because of these gaps. Zitao does not have to be too close to hear clearly. It is Gare and Greenton. These two did not tear during the day, tearing up at night. Xie Xi listened to the breath. Greenton first said, "Where did Randy go?" There is no humility and respect in the voice of Gare. "The things in our house, Master Greenton should not ask." His arrogant tone. Greenton is still not angry. "You take over Randy now, Goldo." "Yes." Greenton paused and said, "Scene can't go on like this anymore. The church can't bear it anymore." Then, Gargan smiled and said, "When the young master is wronged, where are they? The woman is violent, killing the younger mother, but also ruining the young master. Why he does not retaliate?" Greenton, "The princess of Zilin is dead." "How? Is she dead?" Guard, "The queen is still there, the duke is still there, the whole empire is still there." Greenton's voice is tight. "What do you mean?" Gare sneered. "Whether the young master wants to do anything, I will accompany him." Greenton was angry. "You are hurting him." Guard's voice is feminine. "My only wish is to make him happy." The conversation between the two stopped abruptly, and Z was afraid to expose himself and quickly left. After returning to the bed, he wrapped his cup and repeated the conversation he heard. "What do you mean? Sane wants to retaliate against the entire empire." "How to retaliate? Think about this world, even the vampires. There will be no more life-threatening things." The 6th day. After waking up, Zitao's right eye jumped. His intuition is definitely not simple today. The calm at the moment is definitely a precursor to the storm. Gare waited for him to get up and change clothes. Xie only slept for 4 or 5 hours last night. Some confused. Galvin said, "If the younger is sleepy, just sleep for a while." Xie shook his head and said, "Do not hinder." Gare did not say more, only carefully dressed for his clothes. Zitao noticed that today is a brand new dress, with black and white colors. It is a very cold color with fierce touch, but it shows a 7-point feminine 3-pointed, because of the complicated style and the embellished black rose charm. Zitao stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself. The medieval costumes are based on the grandeur. Most of his previous clothes are also dark blue, light blue-green, light green, etc. Although there are also dark colors, they are not like today. The polite neckline, cuffs, and black rose on the chest are embellished with a repressed enamel color. Sane Hall's skin is extremely white, and the 5 senses are the unparalleled exquisiteness between youth and juvenile, with pale lips and darkness. Wait. Zitao finally noticed an abnormality. How is Sane Hall black eyes? Zitao's Asian black hair is very normal, but why is a European? Why is it a black eye? Gare brought him a ring with black pearls and kissed his white fingers. "Young master, you are beautiful." Zitao returned to God and gathered the doubts in his heart. "I always feel that today is not simple. But it's actually okay. A whole day, the 3 people are inseparable, and Greenton keeps his promise wherever he goes." Gare did not give Greenton the chance to be close to Z, and he followed suit. Ziyul is so happy. The two are competing with each other. He has time to think carefully about what might happen. Until the dark, nothing happened. Zitao is very puzzled. Is this the past? In 30 hours, he can complete the task. Will it be that simple? This broken game is not a big move point. When I was good night, this abnormal calm was finally broken. There was a loud bang, and Zizen was in the hall, and Gare was already in front of him. Such a big move is like a mine exploding at the door. Ziwen stabilized his heartbeat, and looked straight ahead. The gate of the castle was smashed into slag, and a silver figure crashed into the ground like a meteor. The dust dissipated. Under the thin moonlight, the silver hair ache's clothes were messy but still fashionable. He strode forward and looked like a frost point at Xie's point of view. The secret channel is not good. The creditor is looking for it. The vampire ignored everyone and looked straight to Sane Hall. Randy betrayed you. I will take you out of here, Z. Wary. Between the electric and the flint, the black shadow followed, and the steward Randy's meticulous tuxedo had obvious scratches. This did not hide his temperament, but added a little wildness to the elegance. Randy said, I won't let you hurt him. Axe narrowed his eyes. I want to give him eternal life. Randy's thin lips are slightly raised. He doesn't want it. The vampire Axe sneered. He looked at Zizen, and he was deeply in love with the sea. Don't you, Z? Wary. The author has something to say. Later Jiang Leoxi. Zio Yan. You listen to me. Z Wary. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Love, Left or Right 11. At the same time, the housekeeper Andy also looked over. The two men staring at Ziwei are the long lost thoughts after a long absence. Ziyuru is in the back, like a squat in the throat. What is going to be called life desperate? Although people are not his scum, love is not his talk, the boat is not his step, but he has to face this fatal torture from the soul. How to answer? How to choose? Scene Hall. Hurry back and pack your mess. Sane couldn't come back, and his great cousin, Greenton, was brave and fearless, striding forward and guarding Zitao. The vampire Axe is full of dangerous bloodthirsty rays. Let it go. Greenton was unmoved. You vampire. I want to hurt him. At this time, Gare also walked out of the shadows, showing a delicate face with pale bloodless. Axe saw him at a glance, and the red dragonfly shrank. You are still alive. Sure. Enough. He turned Gare into a vampire. Gare was not afraid of this predecessor, and even raised his eyebrows. The young master is mine. One sentence is like a torpedo that has blown into the deep sea, and it has blown up the water level that is already under the waves. The housekeeper Andy looked cold. Gal, do you think that wearing my clothes will replace me? Ginger is still old and spicy, and the old housekeeper, not, has provoked the new butler in one sentence. Gare clenched his fist. I'm me. The young master is clear. Butler. Randy sneered. When I was. Why didn't you see? You so arrogant. Goldo. I just don't want the young master to be embarrassed. The two men's gunpowder tastes getting heavier and heavier, and the vampire Axe added another fire. Two servants with low status, and a face here, to fight for my little Sane. Randy turned his head. You are a wicked thing. Not even close to my young master. Gare is miserable. He is both a low servant slave and a sinister. It is really an arrow and a heart. Young man. He said that he would fight, and he saw that he had pulled out his sword at the waist and stabbed him to the vampire nearby. Axe is not a vegetarian. Asterisk caught his long sword, ironically said, the hair boy, dare to play in front of me. Gare was in a hurry and his eyes became scarlet. Butler Andy can't miss this good opportunity. He and Axe played for 5 days and 6 nights, all exhausted. Now Gare's shot distracts Axe's attention. He just took the opportunity to kill the young master. Evil. Axe was sensitive to the 5 senses, and he immediately noticed his motives. He sneered to avoid, and the backhand stabbed Randy. Randy angered. Gal, hold him. Gare used to be a low-browed maid. He had to listen to him. Now he has strength. He has been alone with the young master who loved him for so long. He will listen to him. He thinks that Randy has been serving the young master for so many years. He was so sad that he could kill him. Don't order me. Gare not only did not contain the vampire Axe, but turned to attack the butler Randy. Randy quickly retreated and sarcastically said, "I forgot, you are also such a ghost." "That is not a ghost." The three men were huddled together. Xie Xi suddenly comprehended the true meaning. The ultimate mystery of peddling in boats is boring and waiting for them to tear out 1 2 3 4. Oh, he didn't talk about his love. He didn't want to know this asterisk mystery. Axe and butler and his strength is enough to crush Gare, but they used to consume too much, and now they are all suffering from the enemy. It is really difficult to win. Zitao is very complicated, and sincerely expects them to play for 30 hours and let him complete the task. Greenton, who had no fighting power, suddenly made a mistake. As soon as he grasped Xie's hand, he said anxiously, "Let's run." Almost at the same time, the three people who had been huddled together stopped, and the three pairs of eyes swept over at the same time, staring coldly at the hands they held together. Xie Xi, the big cousin, has no other skills, and the ability to find death is one. Don't touch him. Axe took the lead, and he rushed to the crown. He quickly bowed and shot at an arrow. Greenton was just an ordinary person, and he had escaped, but even then he did not loosen Xie's hand, but he held it tighter. Zitao can't save him. He thought that 4 ships had to be eliminated. I didn't expect Gare to block the sword and save Greenton. Vampire Axe narrowed his eyes. "What do you do, Goldo? He is a sacrifice. Can't kill him." Then his sight fell to Greenton's hand holding Zitao. Zitao broke free. How far away from the big cousin? Greenton was full of sorrow, and his thin lips moved. Zitao did not dare to say anything. He was afraid that he would say more, and Greenton would be turned into a horse. The vampire Axe asked the eyebrow. "Sacrifice, thanks. To the heart." The vampire is uninformed. "I don't know if I can take the opportunity to find clues." Gar's thin lips raised and ruthlessly sneered. "You don't even know this." Axe turned his head and looked at Xie. Zitao is speechless. "I said I don't know. I don't know if you believe it or not." The butler Randy smashed Gare again. "You are just a defeated sacrifice." Garba was furious. Xie Zhen heard her confused, but unfortunately did not dare to ask. On this occasion today, all he can do is quiet as a chicken, saying that everything is being tested on the edge of the ship. Axe wants to ask Xie Xi. At this time, it is regenerated. Originally, the door was smashed, and the torch outside was particularly glaring, as if the fire of the sea was to burn the old castle. There is no time for chatting. The outsiders were full of enthusiasm, horseshoes, roars, and crusades, and soon people pushed to the door. They rode high-headed horses, dressed in church clothes, and the old man headed by him must be pale, with his old books in his hand. He is not angry and stares at the few people in the hall, and swears the speed will be stuffed. In hall, the devil is handed over. Greenton stepped forward. "Bishop, Sane has already stopped. He will not hurt the innocent. Please spare him a life." The knight on the side of the old man felt that there was a lot of people in this crowd. It was a breeze to clean up the 4 or 5 people, so he looked arrogant and pissed it at Greenton. "Don't thank the opening. Gare and Randy have saved Greenton." The old man looked solemn and put his hand on the old book. "Cian Hall is obsessed with obscurity and kills innocents." As his voice fell, the outsiders held up the torch and shouted, and there were thousands of people watching this. Zitao understands that this is probably the final level. Whether you can live tonight is the key to the task. Axe, Randy, and God, the 3 people who killed you and lived in this critical moment, have never been ununited. They are in front of Zitao and say nothing. "Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you." Xie Xi. The mood is more complicated. The next 1 or 2 hours will be extremely powerful for Zitao, who is in a harmonious society. 3 people challenged the entire army and smashed her. C. Both Axe and Guard have amazing power and powerful self-healing ability. Randy has a subtle swordsmanship and a ghostly human body. They rushed into the sea like a sharp blade on the tofu, and it was easy to split the human warrior in armor in half. The screams, the exclamations, and the blood of the sky almost turned the castle into a human purgatory. The picture is too real, and Xian looks pale. At this time, Greenton said sadly, "Is it impossible to recover?" Tao looked at him, because he couldn't speak, because of the surge in his stomach. Greenton looked at him, his eyes were all sly. "I'm not good. If I take you away earlier, you will not. But I can only do this for you." He picked up Xie's hand and pressed his white palm to his heart. Xie Xiaodakan miniature. Greenton closed his eyes. I love you. I will give everything to you. As his voice fell, the blood that soaked the land was like a guide that merged into a river, depicting a sinful circle with bright blood. Xie Tao stood in the center of the circle, and his hand crossed the heart of Greenton. In an instant, the red man's rises into the sky, and an indescribable force is rapidly surging in his body. Chapter 9 Love Left. Alright 12 Sane Hall. Full of brains are rich, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. 24 gold-colored characters. Xie children can't accept this ghostly power. What is the situation? How is his hand faster than a knife? How is Greenton's chest crisper than biscuits? What is the end of his instinct? At this moment, he remembered a strange and familiar voice in his ear, which was Sane Hall's true master of the body. Damn, everyone should die. No matter what the price, I have to let them bury. Xie Tao saw a flower in front of her eyes and saw the memory of Sane Hall, as if she were a horse. The 7-year-old boy was so delicate and lovely that he snuggled in his mother's arms and smiled innocently. As soon as the picture turned, the teenager shivered in the corner, and the outside was a woman's quarrel. Princess, please pay attention. I'm the hostess of the Duke of Hall. What is your qualification for a despicable woman to marry him? The woman with a glamorous temperament slaps her hand on the face of Sane's mother, and the Duchess looks terrified. Why do you beat me? Hit you? Princess Zilin stepped on her lower abdomen. What can I do if I kill you? The Duchess pale. No, no, I'm pregnant again. Princess Zilin crushed her belly. You have this dirty blood. What is the qualification to have his child? Sane Hall was terrified. He rushed out after hearing the mother's screams and wanted to stop this crazy woman, but he was too small to be easily escorted by his servant and watched his mother being tortured to death. With blood falling down, his gentle mother lay pale on the ground, and the empty scorpion was desperate for the whole world. The man who killed his mother not only did not get the sanctions he deserved, but became his stepmother. Sane Hall cried and went to talk with her father about her crimes, but his father shut him for a month until he changed his mouth and admitted that he saw the illusion that the demon presented him. Princess Zilin did not intend to let him go, but his father barely protected him. In addition to being cold-hearted, Sane Hall did not suffer too much abuse, but the death of the mother, the weakness of the father, the indifference of the royal family and the church caused serious trauma to his young mind. No one believes his words. No one believes in the cause of his mother's death. No one believes that the princess is a murderer, and no one believes that the entire royal family and the church are sheltering such a demon. Green 10 was the first light of Sane Hall. He thought that his cousin would help himself, and he would do justice for his mother's death, but no. Cousin said that he would take him away, but he ate his words, indignant, but did not dare to offend the royal family. Sane Hall met Vampire Axe at the age of 14. He inherited the beauty of his mother, born like a blooming rose flower, but also because of the suppression of despair and hatred. Let this rose stained with blood. Axe loved him at first sight, and was deeply infatuated with him. At first Sane Hall thought he would die, but he saw the obsession in Axe's eyes, and saw hope. This is a very powerful man. With his strength, can he retaliate against this disgusting empire? He took advantage of Axe and carefully planned through his abilities. He wanted to find the Sacred Heart, complete the first embrace, become an immortal vampire, but unexpectedly saw a ban on Axe. With the blood of thousands of enemies and the love of your heart, you can gain the power of the devil and kill the world. Just becoming a vampire cannot kill this empire, but the power to get the devil can be. Sane Hall hates the cruel princess of Westwood, hates the queen who murders a murderer, hates the church that does not distinguish between right and wrong, and hates the incompetent father and all the stupid people who believe in this violent rule. They are damn, all damn. He wants to kill everyone, to send them to hell. So, 15-year-old Sane Hall began to prepare for this mad ban. Gare was the first sacrifice he had chosen. He was a poor and uninhabited ghost. If Sane gave him a little good, he would give a heart unconditionally to him. Sane has amazing beauty and noble status in the eyes of the world. There are also pleasant voices and gentle words. Gears fall without any suspense is deeply immersed in the beautiful dreams he sketches the first time he started the ban. He ended up failing, but he got an unexpected joy. His personal butler, his only faithful Randy, got the power beyond imagination and became a strongman who was no less than Vampire Axe. This gave St. Hall a great encouragement. He knew that the ban was feasible. If he succeeded, he would have enough power to revenge, so he began to carefully prepare for the second ban. This time the squad covered the entire castle. This time he will attract more enemies. Gear was a failure, and St. Holborn had abandoned him and offered it to Axe as a food. It was known that he was self-defeating, and that guard, who gained some strength because of the ban, was resurrected as a vampire. St. Hall didn't mind having a loyal dog, so he stayed with him as a maid. The next sacrifice, he chose his cousin, Greenton. Greenton was fascinated by him. After being confessed by St. Hall, he was even more fascinated by the 7 and 8. This time he borrowed the power of Randy, causing a lot of killings, creating great fear and uneasiness for the entire empire, and giving them the motive to crusade him. He needs more blood from the enemy, so he deliberately led them to attack the castle. When everything is ready, the array is activated, and the ban is successfully launched. Zitao gained the power of the devil. Through this memory of the lantern, Zitao finally figured out the game's story. He gave great sympathy to the encounter of St. Hall, but he could not agree with what St. Hall was going to do. Killing Zilin, revenge the queen and the duke are alright and wrong, and this is what they deserve. But why bother to anger the innocent people living in this country, living under such a rule? How can civilians have the right to choose? They are just operating their own lives, but under the pressure of high pressure, they have developed their own only happy land. And why should they bear the anger of St. Hall? The encounter of St. Hall is very tragic. The experience is very painful, and there is too much to bear, because this will put more pain, greater disaster, greater despair, and innocent people. Then he and the princess, what's the difference? They all have their own suffering. To unrelated people. Why should you turn yourself into an enemy because of revenge? When the words flashed in the brain, Xiu lived. His experience was not as painful as St. Hall, but he also complained about his father who had left, and hated the mother who left him alone in the dark room, hungry to dump the trash, and hated him more. After delivering countless trusts, he forced him to drop out of Sun Muking. He did not do what St. Hall did, but he was also immersed in resentment, lost himself, and gave up his dream. He kept himself in a narrow rental house, didn't touch anyone, didn't interact with anyone, and went on like this. Will he also vent his anger to everyone like St. Hall? The authorities are fascinated by the observers. Many things stand in the perspective of the third party, and they are very clear. When Zitao returned to God, the entire castle had fallen into a grave-like silence. The people who attacked the castle were dead. They were sucked up by the blood. The brown body was like a pile of dead wood, and could not see the shape of a person. Zitao unconsciously rubbed his eyebrows. Randy and God are kneeling on one knee, and they are sincere and respectful. Congratulations to the young master's wish. Tao has a majestic force in his body. This is an indescribable feeling of ordinary people. The body seems to have endless strength, and the 5 senses are developed. It seems that the whispers outside 1,000 miles are clearly understood. He has endless power, which is the power that allows people to do whatever they want. At this point, Axe finally knew what was going on. He was surprised, and he was anxious. Little Sane, there is a hint in the lower right corner of Zitao's line of sight. Skill, temporary, Devil's Whisper. The effect is drowsy, lasting 24 hours. It is already in the early morning of the 7th day, and the task can be completed in 24 hours. Zewedi sighs, and uses this sleepy skill for the 3 people in front of him. Because he is now much stronger than them, these 3 people fell to the ground at the same time, and slept honestly. So it seems, as long as you wait 24 hours to pass the game, of course, Zitao will not go out to kill. He stayed in the castle, and stayed for a whole day. When night falls, the rest of the time is getting less and less. Zitao reviewed the whole game. Although the first half felt that he was dying, the last part of this game made him quite embarrassed. He studied computer science, and was involved in making a game. At that time, the mentor, and one of the words he said was that a game should really be awakened. It is a work of art, not only to bring surprises and happiness to the players, but also to reflect and think. In the early morning, the bell rang, and Xie sighed and looked at the lower right corner of the line of sight. Mission progress, the 7th day. The next step is to complete the task. I don't know what happens after the task is completed. A. Xie blinked and suspected that he was blind. The mission failed, and the file was read after 1 minute. Xie, failure. Why did it fail? How did it fail? Not living for 7 days. He survived to the 7th day. Why did he fail? Xie stared at the mission target for a minute, and after reading the file, he suddenly understood. Survival for 7 days. But not only to survive for 7 days, but to survive for only 7 days. Less. No more. No more. So Xie was black in front of him, and read the file back to the middle of the night on the 6th day. Axis is full of surprise. Little sane. You, Xie. Tao gave him a drowsy curse unceremoniously. Continue to sleep. He really did not have the heart to deal with this monk. After waiting for 24 hours, watching the 7th day coming to an end, Xie Zhenke took a last second break in his heart. It hurts, Xie. Zen thought, isn't he a fatal injury? Why is it so painful? Broken. Xie fixed his eyes to the lower right of the line of sight, and it turned out that the task failed. He is not an ordinary person now, and simply can't die. Xie, it was still a good impression on the game. Now, MMP. Xie read the file again. X was full of surprise. Small stuff. This time, when he spoke, Xie confuses them. He waited until dark and began to suicide an hour earlier. However, he licked himself and began to heal without waiting for the knife to pull out the wound. He also tried to squeeze the knife out at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Hanging the sky. The big devil. You can't die. It's too strong to be too strong. Is it so difficult to die? Reading the file again, Xie just wants to faint. These 3 people, suddenly thinking. He can't kill himself. Is it possible for the 3 to kill him? The author has something to say. Hey, the surer field must come. River slant. There is no love in life. Chapter 10 Love Left. Alright 13 Congratulations. The mission is complete. If you die and don't die, Xie doesn't mind. Anyway, he will leave the world when he completes his task. If he is gone, Sane Hall will return. Then he still makes his body die better. Scene was originally cynical, coupled with such powerful power. The world. Soon, Xie felt that he thought too much. A game only. What? The world is not the world. When he left, the game is over. What follow up? Of course, the task is so required. He must kill himself. This time he didn't get rid of Axe. The silver-haired vampire finally said everything. Small scene. You started the magic. Oh. It turns out that the name of the ban is called the second. Xie said. Yes. Axe squatted, and then his eyes moved to Greenton, who lost his heart. Your favorite person is him. What's the situation? When Eggs looked at him again, the handsome eyebrows wrinkled. If I remember correctly, the sacrifice of this forbidden is the person you love. Xie understood. He wants to say, you remember, the sacrifice is someone who loves me deeply. Turning to him and accepting it again. Why explain this misunderstanding? Not just irritating him, Xie coveted, looking at the cool cousin, full of sadness. This looks like the default. If Axe is struck by lightning, the bright scorpion is full of murderous. You approach me just for this ban. The brain is really good. Thank you for saving trouble. Otherwise? Gare looked up and irritated his predecessors. How could the young master like you? Axe was angry and sad, turning his head and staring at Gar. What are you? Gare irons lips. I'm also a sacrifice for the faction, and the young master loves me. If the atmosphere is too arrogant, Xie simply suspects that this is a pupil who is competing for favor. Axe's heart is like a knife, but he loses without losing. So you are a failure. In a sentence, the heart is in the middle of the heart, and Gar is also bombed. It will fail because other conditions are not enough, not because the young master does not love me. The only butler who knows the truth. Randy can't hear it. He reveals the truth. The conditions of the sacrifice are those who love the young master, not the ones that the young master loves. Only the young master loves me. What are you? Guard lived. Axe was full of gloom because this sentence was swept away. He eagerly looked at Zizen. Is this the case? Is it that I remembered it wrong? He stepped forward and took Zizen's hand. The voice trembled. My little Sane, I only love me, right, Z? Weddy. The sight of both his old and new housekeepers quickly pierced him. Even if he is bent on death, he does not want to die like a scum man. Oh, not like, he is a scum man. That's fine. X is also very pitiful. He is obviously still skeptical, but he still deceives himself. We can be together forever, Z. Tao can only bite the scalp as a scum male. I don't love you. At first I was afraid that you would kill me. Later I was using you. I finally said it. Axe is a little red, and the handsome face is incredible. The originally uneasy Gare heard this saying that he was a heart-wrenching man. He looked at Zizen and was full of piety. You are aggrieved by the young master. I have dealt with this evil thing and saved him from entanglement with you, Z. Tao is very afraid of losing a general and said, you are no different from him. After he said that he wanted to give himself a knife, this is what people say. Gal's slight twitch, the long eyelashes trembled, and the voice was a bit dry. I have become a vampire, but I'm still your guard, Z. Tao had to annihilate the only remaining hope in his heart. Gal, I'm also using you, because I need a sacrifice. Calban's face was white, and he was paler than a blank piece of paper. Less young, don't be kidding. His eyes widened, and the bright red eyes seemed to bleed. Z. Tao does not love them. I can see that their expressions are broken and cracked. This is really a human heart. Even if you see a stranger being treated like this, you will be unbearable. The butler Andy is a little older. It's not as unbearable as Gare. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't ask anything, and now he's eliminating the two. It's clear that Randy is the only winner. Z. Tao is not going to let him go. Axe and Gare are all on the verge of blackening. What should I do if the butler Andy is in front of him after turning back? Originally, he suspected that this monk could not kill him, and one less, wouldn't it be more hanging? Half dead is too much torment, and Z. Tao is not interested in tasting. He hurried and said, I'm not kidding. I really don't love you. Gare is stunned. Do you love Randy? Just wait for your words. Z. Tao perfectly explained the character of the scum. He is just a maid. What qualifications are I to get my love? The butler, Randy, who had been silent for a long time, looked up. Z. When he does not change color, and even some arrogance, either a monster that is not a ghost or a servant of low status. How can I love you? Almost. Zizen's heart meditation. Please be sure to force me at the same time and send me on the road in one breath. The first hand is Gar. His face is gloomy, the pale lips are bloodless, and the whole person is like a tight string, desperate and painful. You have been lying to me. If this is really Sane Hall, 80% will be awkward, but Zidazin is bent on death, adding fuel and Vinegar. What about that? X couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't have a deep affection in the eyes. Instead, he was bloodthirsty and arrogant. Small scene. With me back to Earl, I can forgive you. That is to say, obviously go back with him. After that, it was also a small black house imprisonment, and I would never think of it in my life. Zizio smiled and said, I need your forgiveness. The low voice of the housekeeper came from the bottom of the deep cliff. You are not Master Scene. Who are you, Z? Tao was inspired. This is really a good idea, playing road. He lifted his lips. Dressed in a cumbersome tuxedo, under the hat of a black rose, the gorgeous teenager smiled softly, and the voice changed the tone. It was discovered by you. Call the magic. Z. Tao's eyes are dark, and they look strange to their sights. What do you say that Master Scene is calling? This completely angered the three people with the temperament of Scene Hall. Their desperation finally found a breakthrough, and launched the most deadly attack with him. You demon, bring him back, Z. Tao finally got what he wanted, and died. Time was just right, and at the end of the 7th day, Sane Hall's life came to an end. Z. Tao saw the prompt in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Congratulations, the mission is completed. In an instant, his eyes were black, as if he had been dragged by something crazy. He left Sane Hall and left the world. Central Garden. The man's thin lips, leaning against the wide back chair, are light and his slender legs are lazy on the ankles. There is no shape in the sitting position. The lines of his body are so good that even with this look, he is like a resting lion, hiding the abundant power under the lazy point. He looked at the water curtain in front of his eyes. There is a picture fixed there. The teenager in a Chinese dress, with a straight body and a very thin waist. The black rose flower and the gorgeous lace became the most wonderful embellishment, and his dark scorpion, exquisite face, cold and arrogant look, are vividly displayed. Jiang leaned and smiled at his delicate face. When the water curtain swayed, the image disappeared, and then a line of words came up. S-level quasi world love, left or right clearance, designer X, customs clearance is anonymous. Chapter 11. The world story of the central world is on the shelves. Welcome to buy. When Zitao opened his eyes again, the sight of the scene made him somewhat unresponsive. He stood in a very bright place. His head was a dazzling white. He couldn't see the sun and could not see the margins. Under his feet was a clean and mirrored floor that could clearly reflect his whole person. He wore his own clothes, simple white tee, jeans, and sneakers. The only difference was that the old clothes became fresh and clean, and even the stains that could not be washed on the sneakers disappeared. Zitao looked around, and as the line of sight gradually widened, the noisy sound was also introduced into the ear. It felt as if it had just come up from the quiet bottom of the water, and finally heard the sound on the shore. Where is this? The game is over. He still can't go home? Or did you start a new game again? Hey, just coming back from the quasi world. Zitao turned to look at the past. I'm talking about a young man in his early 20s. He is tall, but his body is very thin. His blonde hair is especially dazzling. His eyes are big and round. Under the high nose, he has a curved mouth. He knows that his temper is hearty, and he is very good at communication. Zitao does not know him. The blonde youth saw him face and squatted. It's beautiful, Z. Wei. Silently took a step back. Just out of the sand sculpture game. Zitao has a psychological shadow on this kind of words. The blonde youth saw his vigilance and smiled and said, don't panic, I'm a straight man. After he scratched his head, he said sincerely, you look so good, very natural beauty. May be aware the word beauty is too feminine, and he changed his mind. I mean very handsome, Z. Tao can only report a polite smile. The young blonde is a self-cooked person, and the opening is a self-introduction. My name is Zangjin. I'm a junior explorer. You can call me Ajin. The name Zangjin is very well matched with the hair color. Zitao said, hello. He did not introduce at the moment. This situation makes him very confused. The trade rashly introduces himself and may leave a scourge. Although it is somewhat impolite, it is always much more dangerous than placing himself in danger. Zangjin was not annoyed. He glanced at it. You are a newcomer, Z. Tao nodded. Zangjin scratched his head and said, I'm also a newcomer. Maybe I have more than one world than you. He said hello to Zitao. Come here, I will introduce you, Z. Tao is full of fog, and I really want to know more about it here. Zangjin took Zitao straight ahead, and along the way, Zitao was dazzled. It is not the complexity of the scene here, but a lot of people. Most of the pedestrians coming and going are wearing silver white uniforms like Zangjin, and a few are dressed casually, and their manners are mostly confused and novel. Presumably those are newcomers like him. Thank you so much. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zangjin took him to a blue semicircular building. This is a hall. Zangjin explained, the place where new people must punch. Not waiting for Zen's inquiry, Zangjin has taken him into the hall, which is much more spacious than the outside, and the design is simple, or it should be said, that there is no other than a giant water curtain in front of it. Arranged. Zangjin said, come here, like me. He put his hand on the water curtain, and there was a ripple on the water curtain, and nothing changed. Zitao did not do it immediately, but looked around the corner of his eyes. The water curtain is huge, and it is ring-shaped. Many people put their hands up and close their eyes. There are a lot of new people in plain clothes who follow suit. After Zitao took back his sight, He also put his hand up. No need for Zhang Jin to say anything. Xie Tao's water curtain in front of him, followed by something similar to the system interface. Xie Tao only glanced at her eyes and her pupils shrank. Zhang Jin Dao, reassured. You can only see your information before the terminal, Xie. You sighed. Zhang Jin Dao, I was scared for the first time. Is the information given by the terminal too detailed? But you don't have to worry, no one can see it except yourself, Xie. Tao nodded, although there was some doubt in her heart, but she did not ask much. Sure enough, Zhang Jin has taken the initiative to say to him, you don't have to look at your personal information, go see the mission reward, Xie. I should say, okay. He said that he looked seriously. The water screen shows his personal information. This information is exaggerated in detail. From birth, he wrote his 19-year life in it. Don't let others see it. Xie Tao was surprised to see it. He saw the name of Zhisu, his thoughts, and wanted to see his father's name. Who knows that the column about the father on the water screen is a blank. How is this going? Xie Tao has doubts in his heart, but it is not convenient to ask for Zhang Jin, who just met, and can only temporarily suppress curiosity. Remove this overly detailed personal information. The other interface is quite similar to the system in the game. The first column is quasi world, the second column is task reward, the third column is props, the fourth column is skills, and the fifth column is mall. Xie Tao opened the task reward. The water curtain swayed, only heard a slap, prompting. Customs clearance to the left or right, 100% completion, received a reward of 1000 gold coins. Xie Tao does not understand the price, and does not know whether this 1000 gold coins are more or less, but he remembers that when entering the game, there is a privilege, that the reward is 10 times. If he chose that privilege at that time, he would get 10,000 gold coins. It sounds tempting, but if he really chooses the privilege of 10 times the reward, he is afraid that it will not be a task. Zhang Jin asked him, how much is rewarded, Xie? Tao did not speak. He opened them all, and saw that the things inside were all in silver coins. I realized that this reward is probably more than a huge amount. Zhang Jin saw him look dull and comforted him. Nothing. The novice task is mostly simple. The reward money will not be too much. I got 100 silver coins at that time. It is already a good luck. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and Xie accidentally got 100,000 silver coins. Zhang Jin said again, you must not mess around. There are a few things that are the most cost effective. Miss it, Xie. When he asked him, what, Zhang Jin pointed out that he said, this uniform must be bought. Although it is the lowest level, it is also arrogant. It can be a fatal injury in the quasi world. It is a very cost-effective novice welfare. Xie Tao nodded and looked at them all. This dress only needs 50 silver coins. Zhang Jin said again, there are 50 silver coins left. I suggest you buy lingua franca. Novice games come with their own language recognition, but there is no such benefit for the next mission. Xie Tao turned over them all, and saw the lingua franca in the skill column, which required 40 silver coins. Zhang Jin continued, you still have 10 silver coins left. You can do whatever you want, but it is recommended to save some flowers. Don't try those useless entertainment projects. Xie Tao sees the remaining 99,010 silver coins. Well, save points. Just then, a huge line appeared on the huge water curtain. Announcement, S-level world love left, alright. Customs clearance, designer X, customs clearance is anonymous. The world story is on the shelves, welcome to buy. Such a big announcement made the entire hall ignited in an instant. The trough, the S-class quasi world. Which one is a customs clearance? If I remember correctly, this quasi world of X-God is a novice trial, new and new. Bob, the S-class world has special skills rewards, and this newcomer is not flying in place. The narrators are so noisy, and in the distance, they are whispering. Zhang Jin was also shocked. People are more popular than people. This newcomer is too powerful. The first task is S-level, and it is also cleared. This is really going to heaven. There is no asterisk and no one wants to recall the thank you of the sand sculpture game. Zhang Jin said with a look, I want to know the story of the S-class world. Unfortunately, it is too expensive. The text version must have 100 gold coins. What? Does this mean, is there a video version? At this time, the water curtain changed again, and a magnificent medieval castle appeared. Xie in his tight. Zhang Jin has already exclaimed, which big man is so arrogant, bought a full screen public release. Xie Tao is black, and sure enough, there is a video version. Will you expose him? He knows nothing about this ghost place, just wants to be a low-key person. To his surprise, the game on the water screen did not look like him. Zhang Jin Dao. Unfortunately, the customs clearance is anonymous. I don't know what he looks like. Xie Yu sighed. At this time, he noticed the line at the bottom of the water curtain. Designer, Xie Zhaoqi. Is there a designer for this game? Chapter 12 Yunj your little rose 80% want to kill you. The water screen has begun to replay the world story. Xie Tao knows the actual situation at the place, and it is really not even looking at it. Zhang Jin said, don't waste this once in a lifetime opportunity. The world story is very important, especially the rare S-class world. Xie Zhen thought and moved, why is it important? Can someone else go to customs clearance games? Zhang Jin's eyes are not separated from the water curtain, but he still patiently explained to Xie Zhen, although this kind of world is impossible to enter again, if you look at the replay of the plot, you can not only guess the difficulty of the S-class world, but also try to figure out the designers like it. Xie Wei. Designer's preference? Don't try to figure it out. He can sum up in 3 words. Neurosis. Zhang Jin exclaimed. There is a trough. This is dead. The teenager in the medieval costume on the water curtain was wearing a chest. There are more and more people around, and the discussion is endless. Is this the first day? It's a pain to die through the heart, some people said. Fortunately, there is no limit to the number of readings. It's painful to die like this. The plug on the water curtain was resurrected and returned to the moment before death. He changed his mouth and said that he went to the appointment and then lost his head. As a party, Xie Tao is painless because of a fatal injury, so it is not so deep for the loss of his head. Now it is really shocking to look at it from the perspective of a third party. The head and the body are separated. The blood flow is like a waterfall, so the ferocious scene, but the butler is still elegant, holding the shape of the head of the saint to be extremely gentle, talking more like a whisper with the lover. Onlookers glanced at Xie Zhen's heart. Nervous disease. There is also a heavy taste. How do you think the housekeeper is a bit handsome? Shui. Is it better to send your head to him to play? Excuse me. Leave. Look at it. Whoever to experience the taste of a head after the heart is penetrated. Zhang Jin said. It really is S-level difficulty. I died 3 times when I came up. The water curtain has shown that Sane was killed by vampires and housekeepers. Xie Zhen did not say a word. He was puzzled by the fact that the world plot does not show his privilege of choice. This game is not difficult in the case of fatal injury and pain. It is nothing more than a few deaths. Always find the right route. When death will not hurt, then there is nothing terrible. Fuck, this newcomer is so arrogant. You can stay calm after so many deaths. This mental power has not been strengthened. How to withstand it? Zhang Jin saw that Xie Zhen did not say anything, thinking that he was shocked to be speechless, whispered, in fact, the plot of this game is very difficult. It is too painful to die. You don't see him can read files. The arrow and the knife are all actually falling on the body. How can it hurt if it hurts? Reading the file can eliminate the death. But the pain is also printed in the mind, which is easy to cause mental breakdown, especially the newcomers. The cold is not drawn to such an unknown world. Psychologically there is some tension and fear. There are such frequent deaths. If the mind is worse, I'm afraid that it is already crazy. You see that this new guy has died 3 times. After reading the file, he still looks calm. In the short time, he found other reading points. Someone next to him said, he is more calm. After reading the file, he will see the vampire again. Not only not afraid, but also able to flirt with him. This newcomer is not afraid to be a master of love. Xie Zhaoqi, master of love, calm and wisdom and strong spirit. Others screamed, my god, the vampire is so handsome. Silver hair is too powerful. I think the butler is more handsome. The deep and calm hidden disease is great. How do I think that little maid? Fuck, it turned out to be a man. Is this game name called Love to the Left or Right? How come one again? It's dead again. It's really a S level difficulty. The plot eased until Randy and the butler all came back, and the four gathered together. The whole hall was very lively. When it's overturned. I bet that the newcomer still has to spend a wave of death. I bet the newcomers can use the four boats. I bet the newcomer is a smashing man who is so horrible. Xie Xi. If he is not afraid of Zongjin's doubts, he really wants to turn his head and leave. When Sane Hall finally became a demon, and he couldn't kill himself, everyone was like watching a movie until the last egg was found, and the pig called the same laughter. Absolutely, it's absolutely enough. It has been killed many times before, but in the end it can't die. Surf, I really admire him. I have died so many times, I can still lick my own face. You look at his expression, it hurts. In the end, when I couldn't kill it, Xie's fatal wounds didn't work, and it's a feeling that the heart was licked. The pain is very painful, but it is also good. After all, Sane Hall's body is already a demon, and the pain has weakened a lot. Until the end of the mission, the water curtain turned back to blue, and everyone had not returned. Zongjin said, it is a S level difficulty, both physical and mental torture. He said that he was recognized by the people around him in just 7 days. After so many deaths, it really makes people collapse. Even if the mind is strong and different from ordinary people, it will lose some judgment because of the death that may come at any time. Force, the secret of this game is to use these four people skillfully. If you make a mistake, you will die once again. If you die once, your mentality will collapse, and you will lose your judgment. It is a vicious circle. They said that it makes sense. If there is no fatal injury, it is really difficult for Zitao to complete this task. Not to mention that there is still a pit buried in the privilege option. If you choose a fatal injury to avoid death, it is decided from the beginning that you cannot complete the task. Imagine that you have died so many times in the past few days, trying your best to get to the end, and the result is that you can't complete the task anyway. It's much more desperate. Zitao can't figure it out. If there is no privilege of fatal injury and pain, this game is really difficult. Although he does not know the difficulty of other games for the time being, but see the reaction of people in the hall, I know that this story is high difficult. After all, this is just a novice trial, and it can only be cleared by newcomers. The newcomer is an ordinary person. It is very difficult to face such a dead story point, but he has a fatal injury and pain, and there is such a privilege. Xie Xi is also hit by the dog blood plot to triple the view, so as not to cause any psychological harm. Then why is it S level difficulty? Yan Zhe, who came back from the quasi world, quickly previewed the plot and pondered. The old evil is still able to withstand, but it is just injecting the soul to raise the task of the B level difficulty to the S class. If Xie Xi heard this sentence, he would solve the doubts in his heart. The reason why it is S level difficulty is purely because the river obliquely injects the soul, and his soul is extremely picky. It has not been able to fit for so many years, which has led to the triggering condition of this game is extremely high. The biggest difficulty of this game is not the privileged choices, not the dog blood plot, or the final reversal, but the trigger condition. For example, a game is more difficult, but it can accommodate 1,000 people at the same time, and there must be one person in 1,000 who can pass the customs. Then the customs clearance ratio is 1,000th. Another game is difficult, but only one person can be selected from thousands of people to go through customs. Even if this person passes customs, the customs clearance rate is also 1 in 10,000. This makes the game of average difficulty extremely difficult. The threshold is also one of the criteria for judging difficulty. Of course, Zitao did not know this for the time being, and the onlookers did not know the existence of privilege, so this became an umbrella to cover the soul of the river after the water curtain was dark. It slammed again. The line of dragon and phoenix dances appeared on the water curtain, inviting love to the left or right of the customs to join the Yunj. The whole hall was boiling for 3 seconds and then boiled. Yunj invites a new person to join. This newcomer is also very lucky. Customs S-class world. Get special skills reward, but also his mother can join Yunj. The sound around him was nothing more than this. Zongjin also stunned, and he sighed with a sigh of relief. Really powerful. Xie Tao curiously asked, what is Yunje, Zhang? Jin's face is complicated. Say, you haven't changed your job yet. Xie Wei knows nothing. Zhang Jin Chang sighed and said, the central world has 3 professions, explorers, collectors, and recorders. Depending on the profession, the tasks accepted will be different, especially when team clearance is important. Xie Tao has also captured the key points. It is also possible to form a team clearance. Zhang Jin continued to explain to him. In general, you can transfer jobs after completing a novice trial. The explorers, as their name implies, mostly receive exploration tasks, and collections are collection tasks. Most of the recorders need to record world plots and characters. Xie Wei asked, what about the designer? You saw the designer X. He also started from the explorer collectors and recorders. He has more customs clearance and has the chance to gain design after completing the test, but this is a gift. Not everyone has the ability to design. Xie only raised slightly. That X God is a legend. The top designer at the moment is the only one who can design an SS class world. Xie Wei is a bit tricky. Zhang Jin sighed again, and he envied very much. Yunj, a newcomer who has not changed his job, has actually received their invitation. It is really a dream. Xie Tao actually wants to ask X related things, but apparently Zhang Jin is more concerned about Yunj. He will follow the question. Zhang Jin Dao. Yunj is the largest organization in the world. It has the most talents in the central world, has the most resources in the latest exploration progress, and can share these resources in progress as long as they join. Xie Tao is more curious. X is also in Yunj. Zhang Jin has not answered yet, and a line of words has been issued on the water curtain, inviting love to the left or right of the customs to join the Yunj. The hall was blown up again. The announcement is 2 times. This is the treatment that X-God has. However, our X refused. I don't refuse to be a newcomer. He is very smart when he is squatting. Xie Wei. He didn't want to join any organization, but if this organization and X are not the same, Zhang Jin secluded, so X-God is a legend. He is the only person in history who has refused the invitation of Yunje. Central Garden Point. The silver-haired elves rushed in, and the opening was, ha ha ha, old evil, you are finished. The man who fiddled with the rose flower did not lift his head. Be careful, don't step on my flower. Your little rose is eyeing Yun Gong. The man looked up and there was a pair of deep squats under the sword. The deep red of the left eye and the blue of the right eye formed a sharp contrast, as if the fire and the ice collided together, and the inferior heat and cold interweaved the indescribable lazy and evil. He spoke, his voice was careless. He joined the Yunj. Yan Zhe was stunned. Yunj sent him an invitation. Oh. The man continued to play with the blooming roses. Yan Zhe is not happy. You are not afraid of him, promise. Jiang tilted his lips and said nothing. Yan Zezhen, I advise you, don't expose your identity. Your little rose 80% wants to kill you. The author has something to say. At this moment, Jiang Laoxi has not realized his crime. Doge face. Look at the eyes of the sisters who spit the river and say that you don't believe it, and his wife will be abandoning 233,333 in the future. Chapter 13 Gathering Tasks. Thank you for your kindness. Jiangsu. Why? The silver-haired elf, who looks like a flower, laughs and laughs like a duck. You are still kind enough to ask why. You designed the **** world, who the **** is playing, and doesn't want to kill you. Jiang tilted down and firmly said, no, just a game. Yan Zhe's eyes are full of gloating. You don't forget, Xie Wei is just an ordinary person. At the age of 19, he accepted your old rogue soul baptism, fearing that you don't doubt life. River ramp, he is not that fragile. Yan Zhe gave him a heart attack. It is not fragile, only to remember the enemy. River slope, Yan Zhe rarely sees Jiang Laoxi eating, and his mood is very good. The footsteps of leaving are all floating. If you let his fans and sisters see it, I'm afraid that I have to doubt the life. I say that I'm so high that I can't touch it. What about the flowers of the ridge? Who is this sand sculpture? Yan Xie Xi left. Jiang slanted a void. The water curtain appeared. He clicked on the communication. Sent a message to Xie. Hello. The two words are like a sinking sea, let alone reply, and there is no sound. Really angry? Thinking so, his mouth is rising. Zhang Jinqipu had a long time, and after talking dryly, he summed up, hey, that's all people in the sky, we can't see them. Xie Tao nodded. It is best not to see. Zhang Jin also saw that his little friend was too vocal, but he did not mind. Still enthusiasm. Go, I will take you to change jobs. Xie Tao retracted his thoughts and asked, is it going to change now? Of course, Zhang Jin explained to him. It's wasteful to not change jobs. Zhang Jin patiently told him about the rules of the central world. Xie Tao also had a general understanding of the environment. The place where they live is called the central. Of course, everyone is used to calling it the central world. Those who can come here are the players selected by the central government. The task is obvious, that is, to achieve a certain goal in different quasi-worlds. Players also have grades, from beginner, intermediate, advanced to god, and can only gain experience by constantly completing tasks. The difference between primary and divine is very big. The intuitive performance is that the time spent in the central world is different. Junior players can only stay for 1 or 2 days, intermediates are 1 to 2 weeks, and seniors are from January to February. God level has no restrictions, Zhang Jin explained, so I suggest you not to touch those entertainment projects. Many newcomers have come to the central committee to eat, drink, and have fun, forgetting the time, and directly turning into ash after 2 days. Xie Xi, chemical integrate? Yes, our physique is not good, we can't bear too much of the central government's intentions. Perseverance? Zhang Jin knew that he had misunderstood and explained, it is the will of the will. In fact, I don't understand much. I only know that the central government is full of power, and the primary players can't take too much. After a long time, they will be swallowed up. Xie Tao nodded. Up to 2 days, we are going to start a new one. He wanted to say the game, but changed his mind. Task? He noticed, although Zhang Jin mentioned the player, it can be used to describe the game. It is the quasi-world. Zhang Jin made a loud voice. Yes. So I have to change jobs. Only when I change jobs can I begin to accumulate professional experience. If you want to rise from junior to senior, you must first have a title. Xie Tao understood. Zhang Jin asked him again, do you have any careers to choose? The only ones that can be selected are the explorer, the collector, and the recorder. Xie Tao is still thinking. Zhang Jin gave him another suggestion. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you have enough silver coins, you can transfer jobs at will. The loss is just a little experience. Our time is based on the passing of the central world. So don't be afraid. Choose a career that you don't like, and you can't change your job. Just lost a little experience? Xie Wei looked at Zhang Jin and did not say anything. Zhang Jin Dao, you think about it first. By the way, search for the next task. You can choose a career for the next task. The advice given by Zhang Jin is very pertinent. Xie said, thank you, I will take a look. Zhang Jin smiled and said, you are welcome, I'm just learning to sell now. Xie Wei smiled at him, put his hand on the water curtain, and began to carefully check his situation. I can only stay in the center for 2 days, which means that he has to be familiar with the situation as soon as possible and proceed to the next game. Finish the next game? Can you not go back to the original world in the future? Xie Zhen's brain flashed. Xie Su, she was pregnant, and with a new child, she was completely unnecessary. That's it. She always only regards him as cumbersome. Xie Tao sighed with relief, grasped his thoughts, and looked at the water curtain. The most urgent thing is to live alive. This unknown place is far from calm and stable on the surface. He carefully looked at all the buttons on the interface. Click on the quasi-world. The first line is the grey word. Love to the left or right. Novice S class. Designer X. Has passed customs. Xie Wei stared at the Designer X for a while, and itchy teeth. Well, the level of each other is too big, no hurry. The second line is the blue word. Search for new tasks. Xie Tao has already heard Zhang Jin introduced. Every player can search for a new task every 2 days. The middle and senior players stay in the central world for a long time, so there is time. To brush the task casually, the junior player can only search for what comes from. It is Zitao clicked. The search task interface became a row of small funnels, and a sub-page popped up after the funnel was finished. Quasi World, Lost Atlantis. The difficulty is unknown. Designer X, not challenged. Z. This water curtain has no physical loss. If it is a mobile phone or a computer, ZE will be able to smash it. You can only search for a mission in 2 days. He can't stay in the central world for more than 2 days. Is it necessary to play this perverted game of the Potter? Lost Atlantis. It sounds more normal than Love to the Left or Right, but the designer is X. Ziosin is rejected by the whole person. Wow, there is a task of assembly. Zangjin's voice rang around him, and Ziyu let go of his hand and quit the water curtain. Zangjin quickly greeted him. The luck is so good, it actually hit the assembly task. Zitao was puzzled. Zangjin explained, the assembly task is random and open. The difficulty is generally low, and you can team up. Let's go together. Ziwi, when you go in, you can refresh the task again. Yes. Zangjin Deo, you just searched for the task, right? Don't be discouraged. Our junior players can choose too few tasks. They are generally garbage missions below E. This assembly task is a D-level mission. It's just as difficult, and it's so lucky to brush off the garbage mission. Zitao nodded. Yes. It is great to be able to brush off X's garbage mission. Losing Zangjin did not know what task he searched for, but if he knew that he had to be envious and hate, his eyes were green. The designer is X-God. Lost Atlantis. The famous blue quasi world on the list, although the difficulty is unknown, but the closed eyes also know that it will never be lower than the B level. Maybe it is an S level. Zhang Jinxing rushed. We are going to prepare, and it will be open in an hour. I will send you a message when I arrive. Z. Wei asked. Send a message? Zhang Jindao, come, add a friend. It turns out that you can add friends. Zitao is no longer worried about the name. Anyway, anonymous. No one knows whether he passed the love left or right point. While adding a friend, Zangjin said, I don't know if the S-class newcomer has joined the Yunj. Z. Tao did not join. Although he was agitated, he did not want to bind himself. Because of a neurosis, it is true that joining the Yunj has many advantages, but Z is not good at dealing with people and does not like being dominated. He prefers a free and unconstrained life point. If you don't search for the X game, Zillion will hesitate to do this assembly task. Zangjin is very enthusiastic and cares for him. Thanks, he still doesn't like to act with others. Of course, the participation in the assembly task is not all to brush off X. Another reason is that he needs to understand the difficulty of the ordinary players and the usefulness of various items in the mall. In case of need, he has more money to spend, and the items in the mall that have permission to buy have bought 1 point. After adding friends with Zangjin, Zitao saw a message. X. Hello, Z. Wei. When did he add his good friend? Is the designer's privilege? Zizaiomui peeked slightly and returned to him. Great God, hello. The back also followed a carrot expression. Jiang slanted at a glance and was cute. His thin lips and macro hooks felt that Jian Zhe thought too much. He was not angry at all. The next moment he saw the good feeling of plummeting to the deficit. Thank you for your kindness. -99. This is the chicken ribbed ability of the river, and you can see how good the players below the middle level are. Since this ability, he has seen such a low score for the first time. Jiang sighed and laughed out loudly. The little guy who vengeance, chapter 17 Fairytale Town 01. He did not ask for it, and the degree of goodwill became -2, -2, -2, -2. Zitao does not know that he is exposed. He has been baptized to the left or right through love. He has already clearly understood the key to dealing with neurosis, that is, the virtual and the snake. He is so irritated, but the other side is much stronger than him. If he can't bear it, he will try to stabilize him and try to make a big deal in the future. Jiang leaned to look at the goodness of the red color and asked, is the game rewarded? Not to mention the game is okay. Mention these 2 words. Jiang squinted and looked at the -99's goodwill became -100. Cough. The original -99 is not the lowest. Zitao returned to him. Getting 1,000 gold coins, really too much. What is the use of gold coins? There are only a handful of things that junior players can buy point. If it's not a good feeling, it's a little bit lost. Jiang Slant really believes in his clever words. It's not just gold coins. Jiang Xie tried his best to save back. There are special rewards. Xie Xi, special reward. He was somewhat curious before. At that time, Zhang Jin and others mentioned that the quasi world that completed the S-level difficulty would receive special rewards. He carefully looked at the props and found that it was empty and did not see any special rewards. Jiang said with patience, the special reward has a special column. You pull down, the interface of the water curtain can still slide. This is Ziyu's ignorance point. Zi Tao taped down and saw a particularly conspicuous golden icon. Special rewards. There are really special rewards. Zi Wen's heart is very happy and it has passed a metamorphosis game. If you can get satisfactory rewards, you can have a lot of fun. Zi Tao opened a special reward and the golden light disappeared after a flash. What is rewarded? Ziyan eyes saw a small red dot in the skill column. Is it a reward skill? Directly into the skill bar. Zi Tao has played countless games in the end. He is familiar with this kind of operation. He clicks on the skills and sees a new skill, summon the avatar of designer X for 3 minutes. Zi Wei, Jiang. Zi did not know what he had done. He only saw that Zi Tao's affection for him was like squandering 1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Jiang T immediately opened. What's wrong? Does the reward don't like it? He didn't ask for it, and the good feelings became -2, -2, -2, -2. River slope. After thanking Zi for a while, he finally calmed down. He looked at this chicken rib skill and his mood was very complicated. The so-called special reward is to summon X's avatar. This is a special reward. Zi Tao then looked at the message that Jiang Zi sent to him. Does the reward thing not like it? This special reward is designed by the designer. If you are ecstatic, you will design your own avatar as a special reward. He would rather have another 1000 coins. The river asterisk 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 is really sincere. The reward pool is random. He can't control it. The reason why he asks, the pure broken, is to see the good feelings plummet, guessing that the reward is not good. This is also normal. The well-known non-Emirates River has once passed through an SSS level quasi world, and the special rewards are such a good sense of skills, but also can only be seen below the intermediate level. It seems that this stuff may not be accurate. Zi Wei sighed and returned to him. Reward a summoning technique that can summon the deity of X god. So look forward to _carrot. The feeling of goodness has dropped by 10 points. The river slanted, and half a Saiyan laughed. The probability of 1/10 of a mile can also be drawn, and luck is good. Of course, he did not send this out, and he also knew that the good feeling that had already bottomed out after the release was able to break the bottom line. Zi Tao still has something to ask. Yes, got, is the public screen on the water screen you bought? The nickname of Jiang Xie is not white, and he will not understand it. He said, no, Zi Tao does not believe it for the time being. The river slanted again. After the customs of the world, the system will give the designer and the customs clearance gold coins, as long as the system is sold. If the cloud cabinet does this, our income will be less. This is to say, both clarified that he also gave the Yunge a wave of hate. Zio Wei has hated him so much, so don't be angry and join Yunge. Zi Tao would not have joined any organization, and now it will not. He doesn't care about gold coins, but he doesn't like his own miserable experience. Even if it is anonymous, it is very uncomfortable. Since it wasn't for X, then Zen carefully gave him a stroke in his heart. Jiang Zi finally saw a good feeling there, floating green +1 in front of the red 168. This little green is really helpless and cute. Ziyuk is finished, too lazy to talk to him again. X god, I'm going to clear the new game. Goodbye, Jiang. Z is too self-aware. In order not to lose the feeling of goodness, be cautious. Come on, poor. Ziyi remembered that the game he had searched for was X designed. As a result, the point of goodness that just rose has fallen. River slope. The old evil comrades are worthy of brushing up their intelligence. When they think about it, they guessed the original reason. It seems that the game that Zitao searched for is still designed by him. Which is it? The river slopes the water curtain and waits for the game to be activated. He is a designer and has the privilege of watching live broadcasts. Zitao just left the water curtain. Zhang Jin has ran over. How? Ready? Xiang should say, yes. Let's go to the assembly task first. He doesn't want to deal with neuropathy one after another. Zhang Jin appeased him. You can rest assured that the D-level mission is very easy. Zitao nodded. Zhang Jin asked him again. Transfer? Zitao said. Selected the collector. He studied 3 occupations. The explorer has physical strength. After entering the game, the collector has visual bonus, and the recorder has agile bonus. Because they are all primary occupations, the bonus is very weak and meaningless. The reason why Zitao chose collectors is purely personal interest. He prefers the task of collecting things compared to exploration and recording. Zhang Jin's Twilight Macro Flash. It's very good. The collector has a certain night vision ability, and the primary is very useful. I hope they entered the game together, almost the same as the first time, and there was a word in the game loading, followed by an information board. Welcome to the Quasi world. Please read the following information board carefully. Game name. Fairy Tale Town. Summary of the game. There are simple and lovely villagers in the beautiful town. They live in the mountains and water, and the only trouble is the dark caves that appear suddenly in Haoshan. What is hidden there? Mainline task. Collect the dragon heart. Branch task. To be refreshed. Number of readings. None. Carrying items. Primary collectors can carry 3 types pending privilege. None. Yan Zhe gave the river a message. Reclaimed wasteland. Jiang oblique. No. Yan Zhe. Small roses are going to the world. What are you doing in the garden? Jiang oblique. Look at his customs clearance. Yan Zhe said, I just designed the assembly task you designed. Yan Zhe was shocked. Is the old evil you so low? Did you make a D-level quasi world? Say good. We X God shot. Never lower than A. Jiang slanted to open the communicator and saw the name of Zitao followed by has entered the quasi world. Fairy Tale Town. River. Slope. Oh, this is a game that was deliberately brushed off. Chapter 14. The Fairy Tale Town 02. The old evil in the river said, probably think about me. I can't see the live broadcast. Jiang is deeply sorry, but his game is not so easy to brush off. Wait a few days. The D-class quasi world will soon be able to pass customs. He checked the assembly task at this time. After the high level, he had high authority. Although he could not see the situation, he could see some basic data points such as the designer. Yan Zhe also checked, and he exclaimed, but it was designed by the sergeants of the double door. There are very few independent design games like Jiangzi, mostly in the form of organizations that are designed by many low-level designers. Yunji also has its own team of designers. This double door is also a similar organization, but it is smaller and more hot. They also have a nickname called Zinman, which is dedicated to killing new people to get rich rewards. Small roses are dangerous, Yan Zhe said without fear. In this low-order quasi world, we are all restricted from entering and cannot save him. River. Ramp. Nothing. So confident? Yan Zhe suddenly wanted to understand. What special reward did Zhao Wei take? To complete the S-level quasi world, you must get special rewards. As for what rewards, it's all about luck. River slant. Summoning. Yan Zhe. Old Z is getting more and more searchable. Can this broken thing be used as a special reward? The old Z in his mouth is a zone, which refers to the central will. Wait. Yan Zihu suspected. I can't summon the holy beast. Jiang slanted and asked, do you think I'm a holy beast? Yan Zhe almost vultured out. You are an old dog thief. Lying in the trough. The silver-haired elf Sparta. The special reward that Zhao Wei has drawn is to summon you. What kind of luck is this fucking? The famous ones on the list were put into the calling system by the old Z, but the probability is low. I have never heard of anyone who has drawn such a reward. It is necessary to know that the summoning technique is not restricted by the world level. Originally, the identity of the river is not even accessible to the ordinary S-level quasi world, not to mention the D-class. but if he is called, he doesn't say D. Even the most F grades go in point more deadly, although the summoning technique has a time limit. Once it is summoned, it is a state of full prosperity. Point in the state of prosperity, Jiang Laoxi is not killing the gods, and killing Buddhas. Yan Zhe is not worried, let alone a few small fish in the D-class quasi world and the double door, even if it is the S-class quasi world. Plus the double door full staff, it is not enough for the river to be across the board. Point Yan Zhe couldn't help but screamed, little luck is really invincible. It's not all luck. The river is low-key. It's mainly fate. The fate can't stop it. Yan Zhe, I have never seen such a brazen man. The river slanted again. Go to the wasteland. I will wait for him. Yan Zhe, fuck. Toothache. Point his eyes turned and he asked, you should be able to see how Little Rose is good to you. River. Slope, of course. Yan Zhe gloats. Let me guess. 1 point or 2 points, will not be 0 points. Ha 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 ha. Laughing pig called. Point he and Jiang Cheo have known each other for a long time, knowing his skill in this chicken rib, but he does not know that this thing can still have negative numbers. Jiang stinks and swears. 169. Yan Zhe stunned. So high. Impossible. After squinting at the name of Zitao, Jiang said, it has changed again. 170. Yan Zhe was shocked. How is it possible? Why do you rise? You are not together. Jiang Laoxi calmly said, probably think about me. Yan Zhe. I slipped away and couldn't hear it. I walked away from Yan Zhe and Jiang Su. I looked at the good feeling of falling into minus 170. How worried. How did it fall again? But said that Ziwei is here, is carefully reviewing the information board. Point combined with the game summary and the mainline task, Zitao suspects that there may be a dragon hidden in the cave of the back mountain of this town, and his mission is to collect the dragon heart. This 80% is a game of hacking the dragon and punishing evil. Point how simple is it? Comparing the game summary of love to the left or right, it is simply a different day, but also a sweet love game, who is still sweet on the 4 boats. So, the river slanted a point. Zitao looked at the sideline task again, and found that it was to be refreshed. He pressed the void and the task of the branch line changed. A blue line appeared, tracking the tornado. Point this, what is it? How can a tornado track the law? Zitao saw the relevant introduction on the water curtain, and also learned a lot of settings related to the task. The mainline task is not graded, but the sideline task has. Not everyone can refresh to a sideline mission, and not everyone can get a good sideline mission. Point when distinguishing by color, it is basically white, green, blue, purple, gold. In order in the D-class quasi world, the blue spur line task is already the highest level, and there must be a rich, relative, reward after completion. Point however, this tracking tornado looks a bit fascinating, and may not be completed. Point Z. Where he continued to look down, and found that there was no number of readings this time. That is, if he died, he died. There are only 3 pieces that can be carried with the props. Ziyan looked at a bunch of things in his backpack, and picked up the 3 pieces that he would most likely use. Point the privilege to be selected is yes, and the line of words is gray, like the state of being unavailable. Ziwei estimates that the game level is too low and does not use privileges. After reading it carefully, Zitao was basically aware of the fact that he turned off the information board and suddenly lit up. Be careful. Zhang Jin's voice rang in his ears. Yishan did not see the sight in front of him. He smelled a pungent asterisk suffocation. Point what happened? He narrowed his eyes, and the focus of the dice finally adapted to the strong sunshine at noon. Zhang Jin. Ziwei hurriedly held him and looked at the blood hole in his chest in amazement. Zhang Jin wanted to say something, but the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth blocked his throat and made him unable to make any sound. Point he squinted, and his body trembled violently, making a tough snoring. Z said, don't talk, I will help you stop bleeding. Zhang Jin tried his best to hold his arm and struggled to say the last 2 words, be careful. After saying this, he had a sigh of his head and died. Zitao did not expect that. Just entered the game. Something went wrong. He frowned and looked at the wound in Zhang Jin's chest. Killing. The scream of a girl rang, and many people came around. Go. Crazy white summer is crazy. Catch it. Grab him, though. Someone nausea. A lot of blood. White. And even the chickens don't dare to kill. And now they see so much blood that they don't change their colors. The former Zitao was also afraid of blood. However, after the baptism of the last game, where would you be afraid of this? However, the death of Zongjin made him too surprised. He doesn't have any deep feelings for him. He even has doubts, but he is so dead. This game can't read files. But can the uniform they bought be immune to a fatal injury? Didn't Zongjin bring the game into the game? Or Zitao has been dragged up by 2 strong villagers, and the 5 flowers have been tied into the underground cage point fairy town. It doesn't look so fairy. Zitao wiped the blood from his body, and fell into thinking his body name as Beizar. Zongjin died by his side. The villagers thought he killed Zongjin, so he shut him up. The situation was too chaotic just now, and there were too many people. Zitao couldn't resist, and he could only take the court for the time being. What about other players? In addition to him, and Zongjin should have 8 people. Are they in the crowd? Still waking up elsewhere. As soon as he entered the game, he was treated as a murderer. How do you go out and investigate the heart of the dragon? And, is Zongjin really dead? Everything happened very suddenly, but it didn't disturb Zi's reason, but made him more calm. Can't be taken lightly, even if it's just a D-class game. He looked at his location. It was a dilapidated cage, wet and cold, and the fence was rusted with exuding rust. A crisp voice came out of the corner. Can you give me your underwear, Z? Where? He turned his head sharply and saw the trembling tremble in the shadow behind him. The light in the cage is very dark. It is reasonable to say that it is impossible to see each other, but Zitao is a collector and has a certain night vision ability, so I can see it. It was a 17-8-year-old boy, and he was very eye-catching, but his clothes were ragged. It seemed to be hungry for a long time, and he was hurt. Although it was crusted, the scarred scar was still embedded in the thin arm, like a plate. Tightly trunked snake. He has a lot of eyes, awkward and misty. How pitiful and pitiful. Zitao almost doubts that his ears have problems. Such a poor ghost. Where is the courage to play? Poor ghost wowed out, or how miserable it was. Miss Sister, okay please, I will give you 3 heads. You will give me a pair of underwear, Z. Wary. He did not hear the mistake. This is a neuropathy. Hey. I want to go home. I really want my mother to think about dad, and think about rhubarb and little green cack. It's not a fake cry. Crying that it's called a liver. Zitao didn't want to care about him, and couldn't help but look at him. Who knows that when he looks at it, this poor ghost is insatiable, and continues to cry. I beg you, give me your underwear. I will be one. Only one will do. Let's go. Fairy sister, Z. Wary. I have seen a beggar. I have never seen this thing. Perhaps this neuropathy is a key figure, and Ziyan is patient with the temper. I'm a man, men. The poor ghost bounced up and stared at him for a long time, exclaimed, how can a man grow so beautiful, Z? Squinted. The poor ghost screamed in an instant, how can you be a man? I only collect the ladies. Sister, collecting. These 2 words touched Z. Wary, player. The poor ghost was shocked and rushed out. Sister, Z. Wary. No one wants to be a fellow with you. The poor ghost cried in tears. My name is Song Wary. I'm a junior collector. Sure. Enough. Ziyan asked him silently. Your mainline mission will not be, Song. You was poked into a sad thing, and he was very sad. When I go back, I will be transferred. I have never been a collector in my life. I'm a gay. Why should I collect the girl's little neen like a wretched man? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. The Fairy Tale Town 03 is your beauty, and young people can't hold it. In a short sentence, there are so many slots. Song Wary is a personal talent point. Because of the last world, Zitao had a psychological shadow on Gay, and was far away from him. Song Wary is quite sensitive, thinking that he dislikes his own wretchedness. I don't want to. It is the task assigned to me by the system. What can I do, Z? Wary? I think about it. I'm very sorry for him. Song when he asked him again. What are your mainline tasks, Z? Heo paused. Although the crying bag asterisk looks harmless and pitiful, the main task is also terrible to die. But these are all based on a mouth. How the truth is not good judgment. Z Tao has been alone for a long time and has basic vigilance against anyone. Song you were stupid, but it was not stupid. He drummed for a while. Z Tao appeared in the lower right corner of the line with a small line. Name Song Wendy. The main line task, to collect the girl's underwear. Send you a friend application. It turns out that I can prove myself like this. Z Tao accepted a friend application. Song you exclaimed. My god. Your main task is to collect the dragon heart, Z. Wendy saw him like this and asked, what? Seeing Song Wen's appearance, he seems to know something. Song you secluded. My side task is to collect the heart of the dragon, Z. Tao still doesn't quite understand. Song Heo has already puzzled him. This is the blue task that I have gone through. The mainline task is not to see the grade, whether it is collecting the dragon heart or collecting the small inner. Everyone has to complete before they can leave the game, so the grade level does not make sense. But the tasks associated with this game are similar, and often the sideline task of another person is the mainline task of another person, so that the grade of the mainline task can be inferred. This is a D-class game. The highest line task level is only blue. Song Heo is only trying to die, but Z Tao's mainline task is this. If someone's branch task is to collect the small inner, then Song Yu can see the grade of his mainline task. Do not think 100% gray, even the ordinary inferior quality level, no contrast, no harm. Song grievously said, you are so lucky, Z. When he did not open his mouth, and saddened in Song sent it again and asked, what is your quest for the squad? What is the grade? I told you that I spent a total of 30,000 silver coins in order to get the task of collecting the dragon heart. The original squad task can be refreshed repeatedly. Z Tao didn't know. The reason was that he brushed out the current highest grade of blue in the first place. The best 2 tasks of the whole game were collected by him. The system automatically judged that he was not need to refresh. There is no hint. Song when he is different. He only listened to him. My first quest was to collect the smelly socks of Wang's second child. The third was to collect Sun An's mace. The third, he said a lot in his voice. Z Tao began to ponder over the transfer of his duties while sympathizing with him. How do you feel that the collector's career is full of sand sculptures? 300 silver coins once. I brushed 100 times to brush up the task of collecting dragon hearts. Song Yi wanted to cry again. Z Wei. Song Yi said again, the 30,000 silver coins are still the breakup fee for the scum man. Z Wei. Song Heo couldn't help himself, crying like a silly dog. How am I so miserable? Z Tao's mouth moved, and it would not comfort people. Song when he took the initiative to find abuse. Hey brother, what is your quest for the squad? Come and comfort me. The two of them added friends, and the name naturally knew. Z Tao hesitated. Song Heo did not think too much. According to the law of conservation of luck, the main line task is so explosive. The branch task is definitely rotten. The more Z Tao did not say, the more Song Wei was curious. Why do you say that it is more pitted than I collected Zionine? Of course not. Z Zen thought about it. I think it's okay to say that the task doesn't say the grade, he said, tracking the tornado. Song Wei. The next second, Song Zioge exploded in the same place. Blue mission, Z Wei. How do you know? Song Yu's face was a dead expression. I met a buddy before, and I got this task. I'm so excited that my tail is going up. ZZ flashed. Is he finished? The task seems to be a bit confusing. Song said, I don't know. I was locked up the next day after I entered the game. The next day. Z Wei has captured the key point. How long have you been in the game? Song Wideo. It has been 3 or 4 days. It has been closed. So good. Thanks to Z. He obviously just entered the game, but Song Heo has been in the game for 3 or 4 days. What happened? Are they not the same player, or do the same players come in different time points? Song Wei is still not reconciled. He asked Z Wei, how many silver coins did you spend to get the blue branch mission? Z Tao didn't want to attack him, but he couldn't lie. He was just a newcomer and only passed a game. It is reasonable to say that there are only 10 silver coins left, and there is money to refresh the task. This is the second quasi world I entered. Zitao has tried to be euphemistic. Song Heo is still a crazy ball. Are you a blue branch task that you can brush for free? Z. Weri. Song. Cried. Bag was on the line. Tears were so much that I couldn't wait to flood the cage. Why? Why did God give birth to a non-Emirates like me and gave birth to a European emperor like you? People are more dead than people. Cack. At this time, Zitao saw a prompt in the lower right corner. Have a friend go. Do you want to send a team application? Team up. Zweli looked at the poor Song bio and ordered the application. Song Heo didn't cry for a moment. Tears hung in the corner of his eyes and his face was wrong. Hey, you want to and I team up? Z. Very inconvenient. Ah. Song screamed. Hey brother. Ah. After the younger brother is behind you, you are not leaving. Z. Zen knows why Song Wei is so excited in the next moment. He will share the task after the team is formed. Team information appears in the lower right corner. Temporary squad. Z Wei. Song Yi. Squad mission. Collect the heart of the dragon. Track the tornado. Collect the girl's underwear. Z Wei. It is still time to retreat. Song Heo has already been moved. You are my reborn parents, my savior. I really didn't expect that a living European emperor would team up with me. Hey, life is worth it. Z. Tao's mouth pumped. You are this task. You can rest assured. Song said, I will fix my task. If I can't get rid of myself, I will never drag you down. The reason why Zitao teamed up with him was that he felt that this guy was not dangerous. Second, he had something to ask him. Do you see other teammates when you enter the game? Song. We do, of course. We landed at the same time and spent a night in the forest. As he spoke, he reacted. I have never seen you. Sure enough, not the same player. Zitao confessed to him. I entered the game today. Song. Where he was awkward and then pale. Are our people dead? Z. Tao looked at him. Why do you say that? A. Quasi world. As long as the player's death rate is as high as 80% will re-release the mission. Z. Zioma's heart wrinkles. Only 3 or 4 days. 8 people died. Song. Heo also stunned. Is this not a D-class world? D-class should not be so difficult. Z. Tao asked him again. Are you caught up because of what? Song. We do. Can you still be because of what you are doing? Z. Tao understood that the business of stealing Neen was not familiar enough and was arrested. Song Yuking and his nephew said, what happened to the outside? I have been shut down these days. I don't know, perhaps it is because of being locked that it will escape. In a sense, this sand sculpture mission saved Song Yi's life. Zitao said, I just attacked someone here and a player I was with was killed on the spot. Song. Yi. Well, no uniform. Z. Said, maybe it is immune to fatal injuries, but the villagers thought he was dead, and I was caught by them and closed here. Song. You appealed. He must not wear uniforms, because he is afraid of occupying the props bar. It is dead. It is really dead. Multiplayer games generally do not have the option to read files, or buy props to immunize fatal wounds, or sputum medicine is quite past, and then there is still a big scorpion resurrection. If there is none, then it is really dead. This is a game, but it is not a game. The two of them just stopped talking, and they heard footsteps outside. Song Lili Mazaokwa. It's Emil. Oh, you smile at him. He will let us out. Z. Wei looked at him. Laugh. Yes. Song said, as a result of your beauty, young people can't hold it. Z. Wei. Song. You also complained, if I have your 3-pointed look, the scum man will not marry me. Z. Tao does not think that Song Yu is not good. He said, don't be arrogant. Song. Heo was moved. Hey, you are really beautiful. No wonder so lucky. Z. Yi does not think that he is good looking. Second, he does not feel that he is kind. His luck is better than ordinary people, but he is only limited to this kind of game related thing. His life in the past 20 years is not related to good luck. At this time, a young man in his early 20s came over He was very thin, like a bamboo pole, and a linen cloth was like hanging on his body point. When he saw Zitao, he succumbed, but soon he saw the fierce light. Kill it. Kill. I want to kill you. He held something in his hand. Song Yu was scared to death. Gun. Jiang. She did not go to wasteland. Yan Zhe was too lazy to waste time with others. He dragged Kinje to the garden to sneak. The old evil really likes the rose flower. The big garden is full of all kinds of roses, Kinje argued. Good looking. Yeah, it's beautiful. That backward duo is a beautiful little. It's a good match for the old evil spirits. Yan Zhe saw the river *** far away and joked, isn't the little rose calling you, river? Ramp, what anxious, Yan. Zao, how do I feel that you are waiting? He will not call you, Jiang. Skew. 80% said this crow-mouth. Yan Zhe thought that Zitao's feelings for him were 107, so he thought so. I'm so embarrassed to help you with such a low-level task. Jiang Lei feels that Z is not embarrassed, but very disgusted. Of course, the face must be supported. The river ramp, it is not necessarily dangerous to summon. You can also think of me. The author has something to say. Jiang Leoxi is typical. The face is as stable as an old dog, and my heart is panic. Chapter 16. The fairy tale town is 04 meters tall and 2 meters 8. Yan Zhe was smothered by the sour smell of this love. He contends with Kinje. This is not what it is. Just think he thinks about him. When I see Zaraoi, I have to enlighten him. Resolutely can't make the old evil so proud. If Jiangzi knows what Yan Zhe is thinking, there is a heart that is absolutely broken. He is already a broken ship, and the people around him are coming to the bottom of the boat. It is really unknown whether this can cross the sea of -173. Zitao does not know that there is nothing. He is at a critical juncture. The background of the fairy tale town is rather vague. The scenery of the town is old, but people's clothing is modern, and there are still hot weapons, but some are like some well-preserved ancient towns in the south of the Yangtze River. It is picturesque and has a quiet and quiet place in the downtown area. But the atmosphere is a bit strange today. The skinny young man earned a lot of money, and the hand with the gun kept shaking. Kill you. You must kill you. He is a perpetrator, but he is even more nervous than someone who is locked in a cage. Song Heo's atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Although they formed a team, it was not a real game. There was no such thing as team chat. That kind of props mall may be sold, but unfortunately their level is too low to reach. In fact, there is no need to communicate. Zitao can also feel the tension of Song Yu. Although I don't know why this young man wants to kill them, but in his mental state, the possibility of shooting is great. Once they shoot, they are narrow. It's hard to avoid in the space. If it is a shot, it will consume the only one fatal immunization carried by the uniform. Now they don't even know what the clues of the mission are, and then there is no danger. What should be done afterwards? Like many previous players, die in this game. Zhe sighed and asked, why? His voice was very light and calm, and there was an inexplicable inspiration in the cold and damp dungeon. Song Yu took a breath, and was afraid that the young outside would go crazy. The young man clearly fell. Zitao took a step forward. Why collapse? The question was to collapse a nervous young man. His eyes were so wide that his face was so thin that he could see the shape of the lower jaw. His hands were shaking, and his voice was mad. Why? You even asked why? Ha ha, you are so wicked. He distracted him. Zhao quickly shot. A green mangling flashed. The youth was stiff and the guns fell to the ground. Ziyu sighed. Song Yiba blinked his eyes and was shocked. The fixed body? The sale of a set of 10,000 silver coins in the mall. It can only last for 1 minute. Zizen asked Song Wei, will you use a gun? His eyes fell on the door lock. Song Yu knows what he means, and he does not dare to delay the time. He said, no problem. You can easily get rid of these guns after you, Z. When he stood in the corner, Song Heo picked up the gun, slammed, and shot through the broken lock point. When the prison door opened, Ziyi came out one step at a time, and said to Song Wei, come and help him. Shut up. Can't leave him alone. In case he goes out to call people, it will be very troublesome. Song Wei was more energetic than him, and the two even dragged him into a jail room. Seeing the effect of the amulet is over, Song Yi gritted his teeth. I can't help it. He sighed hard and slammed him on the neck of the youth with his elbow. Z when he looked at him. Song we deo. I ordered fighting skills. Only a little bit. Better than nothing. Z Tao's skill column is still empty. It is estimated that there are too few games for customs clearance, and it has not been activated yet. The two did not dare to delay the time, and the dungeons came out before and after. Finally, I breathed the air outside, and Song was refreshed. I almost thought I was going to be shut down for a lifetime. After the players enter the quasi world, the time flow rate will follow the quasi world. If it is trapped for a lifetime, it can be a lifetime. This kind of thing is not uncommon. There are many players who are trapped in the quasi world because they can't complete the task until they die. Z Tao did not feel empty. He looked at the environment. His eyebrows were very tight. Where are people going? He said to himself. Song Heo also came back to God, and he was alert to be with him. Both of them are collectors. The night vision ability is very good, and you can see it in the dark. It is obviously a residential area, but it is dead. The beautiful two-story building is not gloomy and cold, and the map planted grass covers the delicate flowers. It has been left unattended for a long time. Song when he whispered, this game description has problems. Say a good fairy tale town. How is it so depressed? He was a little embarrassed, did not dare to say like a haunted house. Z when he whispered, follow me, Song. When he felt a strong sense of security. Good. In fact, he thinks that Zweni may be smaller than himself. The face is tender, and like a flower, cannot stop the 288 brothers. The thief is reliable. They walked lightly for more than 10 minutes, and saw a brightly lit square. The two stopped at the same time. Song's eyesight was stronger than Zizen, and he was shocked after seeing it. There is a person tied to the fire. Z Tao only saw a lot of people. They should be residents of the town. Most of them are yellow and thin, and the hands holding the torches are like a yellow-brown branches, which are densely gathered together, and have an indescribable sense of horror after Ziyu's eyes. He barely saw it. They want to burn him. Song Yu's heart was stagnant. Live and burn. The flame has burned, and the screams of the man make the scalp numb. Zweni tightened his eyebrows at this time. There were amazing cheers from the crowd. Zitao and Song Yu were far away, and they looked vaguely, but they heard it clearly, because they shouted too loudly, too neat, as if they had experienced the same is true for countless times. Burn him, give him to the dragon god. Only he can calm the anger of the dragon god. The ups and downs of shouting sounds like the tide of the face, with a suffocating sense of oppression. Song Weni whispered, Z Tao said, let's go to the back of the mountain to see. Their mission is to collect the heart of the dragon. The mountain is definitely going to go. Maybe there is a dragon there. Maybe the dragon brought such temper and disaster to the original fairy tale town. Zitao's heart couldn't help but float another voice. Would it be so simple? Song said, go, let's kill the dragon. The town is too strange. He wants to finish the task quickly. The two just got to go, but there was a sweet laugh behind them. Zaya brother, the girl is only 15 or 6, thin to disentangled, but with amazing beauty. She has a blue colored whip on the skin outside. Shocking. Song Heo was shocked by her. Zitao still remembers the name of his body, which is called Zaya. The girl was so thin that she could be blown down by a gust of wind. She came over and whispered softly, Zaya brother, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally back. Yuna miss you. The author has something to say. The old evil comrades are not only suffering from the enemy, but also always worry about the color of the hat. Chapter 17 The Fairy Tale Town 05 Our Huang took me as a friend. Kak. Song Yuan asked the gossip, and looked at Ziweni to see the girl. Squinting. The girl was very pitiful, and she came forward, and looked forward to sweetly trying to put on Zizen's arm. Zaya brother, fortunately, you are back. Z Tao took a step back, and distanced her away. I'm not White Summer. In one sentence, the girl was fixed in place. Sweetness faded from the thin face, and the subsequent fears were uneasy. White Summer brother, don't make fun of Yuna. Yun is very scared. Such a beautiful girl, so pitiful and so attached. The average man may be heartbroken. Zitao did not want to deceive her. Intuition told him that things were not so simple. The girl was hurt more than just a flesh wound. Sorry. Z then said seriously, I'm not White Summer, not someone you know. The girl's eyes are very big, the black pupils almost fill the eyes, and the black is shocking. How could it be? You are the White Summer brother. Before, not, but now. White Summer, that is Bazaar brother. She seems to be too excited, and the words are intermittent and people can't understand. Ziomi was stunned and whispered, before waiting for him to finish. The girl interrupted her. She took out a very well preserved photo from her pocket. Look, Bazaar brother. This is what you gave me. This is how. Can we not be together with the photos we have together? How could it not be? Her hand was also very thin. Her pale fingers were bones, and she took the photo like it, as if the photo was 3 cents more than her hand. Ziwei did not open his eyes, and fixed his eyes on the photo. This is a group photo of the two people. The man on the photo looks vague and looks at the outline, and Zen is also very different. He is taller and more burly than Z, and the girl around him is especially petite. The girl in the photo smiled very happily. The small pear vortex in the corner of her mouth was full of the temperature of the sun. She was slender and slim, but it was not the dead and thin skin. What makes Ze more concerned is the town behind them. They are standing on a high mountain. The mountain is the whole picture of the town. The red tiled buildings are row upon row, and there are well defined blue brick paths. With the smoldering fire, there is fairy tale serenity and tranquility. This is a real fairy tale town. Song Heo also saw it. He squatted and talked, but refused to say it. The girl cautiously pleaded, Bazaar brother, look, this is our photo. I have been keeping it. I have been waiting for you. Z. Tao looked at her and still said, I'm sorry, I'm not Bazaar. I have no impression of this photo. The girl was pale and the thin body trembled, like the last dead leaf on the dead wood that was about to fall. Why? Don't you want a cloud? You really don't want a cloud? With her mourning voice the big tears rolled down. She was too thin, so she cried, as if to squeeze out all the last water in her body. Z Tao looked at Song Yu, and Song Zin received the gods. The two men left the painful girl together. After walking away, Song Yu could not help but say, she is too poor. No way. Z said, I'm not Bazaar. I can't give what she really wants. If she lie to her, she will only give her double harm. Song Yu sighed, it is true. But most people can't stand the same girl who is pleading for it. Not to mention straight men, as gay. He wants to swear by her to persuade her not to cry. Z Tao asked Song Wei, when you come to this tour, the world, do you see the whole picture of the town? Song Wei also saw the photo just now. He understood why he asked this question. He said, the whole picture is invisible, but I stole. Oh, I sneaked into a family when I was doing the task. I'm very impressed. Z. Where he asked, what? Song. Wideo. Very poor. The house is a beautiful double-story building. There is a small yard. The decoration of the home is also very good. But, there is almost no food. Z. Yan thought deeply. Song when he continued, I don't understand the terrain. I take the kitchen to me. The room touches it. I saw a few grains of rice in the rice bowl and wild vegetables that are difficult to swallow. Song Heo had never had a hard time, so I was so impressed with the kitchen that it was really miserable. The family seemed so poor that even the bark wanted to eat. Z Wei whispered, what happened to this town? Song Wideo. Is it because of the evil dragon? In order to support it, the town residents have to give him everything he eats. What? Zen thinks is, if it is a dragon, the villagers may not sit still like this. This species of human beings has never been afraid of the world, especially under extremely harsh conditions. In order to survive, it is all done. What about the dragon? A civilization with a gun can really handle a dragon? I was afraid that I was so hungry that I could eat it. Besides, his mission is to collect the heart of the dragon. If the dragon is not able to confront the whole town, can he do it as a junior collector? The strength of these low-level players is very weak, and the average person is almost the same. The tasks that 10 people can complete, the town residents will be uncertain. Of course, it can also be said that this is a game, and the setting of the game is of course to leave the problem to the player to solve. Is that just the case? Xie Tao can never feel that he is a playhome at the moment. These are all speculations, and there is still a distance from the truth. Xie Tao said, go to the back of the mountain to see Song. Well, he should say, okay, it is also convenient for the two to smear and walk. On the one hand, it is visible. On the other hand, it can avoid people and kill two birds with one stone point. When it was dawning, they finally came to the back hill point. Look up, Song Wenyi whispered. So big place, where to find the cave? This is not a computer game where you can see the panorama by dragging down the map. The place where they stand is the real world. After walking for a night, I was tired. Looking at the huge back mountain covered by trees, I was really crying. The cave in the back mountain. The ghost knows how many caves there are in the mountains. Compared with Song Yu's sigh, Xie Wenyi calmly pulled out a magnifying glass. Song Wenyi, Xie Tao raised the magnifying glass and began to search carefully. Song smashed up. Search mirror. A search mirror of 30,000 silver coins. Xie Wenyi should say, well, the search level is very low, and there are times of use. I can barely use it. What is barely usable? Use it in this D-class world. It is a violent thing. Song Zhen remembered the previous fixed character, and then look at the current search mirror. Cannot help but whisper, hey brother, is the breakup fee for the scum man. In a sense, it's really a bit of a SM. Xie Tao said, it's all rewarded in the last game. He didn't want to sing song again with a fixed character. Song Wenyi didn't return to the center, so he didn't know whether the love left or right customs clearance information. I don't know. He is a customs clearance point in all quasi worlds. The advanced quasi world design designed by the designers is the same. X is a big celebrity. The games he designed are all famous on the list. Unfortunately, only a few A-level games are activated. The S-class and even the SS level are cleared. Even the activation is not. The more people pass customs clearance, the more curious they are. The more they get hotter and hotter. The more they pass the evil. And even the news of Xie's customs clearance will shock half of the central hall. Sleeping. Song Yu shocked his face. Are you not going to pass a world? What is the grade? You can get a reward of 40,000 silver coins. In fact, it is 100,000 silver coins. Xie Tao did not marry him. S grade. Song Wenyi. Xie Tao said, luck is better. In fact, it is a bad luck. What a asterisk of the game. He is still in love. Song Wenyi is dumbfounded. Is this asterisk luck better? This luck is good. Hello. Oh you Huang. Can you give me a little European gas to the European Emperor? Song Wenyi was pitiful. I only completed 3 E-level missions. This time it was the only D class. I also got a garbage mission to steal a small inside. It is not the same as completing the mission and customs clearance point. After entering the quasi world, you will get a mainline task. Only after completing the mainline task can you leave the quasi world. Otherwise you can only stay in the quasi world until it is completed. The mainline task can't give up, and it can only be done in the end point. The conditions for customs clearance are more demanding. The main task that must be received first must be the core task, and the second is to complete the core task of the branch line. The spur task is not mandatory. If it is completed, it will issue additional rewards according to the grade. It will not give up by default, and will not be trapped in the quasi world point. The squad task is okay to say that it is a big deal to spend money on death. So many people can't get through the customs, and they don't even get the core task of the main line point. Only when you receive a core mission will you have the possibility of customs clearance. The rewards obtained after customs clearance are also top notch, like the S-class quasi world, and there are special rewards that are coveted point. And after the customs clearance, the quasi world will be closed, and other players will no longer receive related tasks. A-level quasi world, as long as luck is good, customs clearance is not difficult. Xie Tao said that when he passed through a world, Song Heo was not too surprised, but at this time he heard that he was passing through an S-level quasi world point. Mom, this is not only the emperor, but also the god. This is really too high, and Song Heo's heart is gone. Xie said, don't say it, I don't want to be too eye-catching. Song Yazheng said, reassured, I must keep my mouth shut. Although the two did not know for a long time, he also felt that Zitao was cautious and serious, and he was able to tell him about it. He really regarded him as a friend. The European emperor regarded him as a friend of Kak, and he felt that he might probably want to turn the non-Emirates to Sing. Because of the search mirror, they didn't take long to find the entrance to the cave. The two men went down the mountain with ease, and they were so tired and panting. Song Yu bought a lot of props because of the breakup fee. He gave Z a bottle of physical potion, and the two temporarily added physical strength. This kind of physical potion is not cheap, but the effect is really average, similar to eating a meal in one bit. In addition to saving time, meaning is not significant. The entrance to the cave is not big. From the outside, the inside is dark, and it is impossible to figure out what is dangerous. Z said, "I'm going ahead, you are careful behind." Song. Well, he should say, well, the two were about to walk into the cave, but they were suddenly blocked by a red light. Song Yi, is there an enchantment? Z. Zen raised his hand and touched it, and the red man's rose again, blocking it like a door. Song When he said in the brain circuit of playing games, is there any clues that we have missed? We must reach the prerequisites before we can go in. Z. Tao said, it is possible, let's go back to town to find clues. Okay. When they returned to the town, it was already noon, and the bright sun was hanging high. The atmosphere in the town was still strange and cold. Zitao and Song Yu tried to avoid the eyes and ears, wondering where to go to find news about Haoshan about the dragon. Just then, the man's low voice suddenly appeared. Catch him. Both Zitao and Song Yu were shocked. Song Yu took the hand of Zitao. It was discovered. Don't move. Zen grabbed him hard and pulled him closer to the corner. The footsteps rushed in, and a group of skinny people ran like crazy, full of grievances and resentment. A black shadow rushed through the eyes of Zen Song, who was chased. Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and then held his breath again. Boom, the gunshot sounded, and the chased man was shot in the back, and fell to the ground. Then there was a more illusory scene. It was supposed to break a hole in the chest, and the dead person actually climbed up and continued to run forward. Song Heo big eyes. It is the player. Zitao was staring at the inhabitants who were behind him. He found that the residents who watched the resurrection of death were not surprised. They did not hesitate. The second shot was shot again, and the person who just stood up killed completely. Z Yang Kong shrank. These residents are hunting players. Chapter 18 Fairytale Town 06 I want to clear the world. The players who come to this world are all junior players. It is the limit to have a uniform to defend themselves. How can there be a second life? The gun went down, and the man died. Zitao and Song Yu have nothing to do. The villagers swarmed up, and did not care about the blood of the land. They lifted the body in a slap in the air, and shouted in the mouth, dedicated to the dragon god, dedicated to the dragon god. They left, and the nerves of Zitao and Song Yu were slightly relieved. Song Heo's forehead is all cold sweat. Is this not a D-class world? How is it so dangerous? Zitao's eyes are hanging. It's also the player who was burned to death last night. They were far away. When they saw it, the man had become a fireman, and could only hear his painful screams. Song When is scalp numb. Has it burned for so long? Because of wearing a uniform? This is too cruel. The fatal injury does not mean that the fatal injury is painful. He suffers from the burning pain, and he is so hard to die. Have a life, and then experience it once. Zitao said, these villagers know the players very well. Song Wei, who still wants to get this, he has to die. Hey, let's hurry and finish the task and leave soon. Z. Tao looked at him. Do you want to disband the team? Song When he did not respond. Zitao calmly said, my task has no clue. I must delay the time. Your task can still be completed. I still have a fixed character and a search mirror, which can be used for you. The amulet is a stackable item. 10 sets are counted, only one frame, while the search mirror is used, with 4 times left. Song Yu was shocked by his words. If you do have a search mirror and a fixed character, this task can be done very easily. He doesn't have to steal the small inner inside. He can use the search mirror to locate, try to find someone's house to sneak in. If it is discovered, there is a fixed character to delay the time. 1 minute is enough for him to leave. This world is over. As for the sideline mission, it is not impossible to complete it. Although his task is very low, the difficulty is not high. Zitao's task is of high quality and the same level of difficulty. If the world is very dangerous, it is really hard to say who is better. Song Wei asked him, "What do you do, Z?" Tao said, "I can do it myself. The spicy chicken game like love to the left or right has come over. This is not a big problem." Song Yi gnawed his teeth. "No, I can't leave you alone, Z." Yi. Song said, "Although I have nothing to do, but many people have more eyes, I can always help you. Look at the back, Z." Tao reminded him, "This town is very dangerous. The villagers know the players very well and are organized to hunt. Then, I can't go anymore." Song said, "If it weren't for you, I was still in the dungeon. Who knows if they will sacrifice me next time, Z." Tao is used to being alone, really does not mind doing his own tasks. "You don't need to, Song." You interrupted him. "I want to complete the task of the branch line." Xie Wei did not have the reason to persuade him to leave. Xie Tao looked at him and said the following, "I want to pass the world of customs." His calm voice slammed into Song Minimum's mind like a hammer. He understood the meaning of Xie's endpoint. Customs clearance is not just about completing a mission. Customs clearance is to block the world so that players can no longer enter. No matter what reason the villagers are hunting the players, as long as the world is cleared, there will be no players to enter and you can stop the killing. Suddenly, an indescribable blood rushed into the atrium and Song Zhen felt an unprecedented tide. "I will help you through the world, Z." Tao's mainline task is very likely to be the core task. As long as the branch task is completed, the probability of customs clearance is 80% higher. Worth a try. Song Wei blindly believes that, if it is Zitao, it will be able to pass customs. Let's go to the previous one. Ziyu said nothing, suddenly stopped. A man came to them behind him at a very fast speed. Song Yu strengthened his body and was suddenly shocked. He was about to guard. Xie Wei quickly opened. "Gold brother, the person who came is Zhang Jin." He saw Zitao sighing with a sigh of relief. "I can find you, Z." Tao is also relieved. "Fortunately, you are fine, Zhang." Jin smiled and said, "There are uniforms. You can't die, Z." Tao also smiled. At this time, Song Yu turned back. He saw Zhang Jin and then squatted. "Liu Jet, Z." Tao has been staring at Zhang Jin, keenly capturing the strangeness in his eyes, and it is very light. Even if he sees it, he can't help but suspect that it is an illusion. "You are?" Zhang Jin asked with doubts. Song Wei said, "I am. Xiao Song, just arrived in this world as the kebab I have eaten for you." "Barbecue?" Zhang Jin laughed. "I eat nutrient solution all the year round, and there is barbecue." Song blinked. Zitao said, "Anyone is wrong. Jin is playing with me." Song said, "That must be that I admit it wrong. Let's get different batches." Zhang Jin said, "Are you a former player?" Song Wei nodded. "Yes, I'm about 3 or 4 days to advance." Zhang Jin frowned. "It's only 3 or 4 days. The death rate of your players is 80% higher." Song Wei was nervous. "Maybe I'm alone." Zhang Jin's eyebrows wrinkled even more tightly. "Say, there is a problem in this world." He turned to look at Zitao and asked, "What is your mission?" Zhao smiled and said, "Collect Sun Ant's mace." Zhang Jin stunned and laughed. "This, Song Wei responded quickly, and he wrinkled his face. "I'm even worse. My task is to collect the girl's little Nin." Zhang Jin snorted out loudly. "You are this task, Z." Tao said, "Yeah, how can there be such a wonderful task?" Zhang Jin smiled for a long while and said, "The task of the collector is like this. It is rather strange, but such a task is also relatively easy to complete." Song said with a grin, "It's not easy. I was locked in the dungeon for the first time I was stealing." Zhang Jin Dao, "Nothing. I will help you. It is very easy to complete the task, so you can leave the world." Song Wei asked, "What is your mission?" Zhang Jin's Heng said, "I'm an explorer. The task I received was to explore the caves of Haoshan." Song Wei Wow 1 channel. Jin's mission is definitely high. It's not easy to say. Zhang Jin Dao, the grade is very difficult. I'm afraid it is not easy to leave, Z. Tao said, it is not difficult to explore the cave. Zongjin shook his head and said, exploration is not going to look at it. I have to go all the way to the end. I suspect there is a dragon in it. Song. You answered, is it the dragon asterisk 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 in their mouth? It is possible. Zongjin said to them, you must be careful. This town is very abnormal. The residents are crazy. If you see an outsider, you will kill the sacrifice and give it to the dragon. Song. Yu's heart has a lingering fear. We just saw a person being shot. Zongjin looked solemnly. Don't delay the time. I will take you to complete the task. Z. Tao said, Jin's mission is even harder. Or don't waste time helping us. Zhang. Jin shook his head and said, you have no experience. I don't trust. Song. When he sneaked a glance at Z Zen. Z said, this is too embarrassing. Zhang. Jindao, what kind of polite? They are all selected people. It is appropriate to help each other. Z. Zio smiled. Let's go. Zhang Jindao, I will take you to Sun Daniyang's house to find the mace. They came out together, and Zongjin said to them, don't be too nervous. The more nervous you are, the easier it is to expose yourself. Naturally. Z. Tao asked, is the player recognized by the villagers too nervous? Zhang. Jindao, most of them are like this. Song. When he wrinkled his face, well, you said this. I'm more nervous. Zhang. Jin smiled and said, if you are waiting here, I will help Z to find the mace and help you. Song. You shook his head and said, no, I don't want to be alone. It's terrible. Zhang. Jin's nephew flashed and said, let's go. Maybe Sun's family has your mission props. Song Yu has a good hand in the fight. Sun auntie is definitely not a girl. Of course maybe she has a granddaughter or something. I really let Song Wen's crow mouth say it. Zongjin is much more frank than them. He dares to ask the villagers for directions. Perhaps it is really an attitude problem. The villagers have a good attitude towards Zongjin and point him to the road. They came to Sun Aunt's house without much trouble. Z Tao's task is certainly not to find a mace. He said that this task is not without any basis. Before Song, and he spit out more than 100 quests that he had brushed. One of them was to collect Sun Aunt's mace. So I really didn't panic when I came to Sun Daniyang's house. This task is real, and I'm not afraid of the stuffing. Who knows that just arrived. A woman with a loose skin and a skinny knife rushed out with a kitchen knife. White Summer, you dare to step into my house. Song. You was shocked, but Z Tao quickly looked at Zongjin. Zongjin actually looked pale and stepped back. It is clear that Sun Auntie is a White Summer, and she is also facing Z Wen. Zongjin is so flustered. No wonder he thinks that the White Summer in the photo is very familiar. Sun Auntie shouted, you are a white-eyed wolf, a wolf-hearted dog, and you have defiled the innocence of the cloud. I will go with you. She rushed over, and Z Tao intended to hide behind Zongjin's body, and Sun Auntie rushed over Zongjin. Zongjin's face changed greatly. Sun Auntie is angry. Give me my cloud back, you scum. Give me my cloud back. A slender voice sounded, mother, don't hurt the White Summer brother. The thin paper girl rushed over and hugged the woman's arm. The loose meat on Sun Auntie trembled fiercely. You silly boy, Sun. Yuna cried, Beizai brother is coming to pick me up. He wants to take me away. He promised me will take us to his world. Mother, we can all go to God. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes were cold. Zongjin pulled Zizen and Song Yu Dao. Leave first. After Z Tao and Song Yu followed, the three went out together in a small town and parked in a secluded place. Zongjin gasped. Z Tao looked up at him. Who is White Summer? In fact, as soon as they first entered the world, the villagers shouted the name of Beizai. At that time, Zongjin was fatally wounded. It is estimated that he did not have the strength to listen to what they said. After all, the uniform immunization was fatal. At that time, the scene was turbulent and people were mixed. He was recovering his body and could not hear it. Zongjin's face changed slightly. Z Wei forced him. Is White Summer a you? Zongjin turned to look at him, and the sunshine in the middle of the lake gradually faded. Z Tao continued, you really entered the world for the second time. You had long been suspicious. Zongjin unloaded the disguised face, revealing the true face of cold and cruel. Chapter 19 The Fairy Tale Town 07. Why did he return to the world? Zitao has never trusted Zongjin. Point in the central world, Zongjin was over enthusiastic. Although Ziwei is young, she has seen more people, and she has a lot of vigilance against strangers. Zongjin and his vegetarian life are just a newcomer. The information of the S-level world customs is hidden. Zongjin cannot know what is his purpose in approaching him. It is now certain that he deliberately led him to this D-class world. Zitao had thought about this D-class world, but he had no choice but to know if X's next world is more pit. This gathering task is only D level. He bought a bunch of new people, cannot afford to buy props. Embankment with Zongjin. Certainly safer than that **** lost Atlantis. In order to brush off the X-designed game, Xiaoyu is very hard. In a way, Jiangzi seems to be worse than Zongjin in Zen's heart. After all, -173 must be respected. Oh, it's already -175. After all, I think him once. Zongjin's complexion sank, and he did not know when he had a short blade with a blue man. Song when he was shocked. What are you doing? He was opening his time. Ziwei will not understand. He was always on the alert, and when he saw Zongjin, he immediately released his amulet and set him off guard. Songyu was shocked and stunned. Fuck, scared to death. Tao did not say anything, and he took the weapon of Zongjin. This short blade is not a special thing. In the eyes of modern people, hot weapons seem to be more powerful than cold weapons, but they cannot be judged by conventional science. In the central world, such a short blade is not necessarily weaker than a pistol. Songyu untied the hemp rope wrapped around his waist and gave Zongjin a big tie. This is taken from the dungeon. After all, it is the collector. Of course, it is necessary to search for a clean place. Song said that he didn't want to be a collector, but it was actually very collectible. Because I was afraid that Zongjin would wake up in advance. Zen shot 2 fixed characters to ensure sufficient time. Songyu's movements are even more profitable than he imagined. Zitao looked at Zongjin and said to Song Wei, "Let's go." Song Yi said, "Don't ask, Z." Tao is not willing to delay the time. There is nothing to ask. We have less experience, and it is much more difficult to ask him to go around. He has already strode away, and Songyu has to catch up. He blinks, and he can't figure it out. After walking away, Zen asked him, "Have you killed someone?" Song Yi, a spirit, immediately shook his head. "No. Still killing a chicken. He is scared to death." Zitao said, "Zongjin is not us." Song You vaguely understood some. His scalp was tight, he said, "or you are cautious." Tao said, "Hurry up, we have to go to Sun Yun." Forced to ask Zongjin meaningless. He could not give them any clues about the game. Moreover, they know too little about Zongjin's situation. Just now it was just that he was not prepared to fix him. It was really delayed until the time limit was fixed. It might not happen. As for killing Zongjin, Zitao will not try. Not to not go, but to worry about fatal injury immunity. A newcomer, 50 silver coins, can buy uniform that is fatally wounded. Isn't the veteran of Zongjin unprepared? Really not prepared. He will send a life as soon as he enters the game. It is true that there is a reason for the shelling of gold, but if there are only 2 such lives, he will certainly not be so casual. Besides, he and Song have no experience in fighting. Zongjin can see that the posture of the knife is not normal. When it is time to kill, it is not killing, so the smartest move is to run quickly. While running, Song Wei asked, "What is going on? Is he entering the game with you?" Tao said, "Accurately, he introduced me in the trough." Song Zhen remembered. "So, I was also pulled in by Liu Sheng." As soon as they said it, they made it clear before Zongjin was called Liu Sheng. He was also close to the central world in the Song dynasty. He was invited to join the D-level assembly task. Song Wei had just broken up with the **** man, and he got a pain in his liver. He came to a sunny handsome guy and chatted with him. He refused to do so. He agreed to do the task together in a few words. After entering the game, they stayed in the forest for a day. Song Yu, because the task is too cumbersome. I'm embarrassed to find someone to sneak up on myself to do. Who knows to be caught as a hooligan into the dungeon. Asterisk 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 and escape point. Song stunned. Only 80% of the death rate will reset the task. The last batch of players, only me and Zongjin survived? I can't figure out what Zongjin is calling. For the time being, use this name. Zitao said, and he completed the main task, successfully left the world. So Zongjin can enter this game again. Song when he does not understand. Why did he return to the world? What is the significance of repeated brushing D-level tasks? The central rules clearly written. Repeating the task of brushing the world, the reward will be a geometric decline. Like this in a low-level world, where rewards are weak, there are no rewards for 2 or 3 times. Song Yi thought, is it necessary for customs clearance? Customs clearance needs to complete the core tasks and branch tasks. Some players will enter the same world in order to get the special rewards after customs clearance. In order to reach the core tasks and reach the conditions for customs clearance, it is impossible to change to Song Yu. It is just a D-class world. The customs clearance reward is not comparable to the general reward of the C-class world. As for the waste of time, with the strength of Zongjin, you can challenge the C-class world. Zitao did not say anything. Song Yu said again, and why should he lead us into the world? Others? Will it be introduced by him? Z said, I'm afraid he has come in more than twice. If the person in the photo is Zongjin, then he must have not only been to the game 3 days ago. Even if Sun Yun didn't eat it for 3 days, he wouldn't be hungry. From the rich girl to the current thin appearance. Song when his scalp numb. What the asterisk 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 he wants. It's so weird. The residents of the town hunted the players, and there were people like Zongjin who had unintentional intentions. What happened in the world? No matter what he wants to do, Z said. As long as we pass the world, he won't want to come in again. Song Heo heard this sentence again and realized a different meaning. Hey brother, let's go see Sun Yuna first. They returned to the residence of Sun Auntie and saw a girl standing alone at the door outside the yard. She is immersed in illusory illusions, looking forward to the people in her dreams coming back to pick her up. When Xie appeared, her eyes were bright and her voice was softer and softer. Beizai brother, I know that you will not leave the cloud. I am not White Summer. Zitao stared at her. Can you really tell, Sun Yuna seems to be fixed in general, and he has a panicked look. You are, yeah. No, you are not white. You just borrowed his body. I know. I won't admit mistakes. When you come, Beizai will become different. Sure. Enough. Sun Yuna could not distinguish between Zizen and Zongjin because they replaced the body of Beizai and became Beizai. In the eyes of the people of this world, there is no difference between the 2 White Summers, but the players are not limited to this world, so they are clearly understood. Zitao said to Sun Yuna, I'm not the person you know, I'm the other person. Sun Yuna stared blankly. Zitao's voice was lighter. You can get it, right? A big drop of tears fell from the thin face of Sun Yuna, and the girl was on the verge of collapse. Why do you love me? Are you saying that you will marry me? You will take it away, will take me out of this broken place? Xiaomi is a tight, broken place. He still didn't speak, and the sound of a boy sounded. Cloud sister, Sun Yuna trembled. The body broke out with amazing speed and strength and pulled the boy who suddenly appeared. Small wind. Don't tell the mayor. Don't. The boy was trembling. You are with the outsiders again. You are crazy, Sun Yuna's mental state is very unstable, and the boy's hand is as terrible as the entangled roots. Zitao appeased her. You will hurt him like this. As soon as he heard the sound, the boy looked up. The 2 are looking at each other. The boy did not expect to see such a good looking person. Zizen was surprised at his golden pupil. The boy gnashed his teeth and said, the little white faces, like you are bullying the Cloud sister. The dragon asterisk 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 will punish you. Chapter 20 in the fairy tale town 08. You misunderstood. I have been protecting it. Zitao looked at the boy. I'm not a person who bullies her. You are. You outsiders are the same big bad guys. The boy was very angry, and the tender little face was an unobtrusive anger. Zitao half squatted down and let himself and the boy look flat. He looked calm and relaxed, as if the 7-8-year-old child in front of him was an adult like him, not a child of tenderness. This move made the little boy squat, and he was used to looking up at people, and he was uncomfortable with people. And how can this person look so good, even better than the previous sister? The little boy's tight nerves unconsciously relaxed. Xie whispered. I just arrived here yesterday, did nothing, and did not hurt any one of you. The boy groaned and bit his lower lip. You are the same, all the same, just starting to be good to us. You can do bad things soon. The village. He was very wronged, and could barely flow a tear. The villages, because you will become like this, Xie. Wee. What did they do? What did you do? This is like a switch. Let the boy find a way to vent, and use the verbal words, to accuse the evils of outsiders, play with our feelings, occupy our house, take our food, even trap us in the town, never be inseparable. Xie Tao guessed that the previous players must have caused great damage to the town, but did not expect it would be like this. Trapping the residents in the town can never be separated. Xie Tao asked, can't you leave this town? The boy's mad. If we can go out, will we wait here to die? The overall situation of the residents in the town is very bad, not only physically, but also spiritually broken into a string, and there is a possibility of breaking at any time. Xie Tao asked, when did this situation start? A year ago. The boy was so angry that he began to fall from the sky with you. From the beginning, you put on a hypocritical face, help us do farm work, help us build a house, and soon, very fast the boy looked at Sun Yuna, and his tears turned around in his eyes. Soon you will reveal the true face of the human face. You robbed our home, drove us to work day and night, and abused, insult, he said intermittently. Those cruel and dirty things are getting worse under the innocent children's voice. Xie Yan frowned. So you started hunting for outsiders. The boy's golden symbol flashed with fearless brilliance. Don't you die. Xie Tao stared at him. This can't solve the problem. The boy said, as long as you kill you will not bother us again. Xie said, I can let them no longer come here, but he didn't finish talking, and a broken air came. The boy's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of panic and despair. Xie Zhen got up and took him into his arms, and the straight arrow straight into his back. Song Yu screamed, hey. The pain immediately took over the whole brain, and Xie Qian clenched his teeth. The boy was stunned and looked up at him in a wrong way. Xie Tao endured severe pain and whispered, go fast, there is danger. The boy was pale and his thin lips twitched. Why? Xie Tao whispered again, go to the back mountain. The boy's eyes are big as Xie pushed him hard and shouted, go. The boy looked at the alien who was gradually showing his body shape, clenching his fist, holding Sun Yuna, and turning around, and running. Zhang Jin's voice slowly sounded, a second-class person, is it worth a waste of life? Xie Tao's uniform played a role. After the pain, the back injury has been restored. His forehead is all thin and sweaty. His face is 3 points more than usual. Inferior? Xie Zhen was hoarse. The sunshine before Zhang Jin's change was clear. Although he was still wearing a golden hair color, his smile on his lips was cruel and arrogant. You new people always can't recognize their identity. He slammed the ground and pressed his hand to the arrow in Xie Zhen's arrow. If you are an inferior, you are dead now. The wound is already good, but with such a press, the pain in the nerves is again coming up, and the pain is sharp. Xie's nose is soaked with thin sweat. So you will insult them? Zhang Jin bent his lips and smiled. You misunderstood. When he didn't finish his words, Xie gave him a foot and gave Song Heo a look. Song Xin hearted the gods and ran in the opposite direction. When they run together, they will only be caught together. If they run separately, they can run away. There are also opportunities for rescue. Zhang Jinxiao laughed and did not hesitate to choose to pursue Xie Tao. Song Zio's little sister is not worth mentioning. If there is no thank you, he can pinch him with one finger. Xie ran wildly and exhausted his strength. He knew that he couldn't run, and the latter Zhang Jin was playing in a cat and chasing him. Xie Tao still has to run as much as possible, so I will give Song Heo more time. Zhang Jin really was much stronger than they thought. He tied him up like that. He could come so fast. It must have been a retreat. He easily broke off the rope. Fortunately, I didn't try to kill him. The effect of the fixed body was too short, and then I was washed away by his fatal injury. The next second was Xie and Song Wei. Zhang Jin deliberately forced him into a small alley. When he ran in, Xie knew that he could not retreat. Xie Tao's physical strength is very bad, and it can even be said that it is a little bad. After all, staying in the house all the year round, lack of exercise. In the central shopping mall, there are props that strengthen the body. Unfortunately, his level is too low, and he can't afford it. After trying to run for so long, he was already tired and panting, and his hair was wet with sweat and stuck on his cheeks. In comparison, Zhang Jinlian did not have any breathing, and his footsteps were gentle, and he was bound to gain. Xie Tao's head turned very fast. Thinking about the cards in his hands, he still has a life, 7 fixed characters, a search mirror, and a short blade grabbed from Zhang Jin. The search mirror is not very useful, and the 7 fixed point characters can only control Zhang Jin for 7 minutes. The short blade, who knows that Zhang Jin has several lives. By the way, there is the summoning technique that can summon the avatar of X. Ghosts know that X is an enemy or a friend who can design such a perverted game. How can you use common sense to go to the sway? Xie stared at Zhang Jin. Your expression is really tempting. Zhang Jin's eyes glanced at his facial features like a searchlight and smiled half smilingly. It's a pity, Xie. Zen was a while. Zhang Jin put away his smile and asked him, where is your fixed body? Xie Tao intentionally delayed the time. By in the mall, you only cleared the world once. Where are so many silver coins? Xie Zen does not say anything. Zhang Jin's twilight shimmered. My luck won't be so good. I've picked the S-level world's customs clearance. At a glance, sure enough, he was suspicious. Zen was not surprised. The price of the fixed character is too expensive. Only to complete the low-level mainline task, absolutely cannot afford. But at this time, it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. Zhang Jin stared at him. If you are, I will not kill you. Xie Tao looked at him. What about the conditions? Zhang Jindao, join my organization. Xie Tao asked very straightforwardly. You are not afraid of me to join? And turned back to water. Zhang Jin has always kept a certain distance from him. Instead of answering Zen's words, he changed the subject abruptly. Are you feeling bad about this town? Ziyang no expression. Zhang Jindao, it is true that this town used to be a very dreamy and beautiful place. It is a place where I know it better than anyone else. After all, it is depicted by me. Xie Yi. Zhang Jindao, I just participated in the drawing of the town, not the designer of it. Xie Tao understands. Is this quasi-world designed by your organization? Zhang Jindao, yes, it is the quasi-world that we have designed and tried to be recognized by the zone. Xie Tao was the first to hear this word. Zhang Jin knew that he did not understand and patiently explained. The zone is the will of the central government. Only when it is recognized by it, the quasi-world will be open. Xie Tao asked him, since the town is designed by you, why do you want to destroy it? Destruction. Zhang Jinxiu smiled. You misunderstood. I did not destroy it. I have been protecting it. Xie Yan's eyes are slightly slim. Zhang Jin continued. After the quasi-world opening, the zone will release a variety of tasks. Players will enter into some of the tasks. Our organizational capabilities are not good. The design of this town is very low. Most of the ushered, it's a newcomer who doesn't understand anything. The newcomer is still doing the task seriously at first. Later, when the residents of the town were simple and kind but ignorant, they started to tease their minds. Zhang Jin was up, and there was a bit of pity in the cold scorpion. My poor children are so ruined by them. Shouldn't I give them some punishment? Xie Wei, so you will kill the players? Zhang Jin asked. Is it persecuted? Shouldn't it resist? Xie said. Not all players are guilty. Zhang Jinxiu smiled and said. The child also said. It was good when I first came in. Xie Tao did not say anything. Zhang Jin said again. I know that you have a lot of doubts about me in my heart. I'm also too radical in my work, but I intended to be this town. Xie Tao looked up. What happened to Sun Yuna? Zhang Jin's meal whispered. She is my dead lover. Zhang Jin continued. This is my fault. I admit. I personally designed her as a dead lover. I love her very much, but I also know that she is not her, so she is destined to not give her the future. I laughed awkwardly. I know that you blame me for provoke her, but the heart is made of meat. Seeing her like that, Ziono's heart was awkward. Zongjin said again, I'm pulling you and Song Yujin into this game. In fact, I have taken a fancy to your character. I know that you will not do anything wrong, so I hope that you will come in, not others. All the doubts seem to have been explained clearly by Zongjin. Zongjin looked at Zitao's gradual slowdown and said, join us, although we can't compare the size of the doubles, we will treat you well and give you the best resources. Xie shakes, you really guard this town? Of course. Zongjin Dao, otherwise, what do I do to enter this quasi world again and again? You may not know that repeating low-level tasks will not only have no rewards, but also deduct. This is the case. Zio frowned and approached him. Zongjin smiled and looked at him, reassured. After he didn't finish his words, Zitao finally caught the opportunity. A fixed character was thrown away and stabilized him. All asterisk is a ghost. Zitao is not a 3-year-old child. Really good for this town. It is time to quickly clear the world so that players cannot enter, but also a calm and stable life. What do you keep entering? What is it like to stop killing players? This intensifies contradictions, is not driving them crazy. Zii shot 3 fixed length characters and ran away. Unfortunately, there is no way to kill Zongjin. Zongjin stood up for 3 minutes. After the fixed body was lifted, he smiled and bent. It's so smart. No wonder it's impossible to pass the S-level world. The author has something to say. Still almost cack. Did not write to the most exciting place. River Oblique. Oh, what about me? Say good surprises. Long head. Fast. Really fast. Chapter 21 The Fairy Tale Town 09 summons the beasts. Not. Zitao was desperate to run. Half a life is running away. Fortunately, Zongjin did not catch up. Ziwei played drums in his heart, and the effect of the fixed body was too short. Zongjin's physical strength was obviously much stronger than him. He was so familiar with the town, and it was too easy to find him. You must hurry and get through the world before Zongjin finds him. Zitao drank a bottle of physical medicine and held up the cockroaches in her mouth to meet with Song Wei. When he was running separately, he made a mouth shape for him. The collector's eyesight was good, and Song Heo definitely understood a dungeon. The place where they were previously held. Zitao did not care about the detail, went directly to the dungeon. He looked at it with a search mirror and quickly determined the position of Song Yu. Fortunately, Zongjin did not carry the props of the search mirror, otherwise he and Song Yu are really hidden. When Song Yi saw him, he was in tears. Hey. He was scared to death, and he thought he could not see Z. Ziwei gasped and said, Go to the back mountain, Song. Yu was nervous. Will Zongjin wait for us there? Z said, no, he doesn't know what our mission is. Fortunately, Zitao had a lie before, telling Zongjin that his task was to collect Sun Ant's mace. According to normal logic, they definitely want to quickly escape from the world, and the only way to leave is to complete the task. The biggest chance for Zongjin is to go to Sun Auntie to block them. Songzen remembered, yes, the task of Haoshan is very high, and the chance of brushing is very low. He should have thought that we will go to the back mountain. The two of them spoke and started. Z's forehead was full of sweat. Song quickly took out his physical potion and gave it to him. Z when he shook his head and said, I have had a bottle when I came. The potion is time consuming and frequently used within an hour. The effect will be greatly reduced. This kind of low-grade syrup is directly ineffective. Song when he had no choice. When you leave the world, you can quickly strengthen your physical strength. Z. When he wiped the sweat between the foreheads. This is my second task. At least 3 worlds must be completed to open the talent system. Song when he comforted him. It's okay. It's easy to finish the F-level world next time. Z. Tao does not hope for this. He only hopes to play this game. The next game is not the X-designed pothole game. Zitao is a little tired, and she doesn't want to say anything, but she has to say something in her heart. Have you heard of summoning? No one can ask. He can only ask Song Heo. The dead horse is a living horse. Dr. Song Yi said. No. This is my goal. I want to repair the summoning skills in the future. Zen did not expect him to understand. He asked, what will summon by summoning hurt the owner? Of course not. Song said, as long as it can be summoned, it is signed. It will fully obey the command of the summoner. Where he asked, how strong is the summon thing? Song. Where, how is a strong law? Can also summon the holy beast. Not a holy beast, but it is also similar. The beast is also a kind of beast. Z took a moment and asked, have you heard of the summoning of people who can summon people sleeping? Song stunned. It is said that several big cockroaches on the ladder are also summoning the pool. You won't be able to summon them. Wei asked so in detail, he guessed that Z will be summoned. After all, passing the S-level quasi world, there will be special rewards, and it is not unexpected. What is the ladder? Tao did not have time to ask these questions. First pick the key point. Can you summon them themselves? Song. Wei said, that will certainly not. The big guys are very busy. If you call out, you will get out of it. Wei asked, it's just a avatar. Song. Zen thought for a moment. It should be a person who inherits their power. You sighed, and the words of the doll would be easier. Song. When he asked him secretly, can you really summon the big man's doll? Well, but the time is short. Zen did not need to stare at him, but it should be enough. After all, it is a metamorphosis that can design the S-world. It should be able to fight. Song Yu was excited. Which is the big sister? Which one? Tao said, X. Song. Wei is stupid. X. Tao nodded. Song screamed, I can see X God in my lifetime. Wei, just a personal couple. Song sighed and swallowed. I heard that he is handsome and broken, is the only man who stands in front of Yan Shen, but will not be compared. Tao does not know too much. Yan Shen. Song. You served the first beauty in our center. Wei, well, you are also very good looking, but it's too tender, not so long. Song Zio's little zero soul burns when you call X God. Let me have an addiction. Wei left him silently. Song Heo felt his deep disappointment. You are a straight man. Tao didn't feel how straight he was, but he couldn't understand the so-called good looks in everyone's mouth. What catches your eyes? Not all eyes. One nose, one mouth. What can be different? Finally arrived in the back hill. Tao has a search mirror. Did not bother to find the Jinheo boy. The boy stunned after seeing Zen unharmed. Z said, I'm fine. Of course you won't have anything. The boy looked complicated. You guys have 2 lives. Tao just wanted to speak, but suddenly saw the text prompt in the lower right corner. Congratulations. Complete the sideline mission. Track the tornado. Zen lived. You are called a tornado. The golden boy is full of vigilance. How do you know? Song. Heo also stunned, and the next moment he looked surprised. The trough. The tornado is a person. Tao did not expect. He just thought that the boy was very special. One was his eyes, and the other was that he was not as thin as other villagers, so he felt that the boy was a breakthrough, and he never thought it was an important quest. Speaking of it, Tao remembered that Sun Yuna had indeed called him Xiao Feng. But who can think of someone who has such a wonderful name? The boy's eyebrows are next to each other. What are you going to do? Tao is always alert to Zongjin. He can't afford the time. He half squats down and looks at the boy. Little wind, I know that you hate outsiders, and they know that they have ruined your peaceful life. I can close the door here, so they can't come over again. The boy's golden symbol flashed. Cautious and vigilant, you are different from them. Even if the outsider can die and resurrect, no one outside will suffer such a fatal wound for the villagers. Tao looked at him. I need your help. The boy bit his lower lip. If you lie to me, Dragon God will punish you. Hearing this sentence, thank you for a distress. If not, really no way. This child will not hold the straw that looks so fragile. Tao promised him, I won't lie to you. The boy asked him, what do you need me to do? Wei asked him, do you know what dragon heart is? The boy's pupils shrank. His posture changed, and his lower lip was bitten red. Tao looked at him. I need to collect dragon hearts. I Thought the boy would refuse, but he miraculously calmed down, revealing a look that didn't quite match the age. He said, "Follow me, Xie." Wee. Song Heo is also full of surprises. This line task is the front of the main line task. Is it too easy? But then again, this is just a D-class world. It shouldn't be too difficult. The boy walked in front and took them into the cave, where they could not enter. When I stood outside, I felt that the cave was unfathomable. Once I walked in, I found it was much larger than I thought. Cough both. Zitao and Song Yu held their mouth and nose and were smoked by the smell inside. Rotten, stinking, unspeakable taste makes people want to spit out overnight meals. The boy looked calm and looked at the blood pool with the broken arm of the dead body and said, "The dragon is below." Both Xie and Song Yu are a glimpse. The boy whispered, dedicating the devil to the dragon god. The heart of the dragon god will illuminate the town. The body of this pool is the player who died here. Song Heo couldn't help it anymore, bending over and spitting a slap in the face. Zitao was not much better. He frowned and asked, "Dragon heart, under this?" "Yeah." Seeing so many dead people, the boy did not change his face. A pair of gold plaques looked at Zitao like a searchlight. "If you need it, go get it, Xie." Song. Vomit. How to take this? Who the asterisk can jump into the blood pool of such a corpse to find something? Song Yu looked pale and looked at Zitao. "This, how, Xie?" Yan frowned and asked him, "You are sure that the summoning will not call you, right, Song?" "Yee, lying trough." Xie sighed and used his only skill to summon X's avatar. The light in the dim cave flashed, and the slender man appeared out of thin air. He wore a black dress, a very simple style, only the rolled cuffs and the slightly open neckline brought a bit of coziness. The fading light fades, and the amazing handsome facial features are deeper and deeper in the cave. A pair of different colored pupils makes the horrible caves more like the ancestors of the abyss. Song Heo, the whole person is watching. Really fucking, as well as let's run. Someone wants to pit you. The author has something to say. Jiang slant. I can summon me. 3 seconds later. Jiang Laoxi. Heaven is a good reincarnation. The old evil is coming slowly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, 10 Excavator in the Fairy Tale Town, looking for Jiang X. This is the first time Zitao has seen X. He thinks X is a bit familiar. Think about it, it seems to be a bit like the vampire axe, but the hair color is different. The facial features are not the same. That is, the kind of bells and whistles feels a lot like it. In fact, X is very simple to wear, black and straight, and there is no cumbersome European style in the Middle Ages, but it is inexplicable to give people such an impression. Especially the pair of pupils and the lazy and the boned. Zen thought, Persian cat. Sure enough, the bells are whistling. He was abandoned in his heart, and his face was laughing. Ex-god, hello. The river slanted down. This does not blame him. This is the first time he has seen Zitao. Although chasing Zio Sane for many days, his soul was also fascinated by this little guy, but in reality he met for the first time. Xie Zhenxiang is very good looking, impeccable facial features, clean and delicate skin, a straight figure like a small flag standing on the mountain, floating and floating, straight to the tip of the person shaking. Ex-god, hello carrot_. Jiang Su. I saw the live version, and the laugh on the face of this little guy was exactly the same as the symbol. The standard smirk is cute and cute. He looked like this downtime and let Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it is a doll. The river slanted back to God. Song Zio's eyes are straightforward. The living ex-god, so handsome. I'm dead. Dead without regrets. Ziwei, he is still very vigilant. He is still observing X. He is as stupid as Song Wei, and X is indifferent, and he has more and more affirmed his thoughts. It's just that the doll is wrong. I also want to know, how can I call a big living person casually? It is estimated that the central will is a substitute for the real person, just an NPC with the player's face. Once I know that it is not a real person, Xie is too lazy to install. If you can't afford to be offended, you will be afraid that a person who signed a contract will not be successful. Xie thinks about the temperament of the last world, and it is more and more unwilling to see the whistling Persian cat. Song when he is still turning around. The figure is great. It is the legendary golden ratio is correct. Xie sneered. This eye is so good. Don't look at me. I have to faint. Song Xie has a lot of drama. Xie gave a pertinent evaluation. Ugly, Song. You to KO. You are an aesthetically arrogant steel straight man. The two have been waiting for a long time, and Song Yu has become more aware of him. Don't look at Xie when his beautiful eyes, but unfortunately it is embarrassing and unclear. Xie glanced at the X and found that he was still dull, completely let go of his heart. Proper 100% did not run. Jiang Zhao, such an old fritter that has been turned over and over in the oil pan, will not understand this situation. According to common sense, summoning is of course only summoning the avatar, but it does not stipulate that the deity can't. The river has been waiting for so long. Naturally it will not be just a personal occasion. It is a pity that his deity came, but he was treated as a doll. But it is also very interesting. Looking at Xie Wei, this face is like a small book, and his face isn't changed, and his heart is funny. Song Yu, who looked more and more reluctant, said to Xie Zhen, you cannot be so violently horrible. This is ex-god. Even if it is a personal doll, it is also the top goods. Xie gave him a look. Or will you go, Song Wei? Quickly gave the mouth a zipper. If it wasn't for the current color, he would go out early. This taste is already killing people, and still going to fish? It is better to die. Jiang Laoxi did not know what he was about to face, and he played the show with great interest. He saw that he bowed to Xie Zhen and whispered, Master, Song. You took a breath and screamed, Heaven, Scorpio. The ear is pregnant. Xie also stopped. The sound of the river slant is very similar to that of the housekeeper Andy. The gesture of the ceremony is also like that. Even the eyelids and the curvature of the side face are exactly the same. Haha. Xie Zhen thought, it really is a dead metamorphosis. He did not forget how the housekeeper Andy took off his head. Help me get something. Xie does not intend to waste time. How to get the dragon heart in 3 minutes. The river bends the lip. Please tell. Xie said, under this blood pool, there is something called a dragon heart. Take it up. The river is aslant. Song Heo almost cried. Hey brother, how can you go to the hand where all the bubbles are rotten corpses? If this jumps down, my ex-god's first name. Heartstalk, dying. Xie heart is not moving. The river slanted to the blood pool, where the rotting corpse was soaked. Thousands of calculations, not counting it is to let him do this in the quasi world. I can't see the good feelings. Jiang Sui suspects that he really comes from the blood pool. There will be more than 0 in the back of the -175. Xie looked at him, and the black scorpion took the test. Jiang slanted to realize that if you let him know that this is not a doll but a deity, I'm afraid there will be 2 more zeros behind the -175. Okay, master. Jiang Yan lowered his eyebrows and accepted it. Song Yu was numbed to the bones of Sudi by these 4 words. Xie, but the eyebrows picked up, unconsciously exposed the look of alert. Do not blame him. Butler Andy and maid Gar are like this, obedient under the skin with a perverted heart. The number of deaths has increased, and I have learned to look at the essence through appearance. Losing the river slant cannot see the good feelings. Or see the floating red -1, a quasi. Okay, I won't strike. If I see it. I can't let the little guy go fishing. This corpse is broken. How can I let him touch it? Of course, the river **** will not really dive to find the dragon heart. Although he was unable to carry the props, he inherited his skills. You can take things out without having to go down. Xie saw Rex lifted his hand. The darkness of his palm was very obvious even in the dark cave. It was a bit strange, as if the black fog was too dark, and the surrounding scenery was lined with dark blue. Song Heo also held his breath, and looked at his eyes. This scene is not common. After this village, there is no such store. When the black fog gathers to the size of the Jomo goose, the river is slanting, and it falls sharply, after leaving the slender fingertips. It was as light as a feather in the palm of the river, but now it is like a heavy iron ball, slamming into the sea. For a moment, the entire cave seemed to have shaken. When Xie looked at it again, there was still a corpse of blood, and a large white stone was lying on the bottom of a dry pool. Song Yu screamed out loudly, "Great. Really worried. Daxi is a big cockroach. Where is it necessary to go to the sputum? Lift your fingers and get it." And also cleaned up the bodies. That scared the dead. Too intimate. Zita also squatted. He thought, yes, I can do it. I can't afford it for the time being. The river slanted, and raised his hand. A black man rolled up the white stone, and suspended the white stone in front of Zen. Xie spread his hand, and grasped the dragon heart, and said to X, "Thank you." The river slant was about to open, and when it was pulled, he disappeared. 3 minutes is really fleeting. Song Yu was full of regrets, and he did not see enough. Zitao bounced in his head, and called him back to God. Song Heo shook his head and sighed. It's really exciting. Tao sees him, like him. Song Yu laughed, and wanted to say that everyone who loves beauty has it. Then he thought that Zitao would not love beauty. He said, "You don't understand the world of Yan Dog, Z. Wei." Song Yu was afraid that he misunderstood and explained, "I don't like it. X-God is too close to God, and can only be used to look up. Z. Tao is not fully recognized, but also acknowledges that X is indeed very strong." Song Yu remembers the task. He eagerly looks at the lower right corner of the line of sight, and whispered, "The mission is not completed." His side task is Zitao's main line task. Both of them are collecting dragon hearts, and it is reasonable to say that it should be completed at the same time. Zitao shook his head and said, "It seems not so simple." Song Wei, is the dragon heart fake? They looked at the Jinayu boy, who knows that his body is soft, and he has fainted. Ziyan's eyes were fast, and he hugged him. The boy has lost consciousness, as if he is caught in a deep sleep, and people have a thought of awakening. Ziwei put his finger under his nose, and felt his steady breathing. The vital signs are good. Just asleep. Zitao called him, "Little wind." The boy did not respond. Song Wei and his face. What is going on? Because of X, the bodies of this cave have all disappeared, and even the air has become fresh. Zitao said, "It seems that this dragon heart, there is a problem, has not been said yet. He will stop." Song Yu looked at him and the sight of his eyes, and his pupils shrank. The person has a short blonde hair, but his eyes are cold and cold. His footsteps are light and his appearance is very low. Zongjin, he found this, finished. X-God just left. This asterisk is coming. What should they do? Can Zitao still use summoning? Who knows that Zongjin actually laughed when said, "Come on, I will take you through this task." It's not the sunny fake face, but it's said to help them. What is going on? Jiangzi just returned to the garden. Yan Zhe asked curiously. How? What was it called to do in the past? He has no intentions in the past few days, and he wants to know the progress of Jiang Leox's love, which is much more interesting than those boring love games. Yan Zhe said again. Little Rose is so good to you. He must be very happy when he meets. I'm happy. I'm happy to use him as an excavator. Jiang slanted and said, "Well, he laughed at me." The smirk is also a smile. Very cute. Yan Zhe was smashed, and he swallowed this old dog food for a long while, and asked, "He summoned you to do something? Isn't the double person being a demon? Is he not dangerous?" Jiang Z really wants to punish the little guys like a hero, but unfortunately, he encountered a very difficult problem. Jiang Leoxi did not say aloud, "I helped him solve it." Hey. Yan Zhe does not doubt him, so acid does not slip through the autumn road. This is a good feeling of higher. The old zone. You have a long snack, so the old evil love road is so smooth. He is not satisfied. When Jiang slanted back, he saw the good feelings, and it was really up. River slope, exactly 180. Yan Zhe silently broke out. This is too high. When he comes out, are you going to get a license to get married? The river is very clear. No hurry. He is still small. Take it slowly. Yan Zhe Chapter 23 The Fairy Tale Town 11 Designer is not heart, because God does not need the heart. Zitao put the dragon heart into the empty props bar and watched Zongjin on alert. Zongjin did not care, but took the initiative to give them the back. Follow me, Song. When he looked at Zitao, and Ziyu paused, he whispered, go and see. He said that he stooped and picked up the sleepy little tornado. Zongjin Tao did not return, but he knew what he did. It is gentle, Z. Tao did not say anything. Zongjin took the lead out of the cave, and the bright light from the outside shone, giving him a layer of light, but unfortunately it was a watch. Zongjin walked ahead without any precautions. Slowly, he said, this is the most successful world in the design of the double design. It took 3 years and worked hard. Finally, it was recognized by Zone, and became a qualified quasi world. These Zitao know that Zongjin Ayu said more than he is now. I participated in drawing the blueprint for the town. Aaron was responsible for the residents of the town. There were many people responsible for other frameworks and details. We spent dozens of people in 3 years, and finally made a F-class world. Zongjin's mouth raised a self-deprecating smile. X is designed by a person who is S or even a SS-class world. This exaggerated contrast has been experienced, and it is far more cruel than listening. The gap is too big, it will make people feel desperate. Z wedi. He did not hear the mistake. Zongjin said that the F-class world, but this fairy tale town is clearly D-class. Not waiting for Ziweni to ask, Zongjin suddenly came to the sentence, the designer has no heart, because God does not need a heart. This is meant to be something that seems to be specifically for Zen. Zitao faintly understands why Zongjin's attitude is 360 degrees. Not only killing them, but also helping them complete their tasks. Zongjin continued, we are not mature, so we can't become a real designer, especially Aaron. He is responsible for the setting of the town's residents, but it is too mixed. This time Zongjin said the truth. Aaron made his dead child a resident of the town, and gave him a freshman, Xie Xi, looking down at the little tornado in his arms. Yes, that is the child in your arms, Song. You is inconceivable. Since he is your friend's child, why do you want to kill him? In Sun Aunt's house, Zongjin's shot was facing a small tornado, and finally the Yan's eyes were fast, and he stopped to save this boy, Aaron's child. Zongjin Dao, a toy, Z. Tao holds the boy's hand tightly. Zongjin Dao, so, Aaron is destined to be a designer. He is as soft as you are. He looks at the living wind, and has poured countless feelings on him. He really regards him as his own child, Z. When his thin lips are close to each other, and cannot agree with his point of view. How to be a living person. There is blood and flesh and self-awareness. Isn't it still alive? Zongjin continued, if you can't control your own heart, then it will be a bad thing. When the quasi world is not recognized, we can go in and out at will, but once it is recognized by the zone, even a complete designer can't just enter it. Go in by taking the form of the task. Ziomi wrinkled and guessed, small winds are in danger. It's really smart. Zongjin went back and smiled at Zio, but unfortunately he couldn't smile at the bottom of his eyes. He couldn't blame the first batch of players. It was too incompetent for us to design the town beautifully, but without self-protection ability, the residents are designed to be innocent and simple, but cannot distinguish the beasts under the human face. When he said that Zongjin was still indifferent, he didn't feel bad or regret. This kind of beautiful and fragile thing will provoke people's evil thoughts. Beautiful girls can only go to bed in a few words. The most beautiful house in the town can be comfortable. The occupying, stupid villagers also take the initiative to offer food and treasures. Where can the players who play the game here suppress the desire of the bottom of the heart? The girl became a prostitute, the beautiful house became a slut, and the beautiful paradise fell into a asterisk on earth. Jin's eyes fell on the children in his arms. This child has a lot of love from Aaron, and he has been done more carefully, and knows more. He sees the players' atrocities, trying to stop, but being cruelly abused by players who are several times stronger than him. On the grounds of doing the task, I actually only came to see the child's Aaron. After seeing the scene and lost control, Zongjin's nephew flashed a bit and continued. He killed all the violent players, Z. Zin's heart was stagnation, and the truth was revealed, and you find that the world rank has improved. Zhang Jin was surprised and exclaimed, "You are really different." It is true that he left a lot of clues, but the normal people heard this. It is estimated that only the pain of Aaron is also distressed by the wind, and the players who angered the violence have arrived. Where can I think rationally? Xie Wei Shensheng. Initially the world is F class, because Aaron lost control and killed all players, and when the next time the task is released, the world level has improved. Yes. Zhang Jindao. From F2E, Z squinted. So you started hunting and killing players, preventing someone from clearing customs, and then forcing the world to rank by intensifying the relationship between the villagers and the players. Yes. Zhang Jin smiled like a sun. This time, as long as you kill you, this fairy tale town will grow into a C-class. Song Wei, who was originally confused, can understand it. He was full of mistakes, and he never thought it was like this. The fairy tale town was originally only F-class. The world is a group of people who work together to design, but because the people involved in the design are not mature, resulting in a lot of loopholes. Aaron is more willing to put the dead child into the world and come to see him from time to time. The first players made a fuss about this undefended town and made a lot of evil things. What is ridiculous is that if they did not harm the small wind, they would not be sanctioned, because the villagers at that time did not have the idea of rebellion. The little wind was ill-treated, and his Aaron's eyes saw that the dead and resurrected children were ruined like this, and all the players were slaughtered under anger. I thought this was over, and I know that the fairy tale town that has not been cleared has once again released the assembly task. The grade of this town has changed from F to E. Dozens of people involved in the design of Shuangli have exhausted their efforts to create an immature F-class world, but now it is just a massacre of new people. They have become greedy. If they continue to keep going, what will this fairy tale town grow like? F, E, D, C, B, A, S. This is a big difference. Even if you only upgrade the fairy tale town to the B level, they will enter the team and complete the customs clearance task. The rewards are also incalculable. If they are more ambitious, the fairy tale towns will evolve into S-class. Look at the entire center. In these endless quasi-worlds, the S-class is rare, not to mention the S-level team mission. Originally it was the revenge of Aaron's wrath, and it gradually developed into deliberate. Zhang Jin deliberately introduced newcomers into the game. The newcomers have no experience, the task is very inefficient, and the death rate is extremely high. Their purpose is only one, that is to constantly upgrade the ranks of the world. There is no means to do this as the difficulty of the fairy tale town continues to increase. The town has changed its appearance, fading away the appearance of fairy tales, and overshadowing the darkness and horror. The inhabitants of the town were also forcibly grown. They became mad, they became uninhabited, and they learned to kill in the miserable situation in which cruel life and resources were constantly being deprived. Zhang Jin saw the hatred in Zen's eyes. He didn't care, even smiled and said, "I feel sick. Who knows how X made the S-class world?" Z Tao said, "It will never be like you." Zhang Jin is not allowed. Z Tao coveted the boy in his arms and whispered, "Are you afraid that I will pass the quasi world?" Zhang Jin can constantly upgrade the level of the fairy tale town, relying on no one can pass the quasi world. If someone passes a customs clearance, the zone will not release the mission again, and the player will not be able to enter. Naturally it will not be able to upgrade the level. Unfortunately, before Zhao, Zhang Jin introduced newcomers who knew nothing about it. Even if they were fortunate enough to brush the core tasks of the main line, they could hardly brush to the core task of the branch line. Even if they all brushed up, there was Zhang Jin and others waiting for the rabbit. They are killed when they find the task clue. This cycle is a world level built with blood and madness. Zhang Jindao, no way. If I don't help you, what do you call X to kill me? Z Wei, you really saw it. Zhang Jin will suddenly become so honest, only to see the X's avatar. He knows that he can't kill him and Song Heo, so I want to send them out. I don't dare to look at it. If I saw that I was dead early. Joking, where can I be close? Zhang Jin continued, of course, I'm a person involved in design, and there are special channels to feel. He turned his head and stared at Zen and asked, Can you really pass the customs, Xie? Tao said, I will definitely pass customs. Only through customs clearance can this town be freed from the infinite loop. It's kind. Zhang Jin smiled. Let's go. I will take you to see Aaron. When Xie Tao saw Aaron, the whole person was stunned. Zhang Jin reveals an unprecedented smile. He likes to see an old friend and touches one of the four sits on the half of the mountain. Get up, old dragon. Aaron. Song stunned. Not a player, Zhang Jindao. In order to protect the child, this fool is willing to fall and put himself in. The ridiculous thing is that this world level is too low. Aaron is too powerful and forced to return to its original shape. Xie Zhen's heart trembled. At this moment, the small tornado that had been coma was awakened. His golden eyes were stunned, but after seeing the golden dragon in front of him, the tears filled with tears. Dragon God, Jinlang, has the same golden symbol, but can't say a word. The boy walked quickly, and the little hand held the paw of Jinlang, screaming with a delicate head, I thought I would never see you again, Dragon God. He looked up at Jinlang. I know you are always there. Jin Long looked at him fixedly, couldn't say anything. Even his expression. He is a dragon, just a dragon. Zhang Jin looked at it for a while and his mouth was stretched straight. Xie Tao looked at him. You upgrade the world level, really only, otherwise. Zhang Jin smiled. Of course, it is for customs clearance, but it is a pity for you to make a wedding dress. Xie Xiaomo's heart was awkward. Zhang Jindao, hurry up the stone to this dragon, Xie. Where he asked, is there any harm to it? Zhang Jindao, what hurts? It is willing. Xie Tao took out the white stone in the props and placed it in front of Jinlang. The dragon's asterisk was trembled, and it was smooth. His stout dragon claws carefully touched the top of the boy's head, and then a ray of light swelled, and countless golden detached from the body of the dragon, merging into a stream of streams, rushing toward the white stone. The pale white stone has condensed countless gold, like the sun hanging on the horizon. At the same time, Xie Tao's line of sight appeared in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Congratulations. Completed the main line task. Collect the dragon heart. At the last moment, Xie Tao threw out the golden group. Collection does not represent possession. No matter what this dragon heart stands for, it belongs only here. What Xie Tao didn't see was that the golden stone that he threw to the horizon became the sun that illuminates the entire town. Congratulations. Pass the D-class quasi-world fairy tale town. Xie Tao's line of sight falls on the three words of the quasi-world. He felt like never before. It was not a game, but a real world. Unfortunately, he has left. Can't know what will happen to that town. Xie sighed and put his hand on the water curtain to check the mission reward. It's just a D-class world, and the rewards are average, with only 10,000 silver coins and a small white stone. This stone is very similar to the one that is fished out of the blood pool, but it is much smaller. Xie Tao put it in the backpack and saw its detailed description. Name, energy storage stone. Users, accumulate energy. Explanation, if you are too weak, it is better to come to an energy filled stone. Note that it must be the force that the other party is willing to give, otherwise it will be countered. Xie The so-called collection of dragon hearts refers to the collection of Aaron's power. How was this energy storage stone placed in the blood pool? And what about the power of collecting the golden dragon? I always feel that there are still many mysteries that have not been solved. Xie looked at the newsletter list, and Song Heo's name followed the words in the game. He completed the main line task and was sent back to the center. But Song Wenyi had not collected Zionin, so he could not come back and still stay in the fairy tale town. The customs clearance game is just a task for the zone to no longer release the fairy tale town, and no player will enter after the follow-up. Players who have previously accepted the mission and entered the quasi-world need to complete before they can come out. When Song comes out, you should know more about it. Xie gathered his mind and was ready to search for the next quasi-world. The button to open the quasi-world. The first line is still love to the left or right. The second line has a fairy tale town, followed by the quasi-world level, showing that the customs clearance. The third line is the blue search for the new world. Very good. What the asterisk Atlanta was brushed off. Xie Wei sighed and clicked on the search new task. Please give him a normal one. After the small funnel is finished, a sub-vig pops up. Point Quasi World, Lost Atlantis. The difficulty is unknown. Designer X, not challenged. Point the exact same word. Even punctuation is not bad. Xie Wei. The ghost is not scattered. Chapter 24. The new task of sputum has been unable to stop. Xie Tao simply wants to smash the words Designer X. It's too annoying. How is his game again? Such a good luck. Where to call, where to go. Xian got a liver pain, immediately turned off this sub-vig immediately, and did not want to take a look. Point how to do. As a junior collector, he stayed in the center for up to 2 days. He had to go to the next Quasi world sooner or later, and he was still searching for the lost Atlantis. Do you have to go to this Quasi world? Xie Tao is suffocating, and plans to wait, in case there is a gathering task. He doesn't believe that he can't brush it twice. He was heart-wrenching here, and the river was red with rain. 1. Cough. It seems to be a search for new tasks. The river is very clear. Xie Tao will definitely brush the Quasi world of his design. After all, the fit is so high. Point he silently took back the paw that wanted to send a message to Xiao Wei. It was on the anger. Don't provoke him for the time being. Point Zihao had a good temper, and he sorted out his belongings. Passing love to the left or right. Rewarded 100,000 silver coins. Bought a set of fixed charms, used 10,000. Bought a search mirror to use 30,000. Uniforms and lingua franca only spent 90 silver coins, but for strengthening uniforms I lost 10,000 silver coins. His level is too low. The store sells a limited number of things. Xie Tao most wants is a fatal injury immune props, but unfortunately only one uniform in the entire mall has such an effect. Fortunately, the uniform can be strengthened, and it can withstand 2 fatal injuries after strengthening, but the price is somewhat expensive, and ordinary newcomers are absolutely reluctant. Point in the fairy tale town, he received a reward of 10,000 silver coins and a stone. Point as for the short blade that I grabbed from Zongjin, I couldn't bring it out, because I didn't put it in the props bar. Adding and subtracting, he still has 59,910 silver coins, which is still a huge sum. Point what is the use of money? The ghost knows how many abyss pits in the next Quasi world are waiting for him. Xie Tao thought about it, and made up his mind to wait until the last second to go to the world of X design. Once there are other choices, no matter how raging the sea, he has to go. Xie Tao used a lot of time to read the information in front of the water curtain until his communication column flashed. Point Song Wei, hey, I'm coming out. Xie Tao said, congratulations. Song said, where are you? I will give you the amulet and the search mirror. Xie Wei asked, no use. You don't know. After you left, Song said, let's talk. It didn't take long for the two to meet, and Song Heo had 2 drinks in his hand. Point Xie said, where is this bought? There is no such thing in the mall. Point Song Wei said, you have not been to the market yet. Xie Wei asked, the market? Take you to see you later. I will talk to you about the fairy tale town. Xie Tao nodded, yeah. He also wants to know the follow-up situation. Point after drinking a big drink, Song Wei said, it turned out to be a block of energy storage. The so-called collection of dragon hearts is actually the collection of Aaron's power. These Xie Tao have already thought of it. Point Song Wei continued, after you left, the energy storing stone that carried Aaron's power became the sun on the horizon, and the light that was sprayed slowly restored the tormented town. The villagers also woke up. What about the golden dragon? Song said, he abandoned the extra power and really became a resident of the town anyway. Xie Yi was a sigh. Then he smiled and licked his lips, and it was a wish. Point Song said, he asked me to thank you. Thank you for saving the wind, and thank you for passing the town. The follow-up is very logical. Song Heo is also involved in the liberation of the town, just because of the task of collecting a small inner, but ridiculous, but also very good point. Xie Tao tweeted, who is the energy storage stone hidden under the blood pool? Song said, I don't know, but Aaron gave me a key. He hopes we can go to his house to see. Xie Wei asked, he is in the central family? Yes. Song Wei looked at him. Would you like to see? Xie Tao nodded. Go. The Central is a very abstract existence. It seems to be as small as a hall, and it is so vast that all players can buy a place of their own from the mall. The so-called key is just a permit, which is absolutely private and safe presence point of course. Players with to lower level can't stay in the center all the time, so no matter how safe they are, they can't stay in the home. Song. Heo invited Zitao to join the team and the two came to Aaron's home point. This is similar to the scene change when playing games. Just in front of the water curtain, the next two people stood in a slightly messy study point. Zitao saw countless drawings, which were painted with figures of the front, back, left, and right points on Weidao, all the residents of the town. It seems that Aaron is designing them here. Zitao saw an album at the tip of his eye. He opened it and saw the golden boy in various shapes. It was painted with crayon, but it was vividly painted. There will be a golden handwriting every few pages. Page 7. I put Xiao Feng in the town, and Zongjin said that I'm crazy. Page 10. I know very well that he is not a doll, he is my child. Page 18. Akin said that the designer has no heart because God does not need a heart. Page 19. The designer is not God. Page 22. Xiao Feng smiled at me. I miss him very much. Page 32. I can't be a designer in my life because I can't help them. Page 39. Just want to give you the best. I hope you will be happy in another world. Page 42. What exactly is the real world? Page 43. There is everything I long for, but there is only an empty reality here. Page 45. Successful. Page 60. Why do you want to do this for my child? They are independent lives. Page 68. Little wind, don't be afraid, this time I will guard you. There are different handwritings on the last page, and the black pen is used with the anger of the paperback. Idiot. I don't know why Zitao thinks that the last two words are written by Zongjin. The album was stopped here, and nothing was behind. The words that Aaron left behind were vague, and Ziwei fixedly looked at it, and there were countless doubts in his heart. What is the quasi-world? What is the central government? What about players? Why are there designers? And why are there collectors, explorers, and recorders? What is the significance of the zone release mission? The customs clearance task of the fairy tale town is closely related to Aaron. How did this task appear? Is it because Aaron put himself in the world and the customs clearance has changed? Zizen can't figure it out. Central. Double doors. What do you mean by Zongjin? What can I do? He is a person who has been seen by Yunj, and I can only complete the task with him. We have finally upgraded this quasi-world to D class and watched it rise to C level. You actually helped him pass the customs. I didn't expect him to be so lucky. He received all the core tasks. There was a hoarse voice. What is the energy stone? Zhang Jinzia said. The old dragon has a strength. I think that if I can't waste it, I will bring a block of energy storage stone. I want to bring it back with energy. Who knows that it's a mistake and it becomes a task prop? You are just fooling. That's it. Zongjin sighed. Designing the world depends on talent. Instead of wasting time on it, it is better to think about it. For example, the upcoming open world, leaving from Aaron's residence, Songyu took Z to go to the market. The so-called market, as the name suggests, is a small market that players spontaneously form. Players will get some rewards when they complete the mission, and they can buy and sell if they don't use it. However, the primary market is of little significance to Zitao. Although there are so many things to sell, there are not many things that are really useful. When they were hanging around, Songwei asked him, are you searching for a new mission? Not to mention it, the heart is blocked. Zitao nodded. Search. Songwei looked at his demeanor and thought that the task level was too low, comforting him. It's okay, just pass it. You can open new functions after 3 missions. Tao also wants to have a casual time, but he is worried that he will not be able to do his best. What about you? Zizen asked him. Is it search? Song said, search, E-level world, no surprises. Wei remains unchanged, and he is very envious. He doesn't care about the world level. He doesn't care about surprises. He just doesn't want to see the name of X point. However, after waiting for the whole day, I did not wait for the water curtain to release the assembly task. Xie Tao hesitated again and again, finally sent a message to X God. Hello _carrot river slope. There is a feeling of being soaked by red rain. Hello. Stable, can you ask a question? You said, how many quasi worlds have you designed? Jiangzi sincerely said, I can't remember. Z. Wei. I drafted my uncle. The author has something to say. Today's old evil is also based on the ability to be single. There is a small bug in front. Repaired a bit. The fixed body is sold in sets, not a single sale. What? Chapter 25 Small gift oblique meetup. Ziyan sent him a message with no expression. X-God is so powerful. He followed a small smile. How much is the penalty? The river slopes silently with red rain. Of course, he knows why the sentiment is falling straight down. The word can't remember sounded too perfunctory, but the fact is that, because of the quasi-world protection law, he couldn't remember it. The ones on the list were because he had achieved some new achievements in design. Zone gave a full screen announcement, was written down by the people, and many were not announced, so he did not know the specific number. He didn't want to lie to Z, but the truth of the truth was that -1 was flying all over the sky. The river slanted, and said something to stop the red rain, and Z Tao sent a fatal question and answer. Is the world you designed to be mostly cleared? River. Slope. He didn't reply for a long time. Z Tao thought he had something to do, and when he was preparing to cut out the communication interface, X sent a message. So far, only one has been cleared. Z. Wei. It's the one you cleared. Z. Wei. River. Ramp. We are very good. Who is going to want to be with you? The river looked at the waterfall like a waterfall one, and did not dare to talk. If this is to let Z know that his soul is awkward and interfere with the normal search system, will he directly give him a -999? The probability is as high as 99.9%. Poor Z-Zen has to continue to test for survival. S-level world is really difficult. Is X other games like this? Jiang Yi knows what answer he wants, but he can lie and be poked out more. He can only bite his head and say, the novice trial is relatively simple. Hey, -10, river slope. Meat hurts. ZZOP laughs and laughs. So, is it harder for other games? Please change the difficult words to metamorphosis. Jiang Shao said that he was very euphemistic. It is not necessarily. After all, you are growing very fast. The translation is that the difficulty of the game is there, but you are more and more experienced. If you are proficient, you will find it simple. Z Tao does not want this experience and proficiency at all. Unfortunately, his next mission is destined to be X. He can only stand it down and put more words. It's a coincidence. My next mission is the world of X God. Jiang Yi has long guessed. We are very good. Crazy hints if you are a big ghost. Thank you for his good feelings. And falling below -200. The world name is Lost Atlantis. Does X God still have an impression? There is no half-point impression on the river, he explained. I signed the quasi-world protection law, and most of the designed worlds have forgotten. Z. Yi. Quasi-world protection law. River. Ramp. The quasi-world level is higher than B. You need to sign. The level of fairy tale towns is too low, so they have no qualifications at all. ZMO was silent. Faintly said, so this Lost Atlantis is at least B-level difficulty. The river slanted silently and uttered a big truth. I have not designed a quasi-world below AZ. Wei. Seeing the good feelings reached 222, Jiang Slant quickly added, but you can rest assured that this difficulty has moisture, not as difficult as you think. Z. Tao calmed down a bit. In fact, the overall difficulty of love to the left or right is not high, especially the number of readings, plus the fatal injury and pain. Basically 100% clearance. Then why is it rated as S? This stuff can also be mixed with water. Jiangzi continued. One of the criteria for quasi-world rating is the possibility of customs clearance. The higher the level, the lower the level, and the lower the probability, the higher the level. Z. Tao has not been comforted. The world you design is difficult to pass. Jiang rectangle can be said to be the threshold. He put the soul inside. Others cannot find the world. How to go through customs? And Xie Xi can search 100%. One is the soul of the fit. The second is really good. It can also be said that Zitao's luck is good. After all, the world of old evil design is indeed high point. The river is half truth and false. I have my soul in the quasi world I designed. I get their approval, and the task will be a lot better. If you can't get it, the difficulty of the task will be greatly improved. This, Zizen really didn't understand. He curiously asked the soul. At this point, the red rain can be stopped. The river tilted to see the goodness of the -233, and the scalp came to the sentence, see you, Z. Where he, if he meets, he will not laugh out, no, I'm sorry to trouble X-God. The red rain started again, and the river did not dare to mention the matter again. Hurry up to stop bleeding. This is related to design. You will understand more later. Now, you can understand the soul as a glimpse of me. Awareness, Z. Yan's eyes, your consciousness, Jiang, slanted to feel that this sentence would be a good feeling, but still said, like vampire axe, butler and Ian guard, Z. Wary, the river slanted at the eye, and found that there was no cliff-like sudden drop, and he was relieved. They are my soul. Zitao has strengthened his mind. It really is a big pervert. Jiang Oblique tried to defend himself. They are just my own consciousness, not an independent individual, so it is inevitable that there will be some extreme ideas in the mind, and with the task limitation, they may do something too radical. Oh. Axe shot him 3 times. Randy picked him twice, and guard died of him. It was really somewhat extreme. Zitao can't hide his killing across the water curtain. It turns out, Jiang, Laoxi struggled to survive. In fact, they all appreciate you, but his mother forget it, so he can't afford it. Zitao calmed down and took the opportunity to ask the doubts in her heart. Do you know what will happen after the quasi world is cleared? Jiang Yi knew what he was curious about. He asked, how do you understand the quasi world? Z. Yi replied, quasi is the meaning of preparation. Yes, ready to be a new world. Z. Zen was shocked, and the hand on the water curtain trembled. So, the world after customs clearance will become a new world. Jiang T explained to him, there are 3 kinds of players' careers, explorers, collectors, and recorders. The task of these 3 professions is to test the world. Once the customs clearance, the quasi world will be qualified. Z. Tao couldn't help but say, designers design the world. After being approved by the zone, they will release the mission, and then the players will pass customs. After customs clearance, they will become a new world. The details are not that simple, but you can understand this for the time being. Z. Tao said again, this is the case. Aaron and Xiao Feng are left in a real world. He breathed a sigh of relief. The river is just a face in the fairy tale town. The specific situation is not clear. He said that he was only a doll when he showed his face, so he asked, Aaron and Xiaofeng, Z. Tao has a lot of doubts about the fairy tale town. I want to think about it. I think that, although X is abnormal, it knows a lot, and the gap between the two is too big. There is no conflict of interest. There is nothing to talk about. So Zitao told the river slant all the encounters in the fairy tale town. Finally, he was asked, can you really improve the quasi world level by killing players? River ramp, it has nothing to do with this. Z. Wary, but the fairy tale town has indeed improved from the E level to the D level. Jiang Oblique explained to him, it is because Jinlong has entered the quasi world. Z. Yi. Jiang said, Jinlong killed the first batch of players, determined to guard this town, will make the town's level upgrade. Z. Tao wondered, as long as the player is willing to stay in the quasi world, can the quasi world be upgraded? This is impossible. There are too many players who will stay in the quasi world forever, because they can't complete the task, or say, river ramp. Golden Dragon is the designer. Z. When he wondered, they are designed together. This is impossible to accomplish together. Jiang Yi has no concealment for him. The so-called organization has jointly designed the quasi world. In fact, only someone in the team has been inspired by the design and designed the quasi world. was mistaken for the credit of a team. Thank you. River ramp. Even if it is rated, as long as it does not reach the A level, quasi world can continue to design. Jin Long enters the quasi world. In fact, it is still designed, so the level of the town will continue to improve. Z. Tao seems to understand some, and seems to be more confused. Jiang said again, the quasi world below A is fragmentary. For example, the fairy tale town you entered is just a small town. There is nothing in the outer space of the town. Z. Xiaodakong shrank and hurriedly said, is this still a real world? Of course. River ramp, you cleared it. This piece is qualified. It will blend with other pieces and bring together into a boundless world. Z. Heo paused and stared at the eyes. What about the world above A? River ramp, it is frame style and will grow independently. This is the first time Zen really feels the power of X. Are you designing an independent world? Okay, great. Although Tao did not say it, the river slant saw a touch of green on the red color, and the pitiful +5 gave the river slanted no words of consolation. I have said so much about bitterness, and I have finally increased my feelings by 5 points. I don't know how many times I repeat it. Will it rise again? Jiang skewed his own 4 words. Delusion. In fact, Tao still has a lot of doubts, but the information has been a lot, and he needs to digest it for a while. He is now just a junior collector. At most, he is a bud tester. He is too far away to think about designing the world. Zen thought and moved, and asked Jiangxi, ex-god, do you think the designer is God? No. River ramp, if you want to compare it, the designer is more like the hand of God. Z. Zinxin is tight. Zone. The zone is not. Jiang slanted. Slow down. Everyone's answer is different for this question. Z. Tao nodded. When he finished his end, he realized that the other party could not see it. He sent a message to him. Thank you. I didn't smile at this time, but the river looked at the +1's good feelings and was very comfortable. The road is long and long, but it always comes to him. Zwei is curious about the designer, curious about the zone, and more curious about this central government that is constantly forming a new world. If you want to solve your problems, you have to go step by step. Tao took a deep breath and opened the quasi world. Lost Atlantis is. He does not believe that he can be more perverted than love to the left or right. Tao just wanted to accept the task, and the communicator flashed again. X. Give you a small gift, Z. Wei, because it is a good friend. The mailing props are automatically accepted. Tao opens the props bar and sees a red and blue egg. Tao can't help but think of someone's eyes. Wei asked him, thank you ex-god. What is it? Attached a carrot _ carrot. Jiang Su I saw this smile and couldn't help but aim at the good feeling. Fortunately, it didn't fall. It's an elf. You can go to the world with you. Z. Tao saw the description of the prop's name. Elf egg. Users can hatch a cute elf. Details. Gold grade. Hurry to sell. Change money is more cost effective than raising this stuff. Zwei. How does it sound like a good thing? But the golden grade seems to be very powerful. Jiang Skewer sent him another one. The elf has a passive skill that can withstand 3 fatal injuries. Thank you, Xie. It works. Thank you. The river squinted and looked at the good feelings. +1 yes. As long as you send more than 200 legendary elf eggs, you will become a positive number. Then the question is coming. Can you find the second golden elf egg? By looking at the entire center, non-existent. Tao clicked on the elf egg, and the hatching countdown appeared on the red and blue eggs. Zwei found that it did not take up the item bar, and was more satisfied. After finishing the backpack, Zwei clicked on the Lost Atlantis. It was generally the same as before, and the words in the game loading appeared in front of him, followed by the information board. Welcome to the quasi world. Please read the following information board carefully. Game name. Lost Atlantis. Game summary. The great civilization begins on the land and finally the ocean. The utopia of the fall. The shadow of the mermaid's bubble. Can you get what you want? Mainline task. Collect the love of the 6 princes. Branch task. To be refreshed. Number of readings. You need to find the filing. Yourself. Carrying items. Primary collectors can carry 3 types. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.